Ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this 12th anniversary of our regulatory education for industry. Of Industry and Consumer Education from the Center of Devices and Radiological Health, and to Dr. Larissa Lapteva, Associate Director of the Division of Clinical Evaluation, Pharmacology and Toxicology, Office of Tissues and Advanced Therapies from the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. We will be using many acronyms throughout the 5 days, and you may miss a definition here and there. So please note that if you access our online agenda, in the upper right-hand corner of each page, you will see a link to FDA's acronyms and abbreviations. Now, I know that I have alluded to the number of registrants a couple times now, and so the question is, how many registrants are there? Well, as of this morning, we have over 12,300 registrants representing 112 countries. Over 49% of these registrants have self-identified as small businesses, and of those, over 21% report having 1 to 9 employees. These stats are extremely important to us here at SBIA and indeed at CEDA, as they confirm that we are reaching the small business sector of our audience, and they also validate our mission and the very existence of the SBIA program itself. Due to the overwhelming registration numbers, we are also offering live YouTube streaming, so please invite your colleagues. This, what you see here, is a snapshot of a geomap for today's event. The map is quite invigorating to all of us here at FDA, for it provides a very powerful visual as to the impact and extent of our outreach. And you can click on this image, don't do it now, but you can click on it and we'll take you to your browser, where you can actually zoom in and have a closer look at our global participation. So when you do get a chance, try it, zoom in on your geographic area and see if anyone else is attending from your neighborhood. Now, at this point, I am extremely happy to announce that the 5-day conference in its entirety is offering a total of 32.25 contact hours for physicians, pharmacists, and nurses. The CEs are available to all real-time attendees who self-identified as healthcare professionals during the registration process and who attend via Adobe. Please note the emphasis on real-time and Adobe. No healthcare CEs can be given for those attending via YouTube without registration or for post-event viewing. All faculty are expected to use generic names. If trade names are used, those of several companies should be used rather than only that of a single supporting company. CE faculty speakers are required to disclose to the attendees when products or procedures being discussed are off-label, unlabeled, not FDA approved, and any limitations on the information that is presented. We have a spectacular lineup of speakers, and for today and tomorrow, the planning committee speakers and CE consultation accreditation team have nothing to disclose, with the exception of Dr. Robert Califf, who has various relationships, as stated in his financial disclosure report and ethics agreement, which are publicly available. Participants must attest to their attendance and complete the final activity evaluation via the CE portal, that's ceportal.fda.gov. And for multi-day activities, participants must attest to their attendance and complete a faculty evaluation for each day. Final evaluations must also be completed within 2 weeks after the activity, no exceptions. So in this case, The deadline for this 5-day conference is June the 23rd. That's 2 weeks from the last day of the event. I apologize in advance, but we are unable to make exceptions to that deadline. Pharmacists should note that failure to provide you correct NABP and date of birth information in the required format may result in the loss of credit for this activity. Your NABP profile number should be the 6 or 7-digit profile number assigned by the CPE monitor, and your birth date should be in the month, date format. Do not provide your pharmacy license number. Please click the My Account tab and then navigate to Edit Contact Information to verify that your information is correct. Physicians and nurses may then view and/or print their statement of credit. Pharmacists should log into the CPE monitor 8 weeks, give it a full 8 weeks, after the last session of the activity to obtain their CE credit. Now, let's turn to some logistics. As mentioned, we are 100% virtual this time. And hopefully we're doing our very best to try and come in hybrid format in person next year, 2024. Over the next 5 days, we will have a total of 42 sessions and 46 speakers and panelists, not to mention our organizers and technical staff, all working from our own locations. And as such, there may be some internet issues, but please bear with us. And if in fact we encounter those, we will try to get them resolved as quickly as possible. And speaking of tech issues, here is a link for a one-stop shop for answers to your technical questions, for downloading the files, accessing the survey link to obtain the certificate of attendance, and so much more. It's the same page that you used this morning for your online access to the event, so please bookmark that page. If you have any technical difficulties whatsoever, or any technical questions, please check there first, and you will most likely find the answer. We invite you to submit your questions to us so that we have a vibrant and productive Q&A segment, which is so crucial to these events. This is a learning opportunity, and I encourage you to take full advantage of the expertise we offer here. When you do submit your question, please identify that individual presenter by prefacing your question with the speaker's name, as shown here. And please keep in mind that whilst we may not get to your individual question, there may be sometimes 100 questions to one session. Your questions are extremely helpful to us as they provide insight to our faculty. Also, during each presentation, there will be a link to the speaker evaluation under the speaker's picture or information to the right side of the screen. We encourage you to take the time to complete the evaluation as your feedback is much appreciated. In addition to the speaker evaluation, we have our general event, overall event evaluation survey, which is the mechanism by which you will receive the certificate of attendance, which will support continuing education credits for RAPS, SOCRA, SQA, and ACRP. When an attendee completes the survey, they can then download a certificate of attendance, which may be used in support of those CEs. The certificate must be downloaded immediately upon completing the survey, otherwise the opportunity is lost. Now, even if you do not want or need a certificate, please take a few minutes to complete it, as your feedback will help guide the design of our future events. This is your opportunity to make us aware of what you need to know. We rely upon this feedback very heavily to help us plan in the agenda for next year's events. Now, note that the evaluation and certificate are available only for 2 weeks, which means that the deadline date is June the 23rd. Each track will have its own survey, and a link will be posted on a one-stop shop page in the afternoon of each day's event. And as a reminder, all these events are being recorded. It will take us about a week or so to process the recordings, but you will soon be able to access them from our SBIA webpage. And I sincerely hope that you have already bookmarked that page, which is fda.gov/CDER-SBIA. And the direct link for this event is fda.gov/REdI2023. In the interim, the YouTube link for each day's recording will be posted on the one-stop webpage at the end of each day. I really want to note that the certificate of attendance and the healthcare professional CE submission are two separate processes. However, to simplify things, each night SBIA will send one email to the attendees of that individual day's event, and the email will have information on both the CE claim codes and instructions, along with the survey link. At this point, let's take a couple minutes to call your attention to upcoming SBIA events. On June the 15th, we will host our Overview Clinical Pharmacology Considerations for Food Effect Studies webinar. In this webinar, FDA will discuss the importance of assessing the effect of food on drugs and reasons for issuing the final guidance. Then on June the 20th, we will present our Decentralized Clinical Trials, DCT, Draft Guidance webinar, where we will clarify the agency's recommendations and the conduct of DCTs. We are constantly working on new webinars and conferences. We have a very full schedule coming up, so please check our website frequently as we update our calendar of events. Now, this slide provides the QR codes for our social media avenues. You can scan them now with your phones and be taken to the appropriate platform. They will also be advertised across the screen during the banner in the breaks if you miss it now. Be sure to subscribe to our email updates so that you can keep abreast not only of upcoming SBIA events, but also see the regulatory action, guidances, pilots, and initiatives. We post that information to our SBIA LinkedIn as well, so be sure to follow us there too. Now, this slide here is a quick listing of our various SBIA resources with web links and phone numbers. It too will be displayed during the breaks, so please feel free to engage in it during the breaks. Okay. Here comes the excited, well, it's all exciting, but here comes the interactive part. Now that a few of us more are logged on, as we set up for this poll, and I've got to make sure I set my screen so I can see the results here. As we set up for this poll, which I try to do each year, I know that many of you have been with SBIA for quite some time, even going back as far as 2010 when we first started. And I hope that even so, many of you are also first-time attendees, and we welcome you. So to break the ice and get us thinking, we have the following question. Please participate if you can. And the question is, how many SBIA conferences have you attended? And I don't seem to need to go through the answers because it looks like we're all participating already. Excellent. Ray, can you please take a screenshot for me? So it looks like 37% says this is my first one, and 2% have said they have been with us almost since the beginning in 2010. So thank you so very much for that 2%, for your continued support. And for those of you who selected A, you chose a fantastic event. All SBIA events are fantastic, but this one is extra phenomenal because of the 3 centers. And hopefully next time you'll be able to select B. Now this poll, because it's so early in the morning, we recognize that not everyone is logged in as yet. This poll will also be available during the breaks today and tomorrow so that everyone will have an opportunity to participate. Thank you. Now, moving on, at this point, I would like to acknowledge those who are instrumental in making this event possible. And there are so many individuals who have contributed, but I can only display a few names here. I also wish to thank our speakers and panelists for their continued commitment to this effort. To all my fellow DDIers who respond to SBIA inquiries day in and day out. And I dare say many of you in the audience may have already interacted with DDI, whether by phone or email. If not, then definitely after this conference, you will have you have a resource to contact. Thanks to everyone who worked behind the scenes in various roles and continue to work behind the scenes, especially to our team of technical experts who make everything run seemingly effortlessly. To the hardworking staff on our Division of Learning and Organizational Development, who reviewed and approved our healthcare professional CEs, to our SBIA team for the commitment to our work. But really and truly, most of all, our heartfelt gratitude to you who took the time out to attend this event, regardless of the inconvenience of the various time zones. We do not take this dedication lightly, and it is because of you that we are all here this week. We bring you this 5-day completely free event with an unsurpassed cast of FDA subject matter experts, sharing their knowledge on scientific, technical, and regulatory topics. And I again entreat you to make the most of this experience. Attend all the sessions that interest you. Learn all that you can. Submit your questions during the available Q&A sessions. Do your networking in the chat pod. And most of all, enjoy the next 5 days, or however many days you can actually attend. And one thing I need to emphasize, though, is that only those attendees who register and attend via Adobe Connect will be able to submit questions to our speakers and also be able to be eligible for healthcare professional CEs. A very special recognition and introduction to my SBIA colleagues, Captain Ray Ford and Lieutenant Commander Renu Lal, who will be your hosts over the next 2 days for the Cedar Trap. And now, I am sure you are ready for us to launch fully into the day's agenda. I am honored to have the privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Robert M. Califf, who is the Commissioner of Food and Drugs and was sworn in on February 17, 2022. Previously, Dr. Califf served as Commissioner of Food and Drugs from February 2016 to January 2017. As the top official of the FDA, Dr. Califf is committed to strengthening programs and policies that enable the agency to carry out its mission to protect and promote the public health. Dr. Califf served as the FDA's Deputy Commissioner for Medical Products and Tobacco from February 2015 until his first appointment as Commissioner in February 2016. Now, please, let us welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Robert Califf.
Thanks, Captain Stoddard. I'm delighted to be with you once again for this year's Small Business and Industry Assistance Regulatory Education for Industry Conference. This meeting represents an integral aspect of the FDA mission that doesn't get enough attention: the critical support and guidance we provide to businesses, especially smaller businesses, who are involved in the development of new medical products in the areas we regulate. How we communicate with you can make a big difference in your work. Whether you succeed and the speed of reaching a conclusion in product development depend increasingly on communication throughout the life cycle of product development. We support you by providing information and resources that can reduce development time, save money, prevent waste or duplication, and ultimately speed the development of essential and potentially groundbreaking medical products. Developers such as yourselves share a focus with us on advancing and supporting scientific innovation. Of course, we have the challenge of oversight and regulatory responsibilities over a vast range of medical products involving 3 different centers: our Center for Devices, our Center for Drugs, and our Center for Biologics, as well as many other offices across the agency. I'm pleased that once again this year, all 3 centers are represented at this conference, offering you the chance to hear from and converse with our expert staff. I should add, from a personal perspective, having been involved with product development in a number of different capacities, including a variety of relationships with startup companies, portfolio selection and venture funding from larger companies, and a good portion of my career focused on clinical research and efforts to strengthen the process by which evidence is generated to evaluate risks and benefits of products, that I especially appreciate the vital role that appropriate interactions with FDA regulators can play during the medical product development process. I'd further suggest that this role has grown in importance in recent years as we, that is developers like yourselves and we at the FDA, have worked to embrace the truly revolutionary scientific and technological advances before us. We're lucky to be living and working in a time of unprecedented scientific, medical, and technological breakthroughs. We have a deepening understanding of the underlying mechanisms of disease and human biology, genetics and genomics, and the enormous opportunities afforded through the development and application of new technologies, including the expanded ability to digitally collect, review, and share data. These technological advances allow us to envision, explore, and realize unprecedented new approaches for preventing and treating a wider range of previously untreatable diseases. I know that, like the scientists and regulators at the FDA, each of you face challenges in keeping up with these advances. The U.S. continues to be the #1 innovator in medical products, producing drugs, biologics, tests, and devices that fuel healthcare around the world. And I'm proud that the FDA plays a key role in supporting and spurring these developments. But it's important, and in fact necessary, that we don't rest on past successes. To retain our leadership, we need to continue to strengthen our structures, methods, data collection, and science to allow us to be even more efficient, adaptive, and effective in the exercise of our regulatory responsibilities. And importantly, we need to work with developers, though not simply in support of innovation for innovation's sake. There must be an end goal that's focused on patients and consumers. Indeed, it's the essence of the FDA's regulatory role to help ensure that scientific breakthroughs are translated into viable, safe, and effective products that make a meaningful difference for patients and their families. This meeting is designed to provide you opportunities to focus on your specific needs in furtherance of this goal. And over the next several days, your participation will help ensure that we can meet our responsibility to support you in your scientific research innovation. This morning, I want to give you a brief summary of some of the extraordinary work and achievements of our human medical product centers. But being brief is challenging when it comes to speaking about what the FDA does. There's much going on in so many different areas. It's no coincidence that this meeting is stretched over several days. I'll start by mentioning the important role that user fees play in all our priorities and all our medical product centers, helping us keep up with the many scientific developments that drive innovation. Let me begin with the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. The latest iteration of the Prescription Drug User Fee Law, or PDUFA, has had a significant impact on a number of CDER programs, including efforts to expand the use of digital health technologies, real-world evidence, a rare disease endpoint program, several new programs for enhancing regulatory review, and new meeting types that should add more flexibility in the type of meetings we hold with industry. We're focused on putting these programs in place so we can ensure their continued success over the next several years, as well as strengthening our efficiency to meet our review and procedural goals. For example, the New Drugs Regulatory Program, or NDRP, modernization effort, is a cross-CDER program focused on improving the efficiency and effectiveness of our regulatory review process. The agency's real-world evidence program provides an optional pathway for sponsors submitting RWE proposals designed to improve the quality and acceptability of RWE-based approaches that can meet regulatory requirements in support of labeling for effectiveness or for meeting post-approval study requirements. Other priority initiatives include the Accelerating Rare Disease Cures, or ARC program, designed to advance the development of drug products to address unmet medical needs for patients with rare diseases, and a focus on digital health technologies, which offer a vast array of potential benefits in the development of medical products. As the world enters the fourth industrial revolution, in which rich and diverse sources of digital data are available at scale in real time, with potentially unlimited storage capacity, these data are becoming widely available as part of the clinical care system. Digital health technologies, or DHTs, provide opportunities to foster more efficient conduct of clinical investigations. For instance, DHTs can facilitate the conduct of decentralized clinical trials, where data can be remotely recorded and analyzed directly from participants as part of everyday tasks wherever the participants may be, such as home, school, work, or outdoors. And the use of DHTs in a clinical investigation can help improve patient access to and participation in clinical investigations by potentially reducing the burden of required visits to a research site. Let me also briefly mention important work being done in biosimilars. The FDA has been conducting applied research on pharmacodynamic biomarkers to help facilitate biosimilar product development. This research includes clinical pharmacology studies in which participants receive varying doses of a biological product, and investigators determine the biomarker's response. The FDA and outside researchers have worked to identify and evaluate biomarkers in placebo-controlled studies using advanced technologies and simulations. We also released a BioSimilar 3 regulatory science pilot program, a research roadmap, to provide additional information about the biosimilar regulatory science research pilot program. I'll turn next to our Center for Biologics. As you know, CBER was at the center of the FDA's efforts to respond to many of the demands we faced during the pandemic. And they've continued to meet the emergency demands involved with reviewing investigational new drug submissions, emergency use authorization requests, and biological license applications for vaccines to prevent COVID-19. Just this April, for example, CBER amended the emergency use authorizations of the Moderna and Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 bivalent mRNA vaccines to simplify the vaccination schedule for most individuals. CBER also continues to work to improve health outcomes for people affected by other infectious pathogens by facilitating development of other biological products. This includes other vaccines, blood products, allergenic therapies, bacteriophage therapies, and cellular gene and tissue-based therapies, and xenotransplantation products. The range of work is impressive. It runs from the approval of a respiratory syncytial virus vaccine for active immunization for the prevention of a highly contagious lower respiratory tract disease that leads to approximately 60 to 120,000 hospitalizations and 6,000 to 10,000 deaths among adults 65 years of age and older, to the approval of the first fecal microbiota product approved by the FDA for the prevention of recurrence of Clostridioides difficile infection. And CBER is also heavily involved in the advancement of gene therapy. 5 of its novel approvals over the past year have been for gene therapy products. This activity underscores the enormous promise in this area, with profound implications for the development of new treatments and cures for human disease, as well as across the entire spectrum of humans, animals, and plants. Our work in this area, as with much of what we do on medical products, does not simply involve looking at products for review, but also following up to make sure the public understands what's involved with these new therapies and that they are protected from unproven, potentially unsafe, or low-quality treatments. For instance, to reduce misinformation and promote patient engagement and understanding of the cellular and gene therapies, CBER's Office of Therapeutic Products has been strengthening its outreach and engagement activities and building new mechanisms to reach its diverse stakeholders. This includes workshops for patients and advocates and public listening meetings. And at the other end of the spectrum, CBER's Office of Compliance and Biologics Quality has issued a number of compliance actions involving stem cell and related products, as well as letters to clinics, healthcare providers, and manufacturers identified as involved in offering unapproved regenerative medicine products. It's a one-stop shop. Finally, let me turn to the work of our Center for Devices and Radiologic Health, which oversees more than 238,000 different types of devices that are made in over 27,000 manufacturing facilities worldwide. That's an enormous responsibility. And as I mentioned at the outset, user fees have played a key role in the evolution of the FDA's devices program. The most recent version of the Medical Device User Fee Law, or PDUFA V, is a monumental reauthorization package that includes not only a continuation of device user fees, but also a substantial investment in the future of the agency's medical device program. Over the course of the evolution of the user fee law, the FDA and industry have worked successfully to improve patient access to medical devices and to streamline regulatory processes. while assuring the safety and effectiveness of devices that patients and healthcare providers depend upon. And PDUFA V provides opportunities for the FDA to explore ways to improve patient science tools to advance health equity, helping to ensure all patients in the U.S. have access to safe and effective medical devices appropriate for our diverse population. I'll mention just one specific component of PDUFA, the Total Product Lifecycle Advisory Program, or TAP pilot. Jeff Shuren will be speaking to you about TAP in more detail, but I wanted to underscore the importance of this program, which provides industry with earlier and more frequent interactions with CDRH, more strategic input for stakeholders, and proactive strategic advice from CDRH to spur more rapid development of high-quality, safe, effective, and innovative medical devices first in the world that are critical to public health and that will lower the risk of medical devices. TAP will help assure that device developers have a clear, predictable path to market so that patients have timely access to new devices. We believe it'll help innovators avoid pitfalls in early product development, better ensure a clear, predictable path to market from development to bedside, so that devices actually reach patients, and will continue to foster the innovation pipeline. Let me also briefly mention two other groundbreaking developments CDRH was involved with this year. The first is a final rule establishing a new category of over-the-counter hearing aids, which allows certain hearing aids to be sold directly to consumers in stores or online without a medical exam or a fitting by an audiologist. The rule creates greater access and innovation for hearing aids, allowing patients more affordable and equitable access to these high-impact devices. The second involves the updates we published to the mammography regulations that include strengthening the FDA's oversight and enforcement of facilities and help interpreting physicians better categorize and assess mammograms. This action is the latest iteration of the agency's longstanding commitment to support innovation to prevent, detect, and treat cancer under the authority of the Mammography Quality Standards Act, and truly reflects the FDA's mission to protect and promote public health. I'll close by mentioning another CDRH strategic priority: to incorporate the voice of patients through its patient science and engagement program. I mention it because the focus of this important initiative is not reserved to CDRH. Incorporating the perspectives and experiences of patients to make sure the evidence reflects what matters most to and is most effective for these patients and their caregivers is something that we are involved with across the agency. It seems obvious that if we want essential insights about what it's like to live with a disease, the outcomes that matter, and the adequacy of treatment options, we should ask people who are living with a problem or at risk of experiencing the problem, both patients and caregivers. Our goal is to be able to design a more accurate, more complete benefit-risk framework that helps us to better evaluate the safety and effectiveness of a medical product across the vast expanse of patients and consumers with different values, different education levels, and living in different healthcare environments. We need to assure that the experience of living with the disease is factored explicitly into development programs for all medical products, including measures of benefit and harms within clinical trials. As I think you can see, there's no shortage of exciting and valuable FDA initiatives and programs that are making a difference. Time has allowed me just to touch on a few recent developments. Luckily, all of you have 5 days to immerse yourself in these and other topics. I hope you'll have an enjoyable and rewarding meeting. And speaking for the outstanding FDA staff, I know they look forward to working with you both during this conference and in the future to apply the strongest science and the most rigorous data to achieve the best possible outcomes for the patients we care about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
informative overview of the important initiatives being undertaken by the three centers and how they relate to our audience. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce my CDRH colleague, Elias Malice, who has co-hosted this REdI event with us since 2012. As customary, Elias will conduct this year's plenary session in his role as the moderator. Mr. Malice began his 29-year FDA career in 1994 and devoted the next 17 years to the Office of Device Evaluation, where he conducted regulatory review and developed policy for a diverse range of medical device programs, such as 510Ks, IDEs, PMAs, and HDEs. He has held many varied leadership positions throughout the years and currently serves as the Director of the Division of Industry and Consumer Education in the Office of Communication and Education in the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, a position he has held since 2011. Mr. Malice leads the division whose mission is to educate industry and consumer stakeholders with understandable and accessible science-based regulatory information about medical devices and radiation-emitting electronic products. Please, let us welcome Elias Malice.
Thank you, Brenda, and a hearty thanks to everyone for joining us for REdI 2023. It's great to be with you once again for our 12th year. Now, for our global audience, whether you're following us on YouTube Live or are joining us through the FDA website, it's truly my distinct pleasure to give you a warm welcome to the REdI Annual Conference. And I'm honored to serve as your moderator for this year's plenary session. It's a time-honored REdI tradition to kick off the technical portion of the 5-day conference with the plenary session. This is where all attendees from all the program tracks come together for the one time during the conference for a specific topic that connects us all. It's always a creative challenge and opportunity to select the right topic for the plenary each year, a theme that connects drug, device, and biologics regulatory policy. Now, for those of you who've been with us over the years, you might recall some of the topics we've covered in the past. Combination products, rare disease treatments, and real-world evidence. And for the past 2 years, we've focused on FDA's public health response to the COVID-19 pandemic, featuring the 3 esteemed center directors from CDRH, CDER, and CBER. MDUFA, PDUFA, GDUFA, and BASUFA. Now, these aren't phrases you'll find in a child's nursery rhyme. Instead, these words are featured in this year's plenary session. These words are actually acronyms for the family of FDA user fee programs, also endearingly known as UFAs. User fees have served as a vital pipeline of resources for the agency, the earliest of which go back to the 1990s. And these programs renew every 5 years. As good timing would have it, the FDA renewed our most recent round of user fee programs in October 2022. So we thought this would be great timing to give you an update. And we're especially fortunate that we'll once again be joined by the 3 center directors who'll provide updates on the user fee programs for their respective centers. We'll hear from Dr. Jeff Shuren, Director of the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, or CDRH. Dr. Patrizia Cavazzoni, Director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, or CDER. And finally, Dr. Peter Marks, Director of the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, or CBER. It's my pleasure to now introduce you to Dr. Jeff Shuren, who will get things started for us today. Dr. Shuren has been the director for CDRH since 2009. Over this extensive time, he has provided executive leadership to advance device innovation and advance the safety and effectiveness of medical devices and radiation-emitting products. Again, thank you all for joining us at REdI 2023 and this year's plenary session titled User Fee Impact on FDA Programs. let's now hear from Jeff.
Well, thank you, Elias. And let me add my welcome to all of you to FDA's Small Business REdI Annual Conference. One of the FDA's user-fee programs is for medical devices, the Medical Device User Fee Amendments, or PDUFA program. PDUFA just celebrated its 20th anniversary. You know, when it started 20 years ago, the main focus was providing additional resources to the FDA so we could perform pre-market review in a more timely manner. And over the next 2 iterations of PDUFA, we continued to refine the goals and the program. And then with PDUFA IV, we started to focus in on other areas important in pre-market review, and then PDUFA V truly takes it to the next level. Under PDUFA V, we still have performance goals, and they're a little tougher this go-round, and additional resources so we can conduct more pre-submission meetings. We know how important it is to developers to have the opportunity to talk with our reviewers and get their feedback. And under the pre-submission program, you can send in your questions, and we'll provide a written response and the opportunity to meet within 70 days of receiving that request. And the PDUFA V program covers so much more. So I'm going to take a few minutes and unpack it for you. In PDUFA IV, we received funding to start a pilot that's called the Accreditation Scheme for Conformity Assessment, or ASCA. Now, under that pilot, we would identify accreditation bodies who would accredit laboratories to conduct conformity assessment testing against international and national consensus-based standards that are recognized by the FDA for purposes of this pilot. And the value of such an undertaking is that if we have high confidence in the laboratory who's doing the assessment, then we don't need to look at the raw data. We can just focus on a summary, which reduces a lot of time that we have to spend in our review. And for the company, they have higher confidence that the data they submit will be accepted by the FDA. Well, it turns out the pilot was wildly successful. And as a result, PDUFA V now expands, and it's going to turn it into a permanent program. So I would check it out, and if you have a device that's coming to us for review and you might be able to take advantage of one of those applicable standards, then I would certainly consider participating in the ASCA program. PDUFA V also, for the very first time, provides funding support to expand our capabilities to advance international harmonization. We know that in the global marketplace, it becomes ever more important that we converge and optimally harmonize requirements across at least major countries so that developers have easier access into the marketplaces. As part of our commitments, later this year, we're going to put out a draft strategic plan highlighting some of the important areas we're going to focus on over the next 5 years. PDUFA V also provides funding and support to continue to expand our patient science and engagement program. We've been on an over 10-year journey to better incorporate and understand the voice of patients in the work that we do. Early on, we started to focus on methods to better understand and to quantify patient perspectives, such as the benefit-risk trade-offs that patients are willing to make around particular medical devices, what we call patient preference studies, as well as the development of patient-reported outcomes so that we're measuring things that are most important to patients. And with PDUFA IV, we were able to expand that program, and under PDUFA V, we're going to further invest in our capabilities. Under PDUFA V, we're going to update some of our policies, like patient preference information guidance, and we're going to expand our activities around patient-generated health data to advance the use of remote clinical trials, and thereby also advance health equity by providing easier and greater opportunities for diverse populations to engage in evidence generation, particularly for clinical trials. PDUFA V also continues to support our efforts on real-world evidence. Starting over a decade ago, we began to focus on creating more infrastructure and assuring that real-world data would be fit for purpose to be leveraged for regulatory purposes. It includes issuing guidance that laid out the factors for consideration to determine whether or not real-world data and the evidence generated as a result could be used to inform FDA decision-making. Part of those efforts was to establish what's called the National Evaluation System for Health Technology, or NEST. NEST is an attempt to build better infrastructure and greater efficiencies so that real-world evidence can be generated and used more often within our ecosystem. And NEST now is transitioning. It already has a series of data partners who then provide data consistent with a common data model. But now NEST is moving over to more of a general contractor approach, where they are leveraging third parties as needed to provide additional capabilities, such as around data extraction and data curation, platform for analysis, and then conducting those analyses to answer important questions for their customers, including those that may be important for the FDA, but also NEST is intended to answer questions that are important for providers and patients to assure safe use of devices, as well as to help inform payers around coverage and reimbursement decisions. Under PDUFA V, we'll continue to support those activities. We'll update our real-world evidence guidance, and we'll expand and develop real-world evidence methods and policies for pre-market submissions, so we continue to increase the opportunities to leverage real-world evidence in our pre-market decisions, as well as our post-market determinations. PDUFA V also supports our digital health program. This, too, has been on a journey for over a decade. The current statutory framework for medical devices is 47 years old, and it's not fit for purpose for many of today's modern technologies, particularly those that are software-based, like digital health technologies. Recognizing this, over a decade ago, we began to revisit our policies and sort of right-size them under our current authorities to be better suited for digital health technologies. Under PDUFA IV, we received funding to help build a digital health center of excellence. And that center has focused on looking at more innovative approaches to the oversight of digital health technologies. For example, we ran a pilot on what's called pre-certification, where we were looking at key capabilities of manufacturers and opportunities to leverage our understanding of those capabilities in lieu of performing the full deep dive into technologies on a technology by technology basis. The center has also put out several important policies, more recently final guidance on clinical decision support software, and also a growing focus on artificial intelligence and machine learning. Under PDUFA V, we committed to issue a draft guidance for what's called predetermined change control plans. In fact, we issued this draft guidance at the end of March. And here's the idea, that for certain kinds of modifications, a developer can identify those for the FDA and how they would go ahead and verify and validate those modifications. And if we agree that that's a good plan, then the developer can go ahead, make those modifications in the future as long as they follow the plan, and not have to come back to the FDA for another pre-market review. We've also committed to issue final guidance on submissions for device software. And finally, PDUFA supports a very exciting pilot for what's called the Total Product Lifecycle Advisory Program, or TAP. If you're a developer, trying to get to the market is really filled with pitfalls and traps. It's a game of chutes and ladders, where you not only have to get through the FDA for marketing authorization, but coverage and reimbursement by payers, and ultimately adoption in the marketplace by providers and patients. As I mentioned, PDUFA early on was very much focused on streamlining pre-market review. And yet we know that if you get everything right before you come in the door with your pre-market submission, the review of that submission should go very smoothly. So what TAP is about is addressing those kinds of challenges, essentially the valley of death, going from concept to commercialization. TAP is intended to reduce the time and cost and increase the predictability of that valley of death to help spur more rapid development and more rapid and widespread patient access to safe, effective, high-quality medical devices of public health importance. The way we go about it is three ways. First off, creating a new position, what we call the TAP advisor. Now, I mentioned that there's the opportunity today to seek advice from the FDA through pre-submission meetings. But those are kind of stage-gated. You send in your questions, and then within 70 days, we'll provide you with a response, and we'll meet with you. If you have more questions, you throw them back over the transom, and that process starts all over again. The TAP advisor, rather than just simply reacting to what companies are asking about, will engage proactively and strategically. We'll even independently reach out to the developer to start to identify what are going to be the key challenges and questions that need to be addressed, and then strategize on how best to do that to be successful. Secondly, we're expanding our review capacity so that we have the opportunity to engage in much faster than that 70-day sort of stage gate approach. Ultimately, we'd like to make this more real or near real time to be able to answer questions. And then third, we know how important it is that developers understand the perspectives of providers and patients when they're designing their technology so that it best meets the value proposition for them, as well as thinking about the design on clinical studies so they're best suited for patient participation. Also, it's important to get the perspective of payers. Therefore, under the TAP pilot, we essentially offer a menu of services, and that includes, if interested, the opportunity to be connected with the key patient groups, provider groups, and payers so that you can develop the best strategy for how to get from concept to commercialization and do that as efficiently as possible. That TAP pilot was just launched in January, and as we committed to do, we're starting with just one Office of Health Technology. So we're beginning with cardiovascular devices, and in the first year, we'll enroll up to 15. Already, we've enrolled 4 companies and 4 technologies, so essentially, we're off to the races. And you can see on the slide how this will progress over the course of PDUFA V as we expand to other technology types and have more participants in the program. To be eligible, you need to receive a designation as a breakthrough device and not have engaged with the program in a formal manner. So you've not had a pre-submission meeting. And if you're eligible to be a part of TAP, I highly encourage you to do so because you'll have that opportunity for back and forth interactions to engage proactively and strategically, to be connected with other key groups if you're interested, and in fact to help mold that program because we're innovative in our approach as well. We're going to keep iterating our prototype for TAP over the next few years. And then, of course, we'll assess its performance, and that will help inform where we go in PDUFA VI. I know I throw a lot of acronyms at you, and you'll see those in the slides as well, so I gave you a handy-dandy cheat sheet that you can use when you go back over them. So finally, in summary, we have been incorporating the lessons learned from previous cycles into how the PDUFA program has evolved. And the user fees that we collect are going to allow us to meet the needs of our customers and drive innovation into the future. So with that, I'll say thank you and really appreciate your attendance at today's conference.
Thank you, Jeff, for your remarks on how CDRH has implemented user fees to support our various medical device programs. Let's now continue this discussion and learn about the impact of user fees on FDA's drug programs. Dr. Patrizia Cavazzoni is the director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, or CDER, since 2019. In her role, Dr. Cavazzoni provides executive leadership to advance CDER's mission to ensure that safe, effective, and high-quality drugs are available to the public. Thank you, Patrizia.
Thank you, Elias, for that kind introduction. I'm very pleased to be here today to talk about the impact of the user fee program from a CDER standpoint. So the user fee amendments have really made a very big difference when it comes to our review programs. Before the enactment of PDUFA in 1992, the agency lacked sufficient staff to perform timely reviews or develop procedures and standards to ensure a consistent and predictable pre-market review process. As a result of that, America's access to innovative new medicine often lagged behind other countries. The user fee programs have enabled the agency to speed the application review process without compromising FDA's high standards for new drug review for safety, efficacy, and quality. The 5-year reauthorization cycles support continuous program innovation, evaluation, and improvement. The enhancements improve potentials for first cycle approvals as well as getting safe and effective drugs to patients sooner. With these enhancements, the United States continues to be a global leader in drug innovation, and Americans are now typically the first to benefit from new, safe, and effective medicines. So what you see on this graph is the share of new active substances that were launched on the world market by region. As you see, the U.S. is way ahead of other regions. And as I said earlier, this is largely the impact of the user fee programs. Now let me get into PDUFA VII. As I'm sure you have heard from Dr. Marks, when it comes to CBER, one of the major highlights for PDUFA VII is enhancement of resources when it comes to the review of innovative products in gene and cell therapies. On the pre-market review front, we're also going to see, as part of PDUFA VII, the introduction of new approaches to improve the efficiency and expand the communications in the Human Drug Review Program. We're also seeing continuing enhancement when it comes to the application of innovative methods and tools to enhance regulatory decision-making, such as, for instance, digital health technologies. And last but not least, there are enhancements in PDUFA VII that will facilitate the review of manufacturing supplements, particularly for areas of unmet medical need. Additional highlights on the post-market review front include some changes when it comes to the review of REMS, as well as other areas in post-market review. As I mentioned earlier, there are some enhancements that are really focused on the adoptions of digital health technology and informatics. The program continues on its path to enhance financial management and the transparency on the financial management and resource management. And last but not least, a big focus of PDUFA VII, as in previous PDUFA cycles, is the focus on strategic hiring and retention of world-class technical and scientific staff. Now let me focus on one particular program under PDUFA VII. This is a new pilot program that will focus on the advancement of endpoints in rare diseases. And as part of this commitment under PDUFA VII, this new pilot seeks to advance a rare disease drug development program by providing a mechanism for sponsors to collaborate with FDA throughout the efficacy endpoint development process and as early as possible in development. And this new program will promote innovation and evolving science by beginning early conversations very early in the development process, as ideally in the pre-IND space, between FDA and sponsors on potential new endpoints for rare diseases, including endpoints that might support accelerated approval. And in addition to this, FDA will issue guidance documents, will run public workshops, and will develop a public-facing website. And all of this is really aimed at facilitating and accelerating the development for endpoints in rare diseases, as we know that there is still a huge unmet medical need in hundreds and hundreds of rare diseases. Now, I'm going to do a little detour beyond PDUFA VII to talk about a new program at CDER that is really very complementary and, if anything, will actually turbo boost our commitments under rare diseases in PDUFA VII. And this is the ARC program, or the Accelerating Rare Disease Cures program. This program was set up at CDER with the vision to speed and increase the development of effective and treatment options for rare diseases in this area of huge unmet medical need. And so we set up this program to really create the connective tissue across all the disciplines disciplines within CDER that are involved in the development and regulation of drugs for rare diseases to really turbo boost our efforts in this space. And obviously, this includes our PDUFA VII commitments. Now let me switch gears to the biosimilar program. As you will see in this chart, the biosimilar program since its inception has really led to significant savings when it comes to drug costs, in 2021 reaching $7 billion in the US. So now let me walk you through some of the enhancements under PDUFA III. First, PDUFA III introduces some new supplement types and also some expedited review timelines for certain types of supplements. And this is all pointed at reviewing applications for biosimilars faster and more efficiently so that we bring these very important drugs to market and really facilitate the access to biosimilars and biologics for patients. PDUFA III also includes some enhancements when it comes to meeting management and communications, and really adopts some of the best practices from PDUFA VII, keeping in mind that PDUFA III is a much younger program, and so we are seeing PDUFA III really following in the steps of the PDUFA program. As in the PDUFA program, we're also seeing some enhancements when it comes to pre-licensure inspections, some enhancement when it comes to the review of human factor studies, and also some very focused efforts to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness of how we make decisions about interchangeability, which is a very important aspect of the biosimilar program, and also the introduction of a new pilot program to enhance regulatory decision-making and facilitate science-based recommendations, and I will tell you more about this program in the next slides. As with PDUFA, the PDUFA III commitment letter includes also elements related to financial management and transparency, hiring and retention of staff, as well as information technology. Now, let me tell you more about this new PDUFA regulatory science program. We're very excited about this pilot, which really is similar to the very successful regulatory science program that we have had under the generic user fee program, and I will touch on that a little bit later. So this PDUFA III regulatory science pilot program is broadly applicable to biosimilar and interchangeable biological product development. However, within this program, there are two areas of particular focus, which will be the subject of demonstration projects. The first one is the advancement of development of interchangeable products. This is extremely important when it comes to the adoption of biosimilar programs. Why? Because we want to get to the point where biosimilars are interchangeable at the pharmacy, as currently is the case for generics. And in order to do that, we really have to study some scientific approaches to making determinations of interchangeability more efficient and effective and take less time and effort. And second, we will also have a demonstration projects around improving the efficiency of biosimilar product development, including seeing whether we require sort of less onerous clinical trials and be able to make decisions in biosimilarity with relatively less clinical information. As part of this regulatory science programs, FDA has committed to hold public meetings before October 2025 to review the progress of this pilot program and to solicit input on future priorities. FDA will also issue an interim report on the progress of this pilot and will publish a final summary report on the outcome of this pilot by 2027. As one of the deliverables, FDA has also committed to publish a comprehensive strategy document within 12 months of completing these demonstration projects. Now let me switch over to PDUFA III. Now, the generic drug program has had a huge impact on the access of drugs for the American people and has generated a huge savings when it comes to drugs in our country. In 2021, as an example, generic drugs generated $365 billion in savings. And the top three conditions that have generated savings for patients, payers, and the entire healthcare system by using generics instead of branded medicines are really three major areas: heart disease, mental health illness, and diabetes. These are all therapeutic areas that include diseases that are very highly prevalent in our country and in the world, and it's not surprising that these are the areas where we have seen the most savings. And to give you another important figure, generics represent only about 3% of total healthcare spending, for a huge impact on sort of the wellness of the American people. The generic drug program has increased access by introducing more treatment choices at a more affordable price, spurring competition, which also has a beneficial impact on pricing. The more competition, the lower the prices, and also, as I mentioned earlier, in lowering costs for the healthcare system. Now, let's cover some of the PDUFA III highlights. One area that I want to really flag is the goal of increasing the proportion of generic drugs that are approved after only one cycle of review. And historically, for most of the generic drug applications, it has taken more than one review cycle. And of course, after each review cycle entails more and more additional months before the drug is approved. And so one of the major goals is to minimize the issuance of complete response letters and getting to a point when we approve drugs with the first cycle, including some sort of additional tools under the PDUFA III program. There will also be some enhancements to refine the pre-facility correspondence process and to sort of expand control correspondence. Other highlights under PDUFA III include expanded opportunities for early assessment of drug master files before certain priority ANDAs are submitted in between review cycles. Again, this is pointed to trying to do work sort of upfront so that we minimize the delays in application review. There's also some continued enhancements to the well-established regulatory science program, which I mentioned earlier on when I was speaking about BSUFA regulatory science program. And this program, as I will tell you a little bit later, really continues to be particularly pointed on expediting the development of complex generic drugs. There's also some new goals for suitability petitions, as well as enhancements of the management of user fee resources. Now let me talk a little bit about the communication and review enhancements around the review of generic drug applications. As I mentioned earlier, we really want to see the number of review cycles reduced through the use of imminent approval and goal date extensions, which are new elements of the PDUFA III commitment letter, so that we're able to resolve major or minor issues that may arise during an application without necessarily having to issue a complete response letter and then having to start a new review cycle. There are also some revisions to the pre-submission facility correspondence pathway that we think will really further streamline the review of facilities as part of the application. And we are also going to see an expansion of options for advice after a sponsor receives a complete response letter by adding to the scope of control correspondence and the post-control complete response letter scientific conferences in certain situations. And this is again to improve the communication between FDA and sponsors in those situations where we have no option but to issue a complete response letter, but we also want to make sure that the application is resubmitted quickly and that the sponsor has everything in hand to be able to address the deficiencies in the complete response letter. Other enhancements under PDUFA III include new goals around the responses to suitability petitions to facilitate the development of new ANDAs, and this will make it easier, for instance, for applicants to request different routes of administrations, strength and dosage form with more tighter and shorter timelines for FDA to respond. And there will also be some opportunities for teleconferences, correspondence, and scientific meetings when there are changes in product-specific guidances that impact ongoing bioequivalent studies, which has been a sort of a pain point for industry, and understandably, because these changes in product-specific guidances, which in the generic program represent, how-to recipe to achieve sort of bioequivalence for a specific product, may happen while there is a development program underway. And so this could cause some disruption and confusion for sponsors. And so we really want to make sure that there is an opportunity to have these meetings to achieve sort of greater clarity as to what the new requirements might be. Now, let me speak a little bit more about product-specific guidances. They're extremely important for the generic program. They are really a roadmap on a product-by-product basis to tell sponsors what the expectations are when it comes to achieving bioequivalence, which is really the cornerstone for generic development. In 2022, CDER issued 257 product-specific guidances, and very important, 154 of those are for complex products, including 54 product-specific guidances for complex products. In total, CDER has issued over 2,000 product-specific guidances, and I cannot emphasize enough the importance of these guidances for complex generics. Why? Because these are products that are more difficult to develop. It is more difficult to achieve bioequivalence, and so it is critically important that we continue to issue product-specific guidances for complex generics, and PDUFA III has some specific goals around that. Now, as I said earlier, the complex generic space is extremely important. And if you look at the sort of pipeline of products, we can expect that complex generics will represent a greater and greater proportion of products for under development by the generic industry. And so PDUFA III really recognizes the increasing importance of complex products and introduces some enhancements that really point at making the development of these products easier. So for instance, there is a new goal under PDUFA III that establishes new teleconferences of meetings when a product-specific guidance impacts ongoing bioequivalent studies. There is going to be a greater focus on pre-submission meetings on key issues under review for a complex generic. There is going to be more enhanced scientific mid-cycle meetings with the goal of resolving more substantial issues within a single review cycle without having to start all over again and have more review cycles. And then very importantly, PDUFA III establishes these new post-complete response letter meetings to immediately sort of discuss with the sponsor how to really solve for the deficiencies and be able then to submit a new application as quickly as possible. Now, let me talk more about the science and research program under PDUFA. This is a very successful program that has been in place now from previous cycles. So what PDUFA III does is it adds some areas of focus, and these areas of focus include the development of methods for generics to address nitrosamine impurities, which is a very important area for us. And we're seeing more and more generic applications that have to be where we have to issue a complete response letter because of the presence of nitrosamine or nitrosocompound impurities. So it's very important that we study and we develop methods to address these impurities so that they don't hold up the approval of applications. And then other areas of renewed focus under the science and research program is complex generics. And as you can see, there are a host of new areas of focus to improve the efficiency of bioequivalence approaches for complex dosage forms and formulations or for complex drug-device combination products. So in summary, from CDER's perspective, this new cycle of user fee is going to really introduce some very excitement enhancements that will continue sort of to advance innovation as well as support the rigor of our review program through new initiatives and processes. The efforts will cascade throughout various CDER programs, including research efforts and collaboration with industry. And finally, The user fee programs will continue to ensure that FDA remains a global leader when it comes to innovation and bringing new therapies to patients in areas of unmet medical needs, as well as making these therapies more affordable. Thank you for your attention today.
Patrizia, thank you for your insights on the impact of user fees on the various programs at CDER. Let's now conclude our presentation segment with an update on vaccines and biologics with Dr. Peter Marks. Dr. Marks has been the director of the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research since 2019. Over this time, he has overseen CBER's efforts in assuring the safety and effectiveness of biological products, including vaccines, allergenic products, blood and blood products, and cellular, tissue, and gene therapies. Let's now hear from Peter and his perspective on the user fee impact on various CBER programs.
So now that you've heard from Dr. Shurin and Cavazzoni about the various user fees, it allows me to tell you how the user fees impact on our work at CBER, and particularly to give you an example of how one of the areas that we work in relate to the user fees. CBER products include a variety of biologic products, including blood products, vaccines, allergenic products, and cell, tissue, and gene therapies. So a pretty wide span of different biologic products, some of which have relatively complex manufacturing requirements for their production. The user fee programs at CBER include 4 of the user fees that you've heard about. Most of our work is under the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, but we do have some devices that are under PDUFA, a little bit of work that's under PDUFA, and a small amount of work under GDUFA. So primarily our work is under the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, but we do have some devices, many of those in the area of blood or tissue, either testing or production. One of the areas at CBER that has undergone tremendous growth over the past years have been cell and gene therapy. And you can see here on the slide that the growth in this area has been year over year until relatively recently. And recently, obviously, we had the pandemic, which may have been responsible for a little bit of the slowdown. But on the right side of this illustration, you can see that we continue to receive a tremendous number of amendments that go with our investigational new drug applications. So continued growth here with approximately 2,500 active investigational new drug applications in the cell and gene therapy space. And that does indeed keep us busy. What we've seen now is those investigational new drug applications are turning into real products. Over the past year and in 2022, we have had 5 gene therapy approvals, adding on to the 7 before that. So we now have an even dozen products that are approved at FDA in the gene therapy space. These include cell-based gene therapies, including the chimeric antigen receptor T cells and the modified stem cell therapies, and the directly administered gene therapies, either locally administered for hereditary eye disorder, or for one of them, or systemically administered for hemophilia or for rare genetic diseases such as spinal muscular atrophy. Now, in the PDUFA commitments, there are various areas that apply to our center, particularly those in advanced manufacturing, patient-focused development, reviewer training, and staffing. And there are actually also additional directives that are part of the FDA Reform Act of 2022. Our center, because of the focus on biologics manufacturing, has a variety of initiatives in this area to try to improve manufacturing, which is a key aspect of the production of our products. Now, our PDUFA commitments also include targeted hiring in the area of cell and gene therapy. This is critical because in order to provide the advice necessary for these cutting-edge products, we have to have a sufficient number of staff. And we're lucky enough through the recent user fee reauthorization to have about 125 new full-time equivalents that we'll be able to hire in the areas of cell and gene therapy. These include about 100 individuals that will work directly in the office that handles cell and gene therapy, and then 25 full-time equivalents that will be in offices that support the development of these products, such as those who go out to inspect facilities and our biostatisticians. And obviously for these individuals, it will be really critical that we are able to appropriately train them and have the appropriate systems in place to accomplish this training. Now, the growth in the area of gene therapy has been remarkable over the past years, and I hope that you can see over the course of time with that growth, we've been unable to keep up until more recently with the staffing. Now that we have been staffing up, we have a different kind of problem, which is that we have an office that has grown almost too large to handle the number of individuals in that office, to have reasonable spans of management supervision. So recently, we have reorganized what was our Office of Tissues and Advanced Therapies into a super office structure, which has now 6 offices under a larger super office in order to have good control of the number of individuals in each office. And so we now have separate offices for gene therapy manufacturing, cell therapy manufacturing, manufacturing of other biologics that are regulated in the Office of Therapeutic Products, which is the new super office name. We have a large clinical review branch, which allows us to deploy clinical reviewers across any of the product areas, an Office of Pharmacology and Toxicology that provides those services for review of any of the products, and then a project management office that helps make sure that everything is coordinated. By having these different offices now, we're able to have reasonable spans of control with about 80 to 125 individuals in each office, and that allows us to deploy our resources more effectively and make sure that there's appropriate management supervision as we move forward. I want to highlight now some of the gene therapy initiatives that will be taking place as part of our PDUFA work during the coming years. Gene therapy is an incredibly promising area that has the potential to make a huge difference on medical care because although it may not be absolutely curative, it potentially can provide long-term benefit for many diseases that currently have no effective therapy. And to try to accomplish our goal, we're going to be continuing to work on advancing manufacturing technologies for cell and gene therapy through additional research in this area. We'll be using and better defining the use of accelerated approval for gene therapy. We'll be exploring concurrent submission and product review with other regulatory authorities around the globe, and I'll tell you a bit more about that. And we will also be introducing a pilot program looking to apply the learnings from Operation Warp Speed, which was originally for vaccines and other products for COVID-19, to rare disease gene therapy. So to say a little bit more about how we're trying to get there, gene therapies can leverage certain aspects of the different gene therapies that are similar in order to hopefully help move these products forward more rapidly through development. Now, what's similar about different gene therapies is that for a given group of gene therapies, they may all rely on the same vector backbone. That is the part of the gene therapy that carries the unique part of the gene therapy, part of the gene therapy that makes the protein of interest into the body. because we believe that we can leverage information from one vector to another potentially if the vectors are the same between the different gene therapies and if they're manufactured using the same methodology, we're hoping that we can start to develop platforms and make use of the platform therapy provision that is part of FDORA 2022. We're also trying to then, on top of that, be able to leverage the use of accelerated approval for rare disease gene therapies. Many of these diseases affect only a small number of individuals, and many rare diseases have very long natural courses during which patients deteriorate continually over time. And it can be challenging to conduct studies over many years, and the ability to use biomarkers to get an early readout about whether a gene therapy is having an effect or not may be crucial to getting some of these gene therapies to patients. Ultimately, the gene therapies may interrupt the deterioration that would otherwise occur. That would be just an example, for instance, in some of the neurologic conditions that are caused by lysosomal storage disorders or some of the other genetic defects. So if we can use biomarkers or intermediate endpoints to get there faster, we'd like to do that, and we'd like to lean into doing that. And so we anticipate working with sponsors in this regard over the coming years. We also think that getting towards global cooperation in this area is going to be crucial. In the United States, we might only have 20 or 30 people with a given rare disease, but if we can pool patients with people, for instance, in the European Union and in countries like Japan, we might have 100 patients to treat. And by doing so, we can take diseases or conditions that are otherwise commercially not viable and make them into commercially viable entities for which sponsors will develop products. That will require some collaboration, cooperation, perhaps even having some of us compromise on exactly what our requirements will be. But at the end of the day, we believe that if we can make those compromises and ensure that collaboration, all of our populations will be better off through being able to have access to therapies that may be the only therapy that can potentially address a given disease. And finally, we've come to realize from the Operation Warp Speed that was done as part of the medical product development for COVID-19 that communication is one of the most critical things that we do with sponsors at FDA. It's probably among the most important things we can offer to help product development move forward, particularly in this space of rare disease gene therapy, where things are so new and cutting edge that the ability to have an ongoing dialogue may make the difference between years in having a therapy make it to market. The idea here is that currently meetings are held in a way that means that sponsors often wait a few months between sending in a meeting request and getting feedback. What we'd like to be able to do with this pilot is see if in several cases we can show that having ongoing communication allows us to move development faster. And so in the coming months, we will put out a notice to get applications to see if sponsors would like to be part of this pilot. We'll be putting forth criteria by which to select promising rare disease therapies, and then we'll run this pilot and afterwards see if it actually does make the difference that we think it will make in helping to get these products towards market. And ultimately, the evaluation that we make of these products will help us decide whether or not we try to justify a larger application of this, potentially with a future user fee act. So just to summarize from CBER, the user fees are providing us with critically needed resources for the review of innovative cell and gene therapies, as well as other products that we regulate, including vaccines. And really, we have quite a wide variety of initiatives ranging from manufacturing on through to the clinical development of these products. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. And thank you to all of our panelists for your remarks on the user fee impact on various FDA programs. You shared a lot of great information with us today. Once again, I'm Elias Malice. Let's now continue the plenary session with our roundtable discussion. The user fee programs generate a lot of questions to the FDA, and we got into some very interesting specifics in the presentations just now. Based on all of this, we've come up with a few questions as we have a conversation about user fees. Now, for the first set of questions, I'll read out the question and ask each panelist to share their thoughts about the topic. So let's get started with our very first question. Jeff, I'd like to start with you with our first question. And this is an update to what we asked last year when we talked about COVID. To what extent would you say our experiences with COVID had an impact on the user fee programs we've put into place with these recent user fee programs?
I do think there's been an impact of the experiences we had with COVID, and it's both indirect and direct. Indirect in the sense that we learned from COVID how important it is that we have an agile organization. You know, during the pandemic, we had to adjust as quickly as circumstances on the ground changed. And in today's world, you know, science, technology, societal values and needs are evolving faster and faster, and so we've got to be a nimble organization. So we've learned from COVID, and we've already been starting to make changes in the program to be more agile. It's also had a direct impact. You know, during COVID, we gave the opportunity for developers to work with us in near real time for us to answer their questions, what we call the pre-emergency use authorization. And it was incredibly impactful for helping us authorize over 2,800 medical devices for COVID. And we were able to do that really well early in the pandemic. We were going to have so many submissions. Well, that experience helped inform our development of the TAP pilot. We really baked in those lessons learned into the pilot.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, Patricia, we'll ask you the same question. What was the impact of COVID on the user fee programs that you started to implement at the end of last year?
I'm going to take a slightly different angle than Jeff, but it's complementary angle. What we learned during COVID is that the user fee programs were actually foundational in our ability to be able to do the work that we needed to do to develop new therapeutics at CEDAR, for instance. So the structure that has been established through the user fee programs, the processes and so on, were really, essential and foundational. As with CDRH, we had to learn to be more nimble, more agile within the established framework of the user fee program. So without the foundation when it comes to processes, when it comes to staffing, the ability to have the appropriate scientific staff and the resources to hire them and to maintain them, we would not have been able to do nearly as much as we did to respond to the pandemic.
Thank you very much. Let's wrap up this introductory question with you, Peter, with your thoughts.
Yeah, so I think I would have to agree with Jeff that for us, we did a lot of work on emergency use authorizations. A lot of that work was not user fee work, but it has rubbed off into us understanding for our user fee work the need to be ever more agile in how we adapt to the challenges. We're seeing very innovative products that are being submitted as part of the user fee program, and understanding how to adapt to now having very complex combination products that require complex review, and the need for more real-time interaction with sponsors has been an important learning.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, for this next question, we'll start with Patricia. Our user fee programs operate in 5-year cycles, and we launched this current set of programs in October 2022. Now that we're approaching the completion of the first year, can you share a status update on how the rollout is unfolding?
Well, we obviously have a long to-do list as part of our commitment letters, particularly for CEDAR, where we have 3 programs with a very long list of commitments. What we have done with this cycle is something a little bit different compared to previous cycles. We have actually put in place a steering committee on top of each of the 3 user fee programs. And this group is not only there, obviously, to track how we progress against against our commitments, but also to maintain continuity between now and the next sort of round of negotiations, so that as we look at as we implement the commitment letters, we also start thinking about what we would like to see in the next cycle. And what we have seen in previous years is that while we have been very good sort of at tracking our commitments, there has been a bit of an on and off switch when it comes to the sort of negotiations, and things sort of get quieter for a few years, and then all of a sudden sort of we have these data calls to see what you want to do with the next cycle. And we think that it should be really a continuous process from one cycle to the other, so that we keep on thinking about how we can enhance these programs over time.
All right, thank you very much. Peter, we'll go to you with the same question. How are things going so far in this first year for user fee cycle? Yeah, I think we're excited to be able to take advantage of the additional headcount, and I think for us, it's almost like the real estate joke: location, location, location. It's hiring, 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 and so we are working to get people on board. Obviously, we had the reorganization of the into the Office of Therapeutic Products, and getting bodies on board has been a major effort, and I think we're doing reasonably well getting people into both leadership positions and into reviewer positions in that office. Thank you very much. We'll conclude this question with you, Jeff. Your thoughts on how are things going so far with this current user fee cycle, especially for MDUFA?
Well, I think to echo Patrizia and Peter, there's a lot on the to-do list, and one of the big ones is hiring. But so far, pretty good. I think we've gotten a lot of important documents out, changes to the program, and we're on track, at least at the moment, to meet our performance and our hiring goals. And that's really exciting, sort of coming out of the pandemic and putting that in our rearview mirror, that we're already on a good road moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's conclude this first series of questions where we'll ask everyone the same. Peter, I'm going to start with you this time. User fee programs feature extended negotiations that occur between the FDA and stakeholder groups of interest. And then from there, proposals are submitted and ultimately determined by Congress. How do you balance advancing the needs of the FDA while also factoring the perspectives of these other important groups, which may sometimes have different goals than what we may have at the FDA?
I think it's a matter of balancing, exactly as you say, and finding the sweet spot in what industry may want and what FDA may want. We can't always get to exactly the same place, but I think at the end of the day, when we remember that our goal is the same thing, to develop medical products that benefit patients, I think we generally find our way to the right place together. I mean, I think I've been impressed in the past user fee negotiations that we actually did find our way pretty harmoniously to many of the things that we wanted to achieve.
Thank you. Jeff, the same question to you about the spirit of negotiation with the different stakeholder groups.
Yeah, well, I agree with Peter. We're always trying to understand and take into account the needs of our customers. And at the end of the day, I do think we have shared objectives, and that helps us to get to a good place.
All right, thank you. And then Patrizia, concluding with your thoughts?
Yeah, I will echo what Jeff and Peter have said. It's a balancing act. I would say that I would bring in also the patient groups and the patient advocacy groups. They have a very strong voice as we find our way through the negotiation process. But at the end of the day, as we can see from this last round, we really landed in a good place.
Excellent, thank you. So we'll switch gears now to the next set of questions. For each of these, I'm going to pick a theme that was revealed in each of your presentations, but I'm going to ask you, each of you, a specifically tailored question. So Jeff, we'll start with you again for this first question. So a connecting theme throughout each of the presentations is the focus on the patient. Patients are indeed at the heart of what we do. For CDRH has seen a steady progression of strategic focus on the patient. You outlined all of these initiatives in your presentation, from patient preference to patient science and engagement to real-world evidence and to NEST. To what extent would you offer that patients indeed have a voice in the regulatory decisions that CDRH renders?
I think, patients have a strong voice. in the decisions we make and the work that we do, and we've continued to expand their opportunities over the past several years. Let me give you 3 examples. One, we established the Patient Engagement Advisory Committee. It's the only advisory committee at the agency that's made up of patients, so they can weigh in on important issues pertaining to the FDA. The second is, I mentioned the TAP pilot. TAP is a chance, too, for patients to engage with developers when they're designing the technology and make sure it really is designed to meet their needs. And when we think about designing a clinical study, that it's set up in a way that best meets the needs of patients so they can optimally participate in that clinical study. And lastly, we've, in the past few years, had a big focus on establishing and participating in what we call collaborative communities. It's where the community comes together and the key stakeholders in that community participate in an ongoing forum where they can deal with shared issues and come up with common solutions. And FDA is just a participant in the community. One of the other participants are patients. They have equal voice at the table. And if the community has a solution and it's in the best interest of public health and it's not contrary to our statutory mandate, then we'll adopt that community solution. Again, it's a great way for patients to have a stronger voice in what FDA does.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your thoughts and your remarks. Patrizia, we'll continue with you. Something that many of us can relate to and probably very dear to our hearts as patients and consumers ourselves is the price of medicine and the benefits that generic drugs may have for patients. While the FDA does not control costs directly, how would you say that PDUFA III program efforts might have an impact on drug pricing itself?
PDUFA III, which is our generic program, and I would add to that the biosimilar program, are really the cornerstone of what sort of FDA and CDER can do when it comes to making drugs more accessible. Obviously, we cannot control the price of drugs, as you have said. We're not payers. We learned the price of a drug with everybody else after it's approved and the company announces what it's going to cost. What we do know, however, is that through our generic program and our biosimilar program, the more drugs we approve, the greater positive impact on pricing. And this has been shown over and over again. The more competition, the greater the benefit on pricing. And we see it with other commodities. I mean, when you have monopolies, you generally do not have a favorable consumer environment when it comes to pricing. And so these programs are really essential to promote competition by approving sort of more and more drugs, even more drugs that are sort of exactly the same class and so on. And, the numbers that I showed in my presentation speaks for themselves when it comes to cost savings for the healthcare system.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Peter, let's conclude with you with this question. You made reference in your talk about patient-focused drug development. Can you elaborate a little bit more about what you mean by that?
So for many of the rare diseases that we're dealing with, and not so rare diseases, there are specific aspects of a disease that are more bothersome to patients than others. And in the past, drug development was based on what a drug developer thought was important, or perhaps what physicians thought was important, which is not always the same as what is really important to patients. So a drug developer might think that preventing an abnormal heart rhythm in a rare disease was what was really important. But it turns out that, for instance, for the patients, it was the fact that they just felt really tired all the time, and a therapy that addressed that fatigue that came from the underlying genetic disorder was more important than just addressing some cardiac abnormality. I mean, they're both important, obviously, but making sure that we focus at least part of what we're doing on what really matters to patients is important.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So for our next question, we'll talk a little bit about how FDA engages early with our stakeholder community. Early engagement with our stakeholders is another recurring theme that came up in your presentation. So Patrizia, I'll start with you for this follow-up. You mentioned improving the efficiency and expanding communications in human drug reviews. Can you share a little bit about what this looks like? and perhaps comment on the regulatory submission meetings between FDA and sponsors that take place?
For sure. So I'll give the example of one of the enhancements in PDUFA VII, which is the rare disease sort of endpoint pilot program. So what we find, unfortunately, more often than we would like to see are situations where drugs for rare diseases, sometimes even the first drug for a rare disease, are submitted to us through an application, and there is still lack of clarity about the endpoint and some very basic aspects of drug development. And so particularly when it comes to identifying new endpoints for clinical trials for drugs for rare diseases, that might allow us to actually make those trials more efficient and to make the development programs shorter. It's very important that we have discussions very early in development. It's very difficult to have those discussions 1 week before we have to make the decision on an application. The ideal place to have those discussions is actually even before the first studies in humans, what we call the pre-IND space. And so we really encourage sponsors to come to us early to discuss these potential new endpoints, including endpoints that might be able to support the use of accelerated approval. And I know that this is a very big topic of interest for the rare disease community, but we cannot discover or start discussing these issues at the tail end of an application review. We really have to do it very early on. And so this pilot is going to be very important, but this you can really expect that this will go broader than this pilot. This is something that we really have to facilitate this very early engagement.
Excellent. Thank you for your thoughts there. Peter, we'll continue with you on this question theme of early engagement. You mentioned a communications pilot for specific rare disease products, Operation Warp Speed. Will the program be focused on the tissue product space or across other programs all throughout the center?
So thanks for the question. Initially, we're going to be focusing it on the rare disease gene therapy space because that's the area where we think there can be most impact. That's an area where for many of these diseases, there isn't a small molecule or protein therapy that can help those diseases. The gene therapy is the only thing out there potentially to address some of these conditions. And so seeing those gene therapies, particularly for diseases where the disease takes someone's life early or leads to severe disability early in life, we'd like to try to see if we could address those more rapidly. That would mean making a big difference in how people survive or function, and so we want to see if this communication can accelerate that, because even a 25% reduction in the time for getting something through our process would mean a lot to patients and their families.
Excellent, thank you. Jeff, we'll conclude this question with you. A new initiative rolled out in PDUFA V, and you've already talked about it already here, is the Total Product Lifecycle Advisory Program, or TAP. It's a very fascinating concept. And can you share a little bit about how this was developed? How did it come to be?
Well, in part, it's informed by our experiences from COVID, that early engagement with developers, but also our experiences with developers across the life cycle of the product, and understanding what the challenges are that face them. In fact, the person we brought in who really has led this effort, Doug Kelly, one of my deputies, was a venture capitalist for 30 years. So he saw firsthand what it took, to create companies, to create products, and also has seen the failures too and the things that go wrong, and has really brought that mindset into informing the program.
Excellent. I have a part two for you to ask. In your presentation, you mentioned some quantitative metrics for the assessment of the pilot. Do you have specific goals for these metrics that you've identified?
Well, we do. One of them is around those interactions. So prior to TAP, you can engage with us and get our feedback anytime, on the pathway. You can do that early in development, but you can go up to 4 topic areas in the pre-submission. You send in your questions, you throw them over the transom, we send back written responses, and we'll meet with you in 70 days, right? And if you have more questions, you get to throw them over the transom and get to do it all over again. TAP is saying, well, let's first of all shrink that time frame, and let's try to get to much more fluid back and forth. So we did put in at least goals, and if you're going with what would otherwise be a traditional pre-submission, we're going to say rather than 7 days, we're going to do it within 40. In fact, we want to do it sooner. Unless it's biocompatibility, sterility, that's 21 days. And a lot of things that don't rise that level will engage within 14 days. We kicked off the pilot already, our involvement with the companies. Literally, we are having multiple conversations with them already just over the past few weeks to try to problem solve. So we're going to evaluate that performance. We're also going to look at, customer satisfaction. And that's all the customers, the companies, the patients, the providers, the payers, and our own folks at the FDA.
Wonderful work. It's a very exciting program for our center, so thank you for spearheading that effort. So for our next round of questions, I'm going to just pick on unique questions from each of your presentations that you shared. So Peter, we'll start with you with this first set of questions. As you outlined in your presentation, CBER leverages 4 different user fee programs, 2 of which are impacted by our 2 other centers, PDUFA for CDRH and PDUFA for CDER. How does CBER approach these multiple joint efforts? Do you collaborate with each other? Do you work independently? Can you share a little bit about that since you have so much involvement with different programs?
Yeah, no, I think we are I think we are the cross-center because it actually goes broader than the other medical product centers because some of our products even cross into the veterinary medicine space and into the food space because of the crossover between some of the nutritional products and the probiotics used for medical purposes. Same thing goes with some of the animals that are then become medical products because of either the products made from their milk or tissues. So we have a lot of crossover, and I think it's a matter of just working seamlessly with the other centers. I think we take a role in helping to develop guidance in these other areas to a greater or lesser extent, depending on how much we actually have interest in those areas. Obviously, PDUFA, we have a lot of interest in PDUFA, a fair amount, and then we are a small player in the BsUFA and GDUFA area, but still, because at some point we're hoping to see more biosimilars, we still take active interest in these areas.
Excellent, thank you. Jeff, we'll go to you with the next question. In your remarks, you spoke of the digital health journey for CDRH. Both with a number of remarkable prior accomplishments, as well as a lot of ongoing efforts that are happening even right now. As we all know, technology continues to evolve at such a rapid pace in many domains, and of course, through medical devices as well. Where do you see the future of digital health products and how CDRH in particular may approach their regulation in the future?
Well, it's a great question. In the U.S., we spend more money on health care per person than other developed countries, and yet our mortality is much greater. Folks die younger here in the U.S., and that's got to change. And ultimately, to get there and to be able to provide access to all people and deal with issues of health equity, you got to move care from healthcare facilities to where people are, whether it's at home, at work, and at play. And it's digital health technologies that are really the linchpin, that bridge not only for people with their providers, but that connection to be able to be in there to help with prevention in the first place, and then diagnosis and disease management and intervention. Ultimately, we're looking at you've got to transform integrated healthcare delivery and where you provide it. And that's our big effort on digital health, is to try to advance that future state for the U.S. healthcare system.
Thank you for your thoughts there. And Patrizia, we'll turn to you for the next question. As we know, FDA is a science-based regulatory agency, and you outlined the importance of research to advance regulatory science for drugs. Can you elaborate on the selection of priority initiatives that CDER has selected? And are there other areas of importance to come with respect to regulatory science?
Sure. This is a very important area. So to sort of frame what I'm going to say, we have two programs that are formally funded, two research programs that are formally funded under the user fee programs. The one is the generic regulatory science program, and then we have this new entrance, the regulatory science program pilot for biosimilars. We do not have a formally funded research program under PDUFA. So let me speak to the first two. These programs are really applied regulatory research, meaning that they are meant to solve real regulatory problems that then are going to make us hopefully more efficient and effective in how we support the development of generics and biosimilars. And so when it comes to generics, the area of focus for the next or this current cycle is complex generics, including complex formulations, including combination products. If you look at the what's coming down the pipeline for in generic sort of R&D programs, you see more and more complex generics. Why? Because that's what you see also in the sort of innovator pipelines, and therefore, the innovator or branded product pipelines become the R&D pipeline for the generic industry. So those are big areas of focus. When it comes to biosimilars, this new program is really meant to turbocharge our efforts to find faster and less cumbersome ways of to develop biosimilar products, hopefully by reducing the amount of or length or complexity of the clinical trials that we require to make decisions about biosimilarity. And within that, a particularly important area is interchangeability. We want to get to a point where we can make decisions of interchangeabilities more efficiently and faster. And in order to do that, we really have to research this area. We have to have a research program that answers a very important scientific and technical questions that hopefully then will chart the path for us to be able to expedite these decisions.
Thank you, Patrizia. Jeff, we'll come back to you with our next question. And as I look at our panel, I think you have the most experience with our user fee programs, having been Center Director the longest of our three esteemed panelists here. So as you reflect on the history of the PDUFA program over these years, how would you say it's evolved over time and over these years, and how you've approached these user fee cycles as now we're at PDUFA V?
Yeah, I've got a few battle scars from over the years. Well, we started small. Again, the focus was on pre-market review, and I think with every cycle, we continue to learn on the program. We take those lessons learned and we make mid-course corrections, we make enhancements. But over time, too, we've become, I think, far more strategic in what we do. We've built out the program to kind of target key areas, and now growing even further to truly try to address going from concept to commercialization. When we look at it, first of all, we're always thinking about, as Patrizia said, you're always thinking about what the next PDUFA maybe looks like. We're always planning for it. And we kind of start with, our vision on the center and where we think the ecosystem should be at the end of the next PDUFA cycle and thereafter. And then we look at PDUFA and say, how could PDUFA be appropriately modified to then help meet that future state? And that really drives us, what we do.
Thank you. Patrizia, we'll go to you with the next question. You talked about FDA staff hiring and retention. I think that came through also in some of the other presentations. But as staff hiring and retention as core highlights for both PDUFA and BsUFA efforts, can you share a few examples of some of the strategies that CDER has taken to advance these efforts?
Well, as you heard from Jeff and Peter, we all have hiring goals as part of the user fees. The strategies that we have taken is really has been fundamentally based on our use of the 21st Century Cures Hiring Authority, or Title 21. So our ability to meet the user fee commitments is intrinsically and very tightly connected and dependent on our ability to use Title 21 in a way that is not overly bureaucratic and does not create problems with the center. And this is something that we have to, keep in mind, in particularly as FDA through the new authorities that we received from Congress in January, whereby FDA can expand the use of Title 21 or 21st century cures across the agency. It is very important to keep in mind how important this hiring and pay authority is for the centers and for the center's ability to meet the user fee commitments.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your remarks. Peter, we'll conclude with this question for you. Now, in your presentation, you talked about the efforts to establish a new super office structure model, and this is a concept that's been previously used both at CDER and at CDRH in the past. Do you have any lessons learned from the prior experiences of these other centers that have informed perhaps how you're approaching it for CBER?
Yeah, I think we're trying to learn from the best practices by essentially deploying resources most efficiently, trying to avoid duplication of functions while having optimal coordination. So we'll continue to learn from best practices, I think, as we watch our other centers go forward with this. But I think the concept of a larger office that can have coordinated functions, certain things you actually can get economies of scale on. Other things you can't, and to deploy that correctly is what we'll aim to do.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to wrap up our segment with a couple of questions I'll ask for each of you again. Patrizia, we'll start with you for this. Again, thank you for the time that you've taken, and we really appreciate it. For this first question, looking ahead, and this again has come up during the remarks just now, at what point do you start to look ahead and start to plan for the next user fee cycle? And can you share what goes into that planning?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, at least when it comes to CDER, which is a very large center, so it takes a lot of effort as a center director to just, get all the parts to talk to each other. It used to be, a bit of an on and off switch. So about, 2 months before, a couple of years or a year and a half before the next sort of the renewal date, activity would start up. There would be a data call across all of the office to say what are some of the ideas that you have, and et cetera. Right? That worked well, and it really got us a long way. And as a way to continue to enhance that, we think that it needs to be sort of more continuity, more ongoing sort of thinking about potential enhancements, like you've heard from CDRH, from Jeff, and really think along the way about sort of potential additional things that we want to see in the user fee programs. And then that longer term vision is really important, to really set a vision that straddles more than 2 or 3 user fee programs. So I'll give you an example of something that we're thinking about right now. We have had very successful user fee funded research programs that we talked about for generics and biosimilars. And so is there a path forward, for instance, to identify some applied regulatory research areas that could become sort of use cases for a PDUFA funded regulatory research programs in future cycles? That's one of the examples of the things that we're thinking about right now.
Excellent. Thank you for your remarks there. Peter, we'll go to you for the same question about your thoughts on when do you start to plan ahead for the next user fee cycle?
Yeah, I agree with Patrizia. This is something that we have to, it will happen. It actually is going to start happening pretty soon as we try to, in an organized manner, work through proposals that may make sense, in part because as we're implementing this set of user fees, we're already starting to see what might be good ideas for the next set. So this will be an organized process, and I think that the organized nature, I think, is something that in a little over 10 years at the agency, I've seen us get more and more organized in this process.
Excellent. Jeff, the same question to you.
Well, it's sort of ditto. I'll have what they're having. It's really very much the same. And I think just to build on too, we do our homework. You know, we monitor our programs, we gather our data, and a lot of the things we do and what proposals we put on the table, they're data driven at the end of the day, and we got a lot to back them up.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we've reached our last question. So Peter, I'm going to start with you. So if you had one wish, what's the one new program area or initiative that you'd like to see supported through our user fee programs?
Wow. You know, I think we already have some support in here, but I think for me, for biologics, it would be really continued support and even greater support of manufacturing initiatives, because I think in the world of biologics, we still are, especially in vaccines, gene therapies, we're still behind the 8 ball on manufacturing technology.
Excellent. Jeff, I'll go to you. What is on your wish list for next time?
For us, post-market safety. It's important to us. It was really important to patients. We gave it the college try in PDUFA V. We didn't get there, but our hope is that we'll strike gold in PDUFA VI.
Excellent. And then Patricia, the last thoughts on this question?
Well, out of a very long list that I have in my head, I would say clinical trial innovation. Okay. We are beginning to do some work internally to really think about how we could, set up a program that would bring together all of the pieces that will ultimately, that are important when we think about how we can innovate clinical trials, from how can we make them less complicated, more pragmatic, how can we really embrace decentralized clinical trial tools, how can we adopt really embed digital health technologies in clinical trials, how can we use modeling to a greater extent. There's all these pieces that may be sort of going on across the center, but we really think that we want to create, really turbocharge this work. And so we're thinking that this, if we see some success in some sort of pilots that we're going to be doing within the center, maybe this could become something that we want to see advance with the next user fee cycle, for instance.
All right, thank you. And Patricia, you have the last word for our segment here. And with that, this concludes the REdI 2023 plenary session, User Fee Impact on FDA Programs. I'd like to thank our esteemed panel of FDA leaders, Dr. Shurin of CDRH, Dr. Cavazzoni of CDER, and Dr. Marks of CBER. My thanks to you for spending this time to have a conversation with us about the important impact that user fees have on our collective FDA work. It was really fascinating to get a behind-the-scenes look at what it takes to roll out and implement this substantial effort. My thanks to you, our global audience, for joining us for this very special session. I truly hope you enjoyed learning from our FDA leadership on this important topic. This will now conclude the plenary session. Let's now take a break. When we come back, we'll start the drug tracks and the CDER sessions. I'll pass the virtual baton to my dear colleagues at CDER, who'll serve as your hosts. Now, for those of you joining us for the devices track and CDRH sessions, I'll see you on Wednesday morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Until then, please take care.
Welcome back from the break. My name is Ray Ford, working with SBIA, and I'll be your host and moderator for today's sessions. We hope you're able to refresh your coffee or tea as we move into our presentations. Our first presentation in this session will be on the biosimilar program updates and what's new under PDUFA III. Our presenters are Dr. Stacy Rickey, who's the Director of Scientific Review Staff in the Office of Therapeutic Biologics and Biosimilars within the Office of New Drugs, CDER, and Dr. Kimberly Maxfield. She's the PDUFA Regulatory Science Program Coordinator in the Office of Therapeutic Biologics and Biosimilars and O&D. Our final presentation before the Q&A panel is on FDA formal meetings. What's new under PDUFA, PSUFA, and OMUFA? Our presenter, Elizabeth Thompson, is the Chief of Project Management Staff in the Division of Regulatory Operations for Non-Prescription Drugs, Office of Regulatory Operations, and O&D. For a complete biography on each presenter today, please refer to our speaker biographies located in the same area on our website as the conference agenda. Now, please join me to welcome our first presenter in this session, Dr. Rickey.
Hello, my name is Stacy Ritchie, and Dr. Kimberly Maxfield and I both work with our talented colleagues in the Office of Therapeutic Biologics and Biosimilars. Thank you for joining us today for a presentation on several exciting updates about FDA's biosimilar program. Today's presentation will provide a status update on our review of biosimilar and interchangeable products, explain several enhancements to FDA's biosimilar program introduced under the third authorization of the biosimilar user fee amendments, including a new regulatory science program. We'll also describe recent legislative updates affecting biosimilars and highlight progress we've made to increase our educational outreach to patients and providers. This slide shows a timeline of all U.S. biosimilar and interchangeable biosimilar approvals. Since the passage of the Biologics Price Competition and Innovation Act in 2010 created an abbreviated approval pathway for biosimilar and interchangeable biosimilar products, their development has undergone steady growth from the first biosimilar approved in 2015 to a total of 40 biosimilars approved today, 4 of which are interchangeable. These products can be used across many different therapeutic areas to treat a wide range of diseases and conditions, including the side effects of chemotherapy, breast, lung, and colon cancer, hematologic malignancies, autoimmune diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, Crohn's disease, and ulcerative colitis, plus diabetes, macular degeneration, and many others, and the list continues to grow. 29 of these products are currently marketed in the U.S. We expect many of the adalimumab biosimilars to be marketed this year, which should increase biosimilar uptake and availability nationwide. Other metrics to note are the 102 proposed biosimilars under review in active biosimilar development programs, and that FDA has met with companies to discuss proposed biosimilars to 53 different reference products. And now for some updates introduced under PDUFA III. We are in the third iteration of the biosimilar user fee program, and this included 10 areas of focused enhancement. Today, we will discuss 3 of those enhancement areas highlighted here: the new BLA supplement categories specific to biosimilar programs, addition of timelines for human factor analysis and protocol review, and the new regulatory science pilot program. There are now 6 new supplementary BLA categories, A through F. These include expedited review timelines for safety labeling updates and labeling updates to add or remove an indication where FDA does not need to review new efficacy data. If review of efficacy data is necessary, the timeline is 10 months from receipt date. These new categories allow for a more structured review process, which helps FDA meet review timeline goals. OTBB is responsible for the review and management of all Category A, B, and C supplements currently, and will be taking on more of this workload in the future. Details about the PDUFA III supplement categories are summarized in the next two slides, with the A, B, and C on this slide and the D, E, and F on the next. The first column describes the contents of the different supplements. The second column summarizes review timelines, and the last column captures the target dates for issuing acknowledgement letters for category A through C and filing letters for categories D through F. A category A supplement will update the labeling with safety information that has been updated in the reference product labeling. Category B supplements are to add an indication when the conditions listed here apply. Category C supplements are seeking to remove an approved indication. Category D and E supplements are also to add an additional indication when the conditions here listed apply. And Category F supplements are those seeking an initial determination of interchangeability. Consistent with PDUFA VII, 60-day timelines were formalized for the review of use-related risk analyses and human factor study protocols related to biologic device combination products. The PDUFA III commitments also include publishing guidance on specific topics. During year one, FDA has committed to revise the guidance about formal meetings between FDA sponsors, issue new guidance about Category A through F BLA supplement categories, and on labeling for interchangeable biosimilar products. FDA will also issue draft guidance on the use of alternative tools to assess manufacturing facilities named in pending applications and update relevant guidances, maps, and SOPs as appropriate regarding best practices in communication during application review. By year two, FDA will publish guidance on the topic of use-related risk analyses and human factor validation studies for biosimilar device combination products, one on promotional labeling and advertising considerations for interchangeable biosimilar products, and on the different reporting categories for post-approval manufacturing changes. By year three, FDA will publish guidance describing considerations for developing presentations, container closure systems, and device constituent parts for proposed interchangeable biosimilar products. I'll hand the presentation over to Kimberly, who will discuss the new regulatory science program created under PDUFA III.
Thanks, Stacy. For the next few slides, I will provide a high-level overview of the regulatory science pilot program commitment under PDUFA III. Outlined in the commitment letter, the FDA agreed to pilot a regulatory research program that focused on improving the efficiency of biosimilar development and advancing the development of interchangeable products. Given that the goals or demonstration projects outlined in the commitment letter are very broad, we formed a PDUFA regulatory science subcommittee to come up with how the research program should improve the efficiency of biosimilar development and advance the development of interchangeable products. Our subcommittee identified two areas for regulatory impact that will help achieve the demonstration projects outlined in the commitment letter. These are pictorially shown here as a shift in paradigm of the 351K data package. On the left, we have the current 351K data package paradigm, showing the components product quality, comparative analytical assessment, clinical pharmacology, and comparative clinical studies. Through the regulatory research program, as well as other components of PDUFA III, we envision that data package to rely more heavily on the comparative analytical assessment and less so on clinical data. As such, there are the two regulatory impact identified are: one, developing alternatives to and/or reducing the size of studies involving human subjects, and two, enhancing the efficiency of the analytical and CMC characterization. With these more clearly defined regulatory impacts or goals, we were able to identify then 10 research topics or priorities where advancement is expected to impact FDA's evidence-based recommendations and/or regulatory decision-making. I won't read all 10 research priorities here, There's a link on the bottom of this slide where you can go to the research roadmap that was published publicly. Also note how each research priority is specific to one of the regulatory impacts that will help achieve the goals in the commitment letter. The structure of these relationships between the priorities, the regulatory impact, and the demonstration projects will serve as a framework for the pilot program to report outcomes and metrics of success. Additionally, the bottom gray box highlights an array of methodologies that can be employed to address any of the research priorities. These include analytical methods, biological assays, efficient clinical trial design, such as statistical methods, in silico and in vitro modeling, model-informed drug development, real-world data/evidence, and pharmacological studies. The PDUFA III commitment letter also outlines key deliverables for the research pilot program. There are 4 main deliverables: the interim report on progress of the pilot program, which is coupled with an interim public meeting, both on or before October 30th, 2025. There was a final report due before the end of PDUFA III, and a final strategy document due within 12 months of completion of the demonstration projects in the pilot program. In addition to these deliverables that are outlined in the commitment letter, we are also doing additional stakeholder engagement through the continuous engagement meetings, public comments on the current roadmap, and other speaking events. Thus far, we have held 2 external funding opportunities as part of the program. The first was in fiscal year 22, where we funded 5 grants that I will briefly review in the next slide. Our second cycle just closed on April 26, 2023. The submitted applications are currently undergoing the objective review process. Our goal is to highlight the work from both of these funding cycles at the interim public meeting. Here's a list of the 5 grants that were funded in fiscal year 22 from academic, not-for-profit, and for-profit entities. The breadth and research topics covered by these grants includes developing alternatives to the comparative immunogenicity assessment currently conducted as part of the comparative clinical study and/or switching study. These projects contribute to the goal of developing alternatives to and/or reducing the size of studies involving human subjects. Additionally, we have projects assessing the impact of differences of biosimilars in reference product presentations and container closure systems, looking at standardizing approaches for assessing and reporting product quality attributes, and improving on analytical technologies. All of these can contribute to the goal of enhancing the efficiency of analytical and CMC characterization. Thank you all for your attention, and I will pass the presentation back to Stacy.
Thanks, Kimberly. Shifting gears, I'll now address a few recent legislative changes affecting biosimilars. By passing the Food and Drug Omnibus Reform Act, or FDORA, Congress modified the general requirements for the data needed to demonstrate biosimilarity by replacing the language in the Public Health Service Act regarding animal studies with an assessment of toxicity, which may rely on data derived from analytical or clinical studies. FDORA also modified the first interchangeable exclusivity provisions to clarify that 1, if several first interchangeable products are approved on the same day, they each qualify for first interchangeable exclusivity. And 2, when a subsequent application for an interchangeable product is blocked by first interchangeable exclusivity, FDA can approve that application as a biosimilar. FDORA also amended the FD&C Act to include biological products. These changes align certain reporting requirements for biologics with the reporting requirements for drugs by requiring holders of approved BLAs to report to FDA when a biological product is discontinued from sale or has never been available for sale. BLA holders are also required to submit a one-time marketing status report by June 27th of this year to confirm that their products listed in the Purple Book are still available for sale. Next, I'm going to provide a brief overview of the materials and information FDA has released or made available for healthcare providers about biosimilar and interchangeable products, and talk a little bit about our commitment to stakeholder outreach. Education and outreach is an important component of the work we do at FDA to increase understanding of biosimilars. We do this through several ways: material development and testing, and engaging with stakeholders such as patient advocacy organizations, healthcare provider organizations, and clinical societies and payers. But FDA cannot do all this alone. The stakeholders also have a responsibility to educate their members, and we support that work by presenting to their audiences, reviewing materials, and providing educational materials. This slide has samples of the educational materials we have released for healthcare providers and shows the 3 most recent fact sheets we have released. These are our overview of biosimilars, regulatory and approval, and interchangeability. But we also have infographics and videos that provide information about biosimilar and interchangeable products. FDA recently released updated materials for patients, including a new infographic, a web page, and 2 fact sheets. One is geared toward patients with diabetes, and the other fact sheet is a general overview. These are also available in Spanish. The patient materials use patient-friendly language to build a foundation of basic understanding, and also to address topics, concerns, and misconceptions shown to be most important to patients, such as the safety and effectiveness of biosimilars, why biosimilars cannot be exactly copied, and the regulatory review process. We have other materials available in Spanish, including the Biosimilar Basics infographics, the USP and FTC materials that will be highlighted in the coming slides, in addition to the FDA Biosimilars Consumer Update. We are also looking into translating our materials into more languages. One of our most comprehensive resources is our Biosimilar Curriculum Toolkit that was designed to help educate students in healthcare professional degree programs, such as medical schools, nursing, physician assistant schools, pharmacy schools. This toolkit provides teaching faculty and other interested stakeholders with a variety of educational resources to help them understand, apply, and teach concepts related to biosimilar and interchangeable biosimilars, along with information about their corresponding regulatory approval pathway in the United States. The modular toolkit is designed to meet a variety of teaching and educational needs and contains foundational as well as more in-depth information by levels. Level 1 materials provide a high-level overview of foundational biosimilar topics, and Level 2 materials provide an in-depth look at scientific and regulatory information. We also have 4 continuing education courses released with Medscape to enhance understanding of biosimilars through a series of accredited CE courses for healthcare providers, including doctors, pharmacists, and nurses. And these cover a broad range of topics about biosimilar and interchangeable products and vary in length and time commitment. Some examples of recent work with stakeholders are that we partnered with the U.S. Pharmacopoeia, USP, to develop an infographic on biosimilars with a focus on quality. We are also working with the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, to develop a more consumer-focused fact sheet. And as discussed before, we continually present to various stakeholders and participate as panelists to reach multiple audiences. I also want to highlight that this year we will release additional patient materials, including a video for healthcare providers, in addition to working on additional Medscape CE courses, and we also plan to add to our curriculum toolkit in the next year. I'll wrap things up by sharing direct links to these and other FDA resources that are available online, where you can find out more information about biosimilar and interchangeable biosimilar products, including the curriculum, information at Drugs at FDA, and information in the Purple Book, which includes information on all FDA-licensed biological products regulated by both CDER and CBER. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning, and thank you for attending today's session. My name is Elizabeth Thompson, and I am the Chief Project Manager in the Office of Regulatory Operations, Division of Regulatory Operations for Non-Prescription Drugs 2. My presentation today is on FDA formal meetings, what's new under PDUFA, BsUFA, and OMUFA. Today I will discuss what's new with prescription drug and biosimilar product meetings following the recent reauthorizations of those user fee programs. In addition, I'll cover the over-the-counter monograph meetings, which are midway through their first authorization. I'll provide an update on FDA formal meeting formats to include where CDER stands on face-to-face meetings at White Oak. And last, I'll provide several meeting tips and best practices. Please note that this presentation will not include meeting updates related to generic drugs under PDUFA, nor will it be an in-depth presentation on all FDA formal meeting types and formats. The objective for today's session is to focus on what new meeting types have been added or how meetings have changed during the recent reauthorizations. I'll begin with prescription drugs and will outline some of the new meeting types under the reauthorization of the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, or PDUFA VII, which began on October 1st, 2022, and covers fiscal years 2023 through 2027. PDUFA VII reauthorization introduced several new meeting types that include Type D meetings, initial targeted engagement for regulatory advice on CBER or CDER products, or what we call interact meetings, and follow-up opportunity. On the next couple of slides, I will provide more detail on these new meeting types and why they were created. I also want to note that FDA will be issuing a revised draft guidance to include these new meeting types and expects to publish the draft guidance by September 30th of this year. So let's take a deeper look at each of these three new meeting types. A Type D meeting is focused on a narrow set of issues to obtain timely FDA feedback at key decision points beyond milestone meetings. Type D meetings are appropriate for one, but typically not more than two issues and associated questions. If the sponsor has several issues or a complex single issue with multiple questions, a Type C meeting should be requested rather than requesting several Type D meetings. In addition, the issues should not require input from more than 3 disciplines or divisions. If the scope of the meeting is broad or includes complex questions or issues that require input from more than 3 disciplines or divisions, then FDA will inform the sponsor that the agency will be converting the meeting to the appropriate meeting type, whether that be a Type B or Type C meeting, and the sponsor can either withdraw their request or accept the FDA's meeting type conversion without submitting a new request. Some examples of appropriate requests for Type D meetings include a follow-up question that raises a new issue after a formal meeting and is more than just a clarifying question about an FDA response from a prior meeting, a narrow issue on which the sponsor is seeking agency input with only a few associated questions, or a general question about an innovative development approach that does not require extensive detailed advice. Interact meetings are intended for novel questions and unique challenges in early development. In other words, prior to submission of an IND, that would delay the progress of the product towards clinical development in the absence of this early FDA input. And these issues typically relate to IND requirements. The sponsor needs to have selected a specific investigational product or a product derivation strategy to evaluate in a clinical study before requesting an Interact meeting. Questions and topics within the scope of an Interact meeting include novel questions for products where there is no existing guidance or other information in writing the company could reference, and FDA input on issues that a sponsor needs to address prior to a pre-IND meeting. Some examples of when to request an Interact meeting might include discussion on the appropriate preclinical models or necessary toxicology studies for novel drug platforms or drug candidates, CMC issues or testing strategies aimed to demonstrate product safety or adequacy to support a first-in-human study, development of innovative devices used with the product or use of cutting-edge testing methodologies, advice related to the design of proof of concept or other pilot studies necessary to support administration of an investigational product in a first-in-human clinical trial, general recommendations regarding a future first-in-human trial in a target clinical population where the population is novel and there is no prior precedent or guidance, and recommendations on approach for further development of an early-stage product with limited CMC, non-clinical, and/or clinical data that were collected outside of a U.S. IND. Written follow-up opportunity is to ensure the sponsor's understanding of FDA feedback from previous meeting discussions or a written response. Only questions of a clarifying nature will be permitted. In other words, to confirm something in meeting minutes or a written response issued by FDA, rather than raising new issues or new proposals. FDA will develop criteria and parameters for permissible requests, and FDA may exercise discretion about whether these requests are in scope. The clarifying question should be submitted officially to the application as a request for clarification within 20 calendar days following receipt of meeting minutes or a written response. For questions that meet the criteria, FDA will issue a response in writing within 20 calendar days of receipt of these clarifying questions. FDA's response will reference the original meeting minutes or written response. Please note that FDA's response does not need to be included in a formal letter. To finish my discussion on formal meetings under PDUFA, I've included a slide that shows meeting types and the pertinent goal dates associated with them. I have listed all PDUFA meeting types here, but will focus on only the new meeting types I outlined earlier, which are listed here in bold. For Type D meetings, FDA will respond within 14 days of receipt of the meeting request. The meeting will be scheduled within, or a written response will be issued within 50 days of receipt. Background packages are due at the time of the meeting request, and preliminary comments, if applicable, will be issued 5 days before the meeting. Please note that if FDA has granted the meeting as written responses only, preliminary comments will not be issued. For Interact meetings, FDA will respond within 21 days of receipt of the meeting request, and the meeting will be scheduled within, or a written response will be issued within, 75 days of receipt. Background packages, like Type D meetings, are due at the time of the request, and if applicable, Preliminary comments will be issued 5 days before the meeting. For follow-up opportunities, a request for clarification should be submitted within 20 calendar days following the receipt of FDA's meeting minutes or a written response. FDA will respond within 20 days if the request is within scope. Next, I'll discuss biosimilars and will outline some of the new meeting types or meeting changes under the reauthorization of the Biosimilar User Fee Act, or BsUFA III, which began on October 1st, 2022, and covers fiscal years 2023 through 2027. BsUFA III reauthorization introduced 2 new meeting types: Biological Product Development, or what we call BPD, Type 2A, and Follow-up Opportunity. I'll note here that the previous BPD Type 2 meetings are now Type 2B. Type 2A meetings will be focused on a narrow set of issues, often 1, but not more than 2 issues and associated questions, and requiring input from no more than 3 disciplines or review divisions. Type 2A meetings have a shorter review cycle, which is 60 days, than the previous Type 2 meetings, which were 90 days. Consistent with PDUFA meetings, there is a follow-up opportunity where sponsors may submit clarifying questions within 20 days after a meeting or a written response to ensure understanding of FDA feedback. BsUFA III reauthorization also introduced a few changes to existing meetings. Notably, there is a change with the Biosimilar Initial Advisory, or BIA, meetings, where preliminary comparative analytical data comparing the proposed biosimilar to the U.S. reference product will no longer be required. However, sufficient information should be provided with the meeting request to enable FDA to make a preliminary determination related to potential licensure under Section 351K and to provide meaningful advice. Additionally, there are timing changes with respect to when meeting packages can be submitted for a Type 4 meeting, which can now be submitted 14 days after the meeting request. Previously, the meeting package had to be submitted with the meeting request. I also want to note one other change related to biosimilar meetings, which deals with user fees. There is a new change under BsUFA III related to the initial BPD fee. The timeline for paying this fee to join the program was increased from 5 days to 7 days after receipt of the meeting granted letter from FDA. In addition, FDA will be issuing a revised draft guidance to include these new meeting types and meeting changes and expects to publish the draft guidance by September 30th of this year. This slide shows all BsUFA meeting types and pertinent goal dates. Again, I've listed all BsUFA meeting types, but will focus on the new meeting types I outlined earlier, and again are shown here in bold. For a BPD Type 2A meeting, FDA will respond to the meeting request within 21 days. The meeting will be scheduled within, or a written response will be issued within, 60 days of receipt. Background packages are due at the time of the meeting request, and preliminary comments, if applicable, will be issued 2 days before the meeting. Again, please note that if FDA has granted the meeting as written response only, preliminary comments will not be issued. For a BPD Type 4 meeting, background packages may now be submitted up to 14 days after FDA receipt of meeting request, instead of previously being due at the time of the meeting request. And consistent with PDUFA follow-up opportunity, sponsors may submit clarifying questions within 20 days following receipt of meeting minutes or a written response. FDA will respond within 20 days if the request is within scope. Last, I'll discuss monograph meetings, which are currently under the first authorization of the new user fee program referred to as the Over-the-Counter Monograph User Fee Act, or MUFA, which began October 1st, 2020, and covers fiscal years 2021 through 2025. FDA issued a draft guidance titled Formal Meetings between FDA and Sponsors or Requesters of Over-the-Counter Monograph Drugs. This guidance specifies the principles and procedures for formal meetings between FDA and meeting requesters. It establishes procedures under which meeting requesters can meet with FDA to obtain advice on the studies and other information necessary to support submissions under Section 505G, to obtain advice on other matters relevant to the regulation of non-prescription drugs, and to obtain advice on the development of new OTC monograph drugs. The guidance also establishes procedures to facilitate efficient participation in joint meetings by multiple meeting requesters and/or organizations nominated by them to represent their interests. In addition, a webinar hosted by FDA on March 27, 2022 can be referenced and will provide a more in-depth overview of the draft guidance on monograph meetings. Today, I want to provide a brief overview of monograph meeting types and associated timelines. Currently, there are 3 monograph formal meeting types: Type X, Type Y, and Type Z. We will take a deeper look into these meeting types on the next slide. A Type X meeting is a meeting that is necessary for an otherwise stalled over-the-counter monograph order development program to proceed. For example, this could be a meeting that is requested within 3 months of FDA issuing a refuse to file letter for an over-the-counter monograph order request, or OMOR, or after FDA has declined to issue an administrative order. A Type X meeting is also a meeting that is necessary to address an important safety issue that needs immediate action when the meeting requester learns about a safety issue related to an OTC monograph drug that is marketed or being developed. A Type Y meeting is a meeting intended for milestone discussions during the course of the over-the-counter monograph order development program for monograph ingredients and monograph conditions of use. Examples of appropriate circumstances for Type Y meetings include a meeting to discuss the overall data requirements to support a grades determination or overall data requirements to support an OMOR. Or a pre-OMOR or pre-submission meeting may also be requested when nearing completion of the development program for an OMOR. These pre-submission meetings are intended to present a summary of the data supporting the OMOR, discuss the proposed format for the OMOR, obtain FDA feedback on the adequacy of the proposal of the OMOR submission, and discuss the appropriate categorization of an OMOR, for example, Tier 1 or Tier 2. Type Y pre-OMOR meetings should be held sufficiently in advance of the planned submission of the OMOR to allow for meaningful response to FDA feedback and should generally occur not less than 3 months before the planned OMOR. And last, Type Z meetings are any meetings that are not Type X or Type Y. This slide shows the performance goals associated with monograph meetings. Once a meeting is received, FDA will respond to the request within 14 days for a Type X or Type Y meeting and 21 days for a Type C meeting. FDA will schedule the meeting or issue a written response either 30 days from receipt for a Type X, 70 days for a Type Y, and 75 days for a Type C. Meeting packages are due at the time of a meeting request for Type X meetings and either 50 days before the meeting or written response goal date for Type Y, or 47 days for a Type Z meeting. FDA will generally not send preliminary responses for Type X meetings and will issue preliminary responses 5 days before the meeting for Type Y and Type C meetings. Now I'd like to discuss the types of formal meeting formats that are available and also provide some updates on these formats, in particular for face-to-face meetings. Please note that my discussion on the next several slides regarding face-to-face meetings include meetings under PDUFA, BsUFA, and OMUFA. CDER formal meeting formats are available as face-to-face, teleconference, or written response only. The PDUFA VII and BsUFA III commitment letters provided an update to the definition of face-to-face formal meetings with industry. This update clarifies that a face-to-face meeting includes both in-person meetings and virtual meetings on IT platforms that allow for both audio and visual communication. In other words, a face-to-face meeting between FDA and industry is defined as either in-person or virtual with cameras on, what we are calling video conferences. While OMUFA does not have this formal definition, monograph meetings may also be conducted in person or using the virtual meeting format, allowing for both audio and visual communication. FDA is in the process of updating our formal meeting guidance documents to reflect this revised definition. In the interim, we are highlighting this change on our public website to help reduce uncertainties on this point. Note that in-person face-to-face meetings can have a hybrid component, with some participants joining remotely in order to accommodate participants that can't be fully in person. I will go into more detail on the next slide and provide updates on where CDER stands on in-person meetings as conference rooms at White Oak are being updated with the latest audio-visual equipment to support these hybrid meetings. In early 2023, CDER staff began transitioning to a hybrid workplace, with staff returning to work on-site at the White Oak campus for a portion of their work time. This transition has enabled some face-to-face hybrid in-person formal meetings between FDA and industry. To support hybrid meetings, White Oak conference rooms are being upgraded in phases over the course of 2023 with new technology, for example, noise-canceling microphones and face conversation tracking video cameras. To avoid overcrowding in the conference rooms, FDA will focus on having only core participants with the primary speaking role in person while others join virtually. FDA encourages industry to follow this same pattern. Therefore, all face-to-face in-person formal meetings will have a hybrid component, virtual attendees in addition to in-person attendees. The availability of hybrid conference rooms will initially limit the number of in-person meeting requests that can be granted. The number of meetings that can be granted and held in person with a hybrid component will increase as conference rooms are upgraded over the course of 2023. Updates on FDA's transition to face-to-face in-person formal meetings will be communicated in advance on the FDA.gov website. On February 13, 2023, due to the initially limited availability of upgraded conference rooms, CDER began scheduling face-to-face in-person industry meetings with a hybrid component, starting with Type A, BPD Type 1, and Type X meetings. Face-to-face meeting requests for other meeting types, if granted, will be held as virtual or what we call video conference meetings, and the in-person format will not be considered. As FDA is gaining experience with the hybrid meetings and technology, we've learned that the ideal number of in-person attendees or core participants is 12 people total. This can be 6 from FDA and 6 from industry, or a mix thereof. This number ensures in-person attendees can be seated in the room in a way that maximizes the use of the audiovisual equipment. CDER will be monitoring conference room upgrades monthly, and as upgrades are completed, we will transition in phases such that all types of face-to-face formal meetings can be considered for in-person. For example, phase 2 of this transition would permit additional face-to-face formal meeting types other than Type A, BPD Type 1, and Type X to be considered for in-person scheduling. The final phase of this transition will enable any face-to-face formal meeting to be considered for in-person format. Before I close out my presentation, I wanted to offer a few meeting tips and best practices for your consideration. Before meeting with FDA, sponsors should refer to FDA's guidances on PDUFA, BSUFA, and monograph meetings. I've included links to these guidances in my resources slide. Communicate with your assigned regulatory project manager, or RPM, and ask questions if you have them before you submit your meeting request. Notify the RPM of any changes to meeting attendees. Your meeting package should be clear, concise, and focused on the meeting discussion topics or issues. If you change your agenda after receiving FDA's preliminary comments, please alert the RPM assigned to your meeting. Also, do not add new topics or issues to the agenda. If you have slides or handouts, please provide those to the RPM before the meeting. And last, during the meeting, sponsors should remember that this is your meeting. Take the lead and be cognizant of the time if you have materials to present. Make sure your questions are addressed and be sure to summarize any agreements, discussion points, and action items. On the next couple of slides, I've provided some resources related to today's discussion. On this slide, you will find links to FDA's draft guidances for formal meetings for PDUFA, BSUFA, and monograph meetings, as well as the webinar on the draft guidance for monograph meetings that I mentioned earlier. I've also included the commitment letters, which outlines the performance goals and procedures for PDUFA, BSUFA, and AMUFA. These goal letters or commitment letters represent the product of FDA's discussions with regulated industry and public stakeholders, as mandated by Congress. You will find the meeting information I discussed here today in these letters, as well as many other aspects of the Human Drug Review programs. In addition, I've provided the link to stay updated on FDA's progress with in-person meetings. That concludes my presentation today. I want to thank everyone for attending, and I will be happy to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you all for the great presentations. For our attendees, if you haven't had a chance to enter your questions into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. Looks like we have a few questions coming in right now. Moving into our first panelist, we have a few questions that came in for Dr. Stacy Ritchie. And here is the first question for Dr. Ritchie. With the change to the PHS Act introduced by Fedora, can you explain why animal studies are no longer required for the demonstration of biosimilarity?
Hi, thank you for that question. So this is an important question because there's a lot of confusion around whether animal studies are required to support a demonstration of biosimilarity. And this change in the statutory language codifies the practice that FDA has used for many years now where we do not require animal studies to support the demonstration of biosimilarity, because it was identified soon after the Biosimilar Price Competition and Innovation Act was passed in 2010 that animal studies were very insensitive for detecting differences between products. So this change in the statutory language just codifies our standard practice. Thanks.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have a few more questions for Dr. Ritchie, and here is the next question. Are interchangeable biosimilars better than biosimilars?
Thank you. That's another great question and another point of confusion. FDA's approval of an interchangeable product does not indicate a higher standard of biosimilarity. There are different statutory criteria that reflect scientific considerations related to the potential for substitution of an interchangeable product without the intervention of the healthcare provider who prescribed that product for their patient. So an interchangeable biosimilar product can be substituted at the pharmacy without the prescriber knowing that it has been subject to state laws. But patients and their providers do not need to wait for a biosimilar to become an interchangeable product. There are different considerations that the manufacturer may consider in deciding whether to seek licensure for their product as biosimilar or as interchangeable. And in fact, there's misinformation that FDA is working hard to dispel, that somehow the interchangeable product is better than a biosimilar, when in fact, the product themselves, the biologic that's manufactured would be the same, whether it's biosimilar, approved as biosimilar, or interchangeable. And this misinformation can have a negative impact on the uptake of all biosimilars by increasing this confusion. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got a couple questions that came in for Dr. Kimberly Maxfield. And here is the first question for Dr. Maxfield. What metrics is FDA using to measure the success of the pilot program?
Thank you for that question. In general, we see regulatory impact as the effect on FDA recommendations that are usually science-based, or are always science-based, excuse me, and or regulatory decision-making. As such, we created the draft research priorities and the regulatory goals for the pilot program into in areas that where scientific and regulatory advancement is expected to inform the science-based recommendations and regulatory decision-making. Additionally, we would consider an effort that achieves a critical milestone towards informing a science-based recommendation or regulatory decision, also part of our regulatory impact definition. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have got another question for Dr. Maxfield, and here's the question. Can you share some of the challenges that the FDA has seen in the development and approval of biosimilars that this pilot aims to address?
Thanks for that question. Another really great question. There are many different components to biosimilar development and delivery in the healthcare setting. Typically, FDA's purview, and particularly for biosimilars, is really focusing on the cost of develop and time to licensure of biosimilars and interchangeable. There are, as I mentioned, many cooks in the kitchen related to patient access, and from the FDA perspective, we are trying to make biosimilar development as efficient and predictable as possible to ensure that the approved products meet the same high standards for quality, safety, and efficacy as their reference products. And we hope that some of the research that we engage in will address some of the uncertainties and result in greater, that will address the greater data expectations so that we can reduce those gaps. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist. We've got a few questions that did come in for Elizabeth Thompson, and here is the first question for Ms. Thompson. Is it acceptable for a sponsor to discuss with FDA, with an FDA project manager, prior to submitting a Type D meeting request or briefing package, whether the topic is narrow enough?
Thank you for that question. So I would first encourage all sponsors to utilize all of FDA's resources to include the draft guidances that are out there on formal meetings. If you still have questions regarding whether or not it's an appropriate meeting type or what type of meeting to request, so in this case, if you're trying to determine whether or not the topic for a Type D meeting is within the scope, after you've reached out and looked at the guidances, yes, I would say it is acceptable to approach your assigned FDA regulatory project manager in order to ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next question for Ms. Thompson is the following. Are Interact meetings only applicable to biological products or is molecules?
Thank you for that question. That's another good question. Interact meetings are applicable to all products, so all of CEDAR products to include the biological products and also small molecules. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a few more longer questions from Ms. Thompson that came in, and here's the first one. We can repeat it if needed. What is the difference between a face-to-face meeting that is virtual with cameras on, as defined in recent FDA updates on face-to-face meetings, and a video conference as defined in the current FDA guidance on formal meetings with the agency? Also, if a sponsor wants a virtual meeting where they can present slides and just speakers are on camera, not necessarily everyone participating, which type of format should be requested?
Thank you again for that question. So there's no difference between what we are calling a video conference and a virtual meeting. So FDA has defined 3 formal meeting types, those being a face-to-face meeting, a teleconference, and a written response only. For a face-to-face meeting, those are separated out a little bit more into what we call an in-person meeting, which can also be done hybrid, and then the video conference or virtual. And so if you are looking at requesting a virtual meeting with FDA where you present slides and the speakers are on camera, that would be considered a video conference. For video conferences, they are not limited to the amount of people that go on camera. So if there's going to be any participant that goes on camera to include the speakers, then we would call that a video conference. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have one more from Ms. Thompson, and here's the question. Can you clarify if a meeting specifically focused on delivery device development, for example, risks, specifications, testing, is in the scope of an Interact meeting before a pre-IND for the combination product has been conducted?
Thank you. That's another great question. So as I noted in my presentation, Interact meetings are intended for novel questions and unique challenges. And if we are looking at, this question is asking about a novice or a novice delivery device, this would fit into what we call an interact meeting. Those do relate to the development of innovative devices used with a drug or biologic, to include combination products. So this type of meeting would fall under an interact meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving back up to the beginning of our panel, we've got a few more questions that came in for Dr. Ritchie. And here is the first question. Can you elaborate on the differences between a Category B and a Category D supplement, since they both are to add indications but have different review timelines?
Hi, sure. The Category B supplement would seek to add an indication to an already approved biosimilar where either the application is not including a product that would be administered through a different route of administration than had previously been approved for the biosimilar. And it wouldn't also be a different dosage form, strength, formulation, or presentation, such as device. It also would, the application would include an agreed upon initial pediatric study plan that would address the requirements under the PREA statute for the additional indication that's being proposed to be added. Those conditions wouldn't apply for a Category D supplement. So a Category D supplement could include information to support, say, a new strength, dosage form, route of administration, or presentation that would be used for the patients that new indication is intended to treat. It also wouldn't need to have an up-to-date, agreed upon initial pediatric study plan. And in that supplement, the applicant would include their plan for addressing PREA in the supplement, along with any other information to support the approval of the biosimilar for that new indication. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have one more question for Dr. Ritchie at this time, and here's the question. Where can I find information about the analytical and clinical studies that were done to support FDA's decision to approve biosimilar and interchangeable products?
Sure. That information would be included in the reviews that are posted at the Drugs at FDA website, that for all new drugs and biologics approved by CDER. So you could go to just type into your web browser, Drugs at FDA, and it'll take you to that web page. And then you can search on the product that you're looking for. And the reviews that FDA wrote that would include the basis for the approval would all be contained in that website.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a couple more questions that came in for Dr. Kimberly Maxfield, and here's the first question for Dr. Maxfield. How is FDA engaging their stakeholders to obtain input on the pilot program?
Great question, thank you. The pilot program has several key deliverables and stakeholder engagements that are part of the commitment that can be seen in the actual commitment letter, which is the interim report and public meeting, the final report, and then the strategy document within 12 months of completion of the demonstration projects. But additionally to those engagements, we have been engaging through the continuous engagement meetings that are include the PDUFA III negotiation individuals and groups that are usually held bi or triannually. We had one back in February, early February, that talked about the REgSci program. Additionally, with the regulatory roadmap that highlighted our 10 research priorities, we had a public comment period on that draft roadmap from January through the beginning of April, and are now looking at the comments that were submitted and revising that roadmap now. And from our actual reviewers for the actual grant applications that are undergoing review right now, we have elicited external to FDA reviewers, some external to FDA reviewers to help with that review. And our first round of funded projects will be submitting their annual report shortly, and we've requested from those grantees that we can make those reports public, so we're as transparent as possible with our progress. Additionally, we're exploring other options of additional public meetings or public webinars beyond, so in additional to that interim on or before October 25th, 2025, we're looking at other forums that can gain additional input. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple more questions that came in from Dr. Maxfield, and here is the next question. What is the process and the timeline for the funding announcements as part of the regulatory science program?
Thank you for that question. For external funding announcements, we follow the Office of Acquisition and Grant Services timeline, which is part of which follows HHS policy. So there's a pretty defined timeline on when and how we put out the funding announcements. And so typically they will go out sometime in the late calendar year, early of the following calendar year. And then they'll be out for between 60 and 90 days. And then we'll do our objective review process, which again is part of the HHS external grant policy. And then the grantees will receive those comments and those scores before final funding recommendations. So the whole process can take anywhere from 6 to 8 months as we follow the HHS process that's defined for us. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have one more question for Dr. Maxfield, and it's the following. When is the next external funding cycle?
Great question. So we are in the process of negotiating that right now, or thinking about what that would look like. We are currently reviewing the applicants from this last funding cycle. I think once we get through that review, hopefully have some type of public webinar this fall, I think we'll get enough stakeholder feedback to inform that decision. So really ultimately this is similar to the previous question. We really want external input on sort of what gaps people would like to see, and how, and sort of at what timeline that would be helpful for. So I think look out sometime this fall for an announcement about that. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got a few more questions that came in for Elizabeth Thompson, and here's the first question from Ms. Thompson. Can you please remind me which type of meetings will be provided face-to-face in priority?
Thank you for that question. So in February, we announced our phased approach on our public website, and we started our in-person face-to-face meetings with Type A BPD type 1 and type X meetings. Recently, we announced on our website that beginning on June 12th, that we will expand in-person face-to-face industry meetings with a hybrid component to include requests for type B end of phase 2 meetings. And so those will be in addition to the ones that we have previously announced. I do want to say that face-to-face meeting requests for other meeting types, if granted, will be held virtually, so the in-person format will not be considered. And also just to note that existing meeting requests received before June 12th, as this is our most recent announcement that we made, or meetings that are already scheduled, regardless of the scheduled meeting date, won't be converted to an in-person format. And this is just in order for us to permit fair implementation of this transition. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a few more questions that just came in from Ms. Thompson, and here's the next question. How many in-person face-to-face meetings has the agency had?
Thank you. Great question. So as of May 31st of this year, FDA has received 10 qualified requests for in-person face-to-face meetings per the phase 1 eligibility criteria. So again, this is type A, BPD type 1, and type X. For all of our PDUFA, BISUFA, and AMUFA programs, all 10 of these requests were granted with an in-person component. We've held 6 of these meetings so far successfully, and the remaining 4 that are scheduled should be completed in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Got another question on face-to-face meetings, and it's the following. When will all meeting types be eligible for in-person face-to-face meetings?
Thank you for that question. So once our full complement of conference rooms, and so those are the conference rooms that we used prior to the pandemic for non-hybrid meetings, once they've all been upgraded to accommodate successful in-person face-to-face meetings with a hybrid component, then the FDA will move to our final phase of transition, which will expand eligibility of in-person face-to-face meetings to all formal meeting types. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple more questions that just came in from Ms. Thompson. And here's the next question. We requested a face-to-face, but we received a written response only. Can we negotiate?
Yes, great question. So when FDA receives meeting requests, upon review, we determine whether or not that a written response to the sponsor's questions is the most appropriate means for providing feedback and advice to the sponsor. So if you have requested a face-to-face meeting, but received a written response only, and you believe that a face-to-face meeting would be more valuable, then the sponsor should provide a rationale and a follow-up correspondence to your assigned regulatory project manager, explaining why you feel a face-to-face meeting is more valuable and warranted. FDA will review your rationale and determine if a face-to-face meeting is appropriate at that time. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have just under a minute left, and we have to try to squeeze in one more question from Ms. Thompson we just received. And here's the question. How do sponsors share presentations at in-person hybrid or virtual-only face-to-face meetings?
Thank you for that question. So first, I want to say that presentations by sponsors are generally not needed because the information for a meeting discussion should be part of the meeting package. However, if a meeting requester plans to make a presentation, they should discuss it ahead of time with their assigned FDA project manager in order to determine if this presentation is warranted, and then also to ensure that FDA has the presentation materials ahead of the meeting. For our in-person, hybrid, or virtual-only face-to-face meetings, we are conducting those through Zoom. Therefore, sponsors will be able to present using that IT platform. Thank you.
Well, that's all the time we have for questions in this Q&A panel. A huge thank you to our presenters for answering numerous questions that came in. We'll now enter into our lunch break time until 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Enjoy your break. Welcome back from the lunch break. To get us started, we do have a few housekeeping notes and reminders for everyone. This activity is eligible for an attendance certificate which supports continuing education by SOCA reps, SQA, and ACRP. Please refer to our website at fda.gov/CEDAR-SBI for more details. You'll be able to obtain the attendance certificate only upon completion of the survey, which will remain open for 2 weeks. Remember, that's June the 23rd. Please remember to download the certificate immediately upon completing their survey. It cannot be retrieved after the fact. Let us know your comments and feedback via the survey. This will help guide the design for our future events. To summarize, for our physicians, pharmacists, and nurses claiming the 32.25 continuing education credits, attendees have 14 days from the last day of the activity to log in, complete the required CE evaluations, and attest to attendance to claim credit. So be sure to complete the CE session evaluation on or before June 23rd. As a reminder, the email we send to attendees later today will have information on both the CE claim code and the survey link. Moving into our presentations, our first presentation is on the Electronic Submissions Gateway, the road to modernization. Our presenter, Jessica Bernhardt, is the Admin Apps Program Manager and ESG Program Manager in the Office of Information Management and Technology within the Office of Digital Transformation, Office of the Commissioner. Our next presentation is on the eCTD version 4.0 and the latest on eCTD. Our presenter, Jonathan Resnick, is a Project Management Officer in the Division of Data Management Services and Solutions within the Office of Business Informatics, the Office of Strategic Programs in CEDAR. Our final presentation of the session before the Q&A panel is on the electronic submission practicalities and application tips. Our presenter, Heather Crandall, is an operations research analyst in the Division of Data Management Services and Solutions within the Office of Business Informatics and the Office of Strategic Programs in CEDAR. Please join me to welcome our first presenter, Jessica Bernhardt.
Greetings. My name is Jessica Bernhardt. I am the ESG Program Manager here at the FDA. Today we are going to cover the Electronic Submission Gateway, also known as ESG, and the road to modernization. Today on the agenda, we will cover what is ESG, how does ESG work, who receives ESG submissions, ESG and industry collaboration, ESG growth, recent ESG enhancements, going green, modernization, ESG next gen, and then we'll have a session for key takeaways and questions. What is ESG? ESG is the FDA's electronic submission gateway. It is an agency-wide solution which accepts electronic regulatory submissions. This enables industry to communicate with the FDA by sending a secure submission for pre-market and post-market regulatory information for the FDA's review. How does ESG work? In the next section, we will learn how submissions are sent and received through ESG. How ESG works. Industry sends a single file or folder submission to the FDA via HTTPS. ESG then receives the submission and assigns a unique ID. FDA ESG then sends a receipt to the submitter acknowledging the transmission. The submission is automatically transferred to the center's inbox. Then a center acknowledgement is automatically generated and sent to the submitter via the FDA ESG. The center will then validate and process the submission by accessing the center's inbox. Additional information about the process can be found on the ESG website. Here is the submission process. As you can see, the industry submitter will submit to the FDA ESG. ESG will then forward the submission to the FDA center inbox. This is similar to the mail process where you mail a letter, the post office then receives the letter and then delivers the letter to your mailbox. It's important to note that ESG does not open or review any of the submissions. That does not occur until the center receives it. How do users send submissions? Users can submit through ESG by using the web trader or AS2. The web trader is a web-based interface compatible with Windows operating system, which requires a client to send documents and receive receipts and acknowledgments from the FDA. The web trader application makes communication with the FDA simple, cost-effective, and time-independent. All submissions are signed using a PKI certificate. PKI certificates are used for authentication and adds an extra layer of security. The web trader is an excellent option for small to medium-sized businesses or businesses without their own IT department. AS2 is a system-to-system connection. This allows industry partners to access the gateway via system-to-system communication. System-to-system communication, often referred to as an AS2 account, provides an automated connection to the FDA for submissions, receipts, and acknowledgments. The system-to-system communication requires software from industry partners. All submissions are also signed with the PKI certificates, which again is for authentication and adds an additional layer of security. AS2 is a great option for larger industry partners or industry partners with their own IT department. We have come to a challenge question. Challenge question number 1. Which of the following statements is not true? A. ESG opens the submission file and reviews content for accuracy. B. ESG delivers the submission file to the FDA center without opening or reviewing content. C. ESG sends a receipt to the submitter to acknowledge the submission has been received. Which of the following statements is not true? If you guessed A, you are correct. Congratulations. Who receives ESG submissions? In this section, we will learn which centers, offices, and external partners receive ESG submissions. The FDA centers, offices, and community partners receiving ESG submissions are as follows. The Center of Veterinary Medicine, also known as CVM, the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, also known as CBER, the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, also known as CDER, the Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, also known as CIFSAN, the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, also known as CDRH, the Center for Tobacco Products, also known as CTP, Health Canada, also known as HC, Office of Regulatory Affairs, also known as ORA, Office of the Commissioner, also known as OC. For additional information on the centers, offices, and community partners receiving ESG submissions, you can visit the ESG website. ESG industry collaboration. In this section, we will learn how ESG and industry communicate. ESG's collaboration with industry. Per Prescription Drug User Fee Act, also known as PDUFA, FDA and industry will collaborate to plan and conduct meetings, review initiatives, and engage industry to provide feedback and/or participate in pilot testing prior to implementing significant changes that impact industry's interaction with the ESG. Annually, FDA leadership and PDUFA IT leadership review initiatives and provide opportunity for industry input. Many of you may have experienced firsthand this collaboration between industry and the FDA. Prior to releasing major software enhancements or upgrades, the FDA's ESG team will send out communication to industry requesting assistance with testing. Many of you may have participated in testing in the past. Industry testing is vital to ensuring software enhancements and upgrades the ESG releases are free of bugs and defects. The testing also ensures industry does not experience any issues after the software release. ESG team thanks industry for their participation in this testing and their vital feedback they provide. Industry and collaboration continued. In order to continue with the vital partnership between industry and the FDA, it is recommended that we continue to participate in PDUFA quarterly industry meetings, continue to participate in FDA and PDUFA leadership meetings, and continue collaborative activities with industry for impactful system and software changes. ESG growth. Learn how ESG has grown from 2015 until now. ESG growth by year. For ESG growth by year, we look at the total submissions as well as the total transactions. The total transactions include the submissions, acknowledgements, as well as receipts. For ESG growth by year, we're looking at 2015 to 2022. As you can see here, the submissions from 2015 to 2022 has over doubled, with 3 million submissions in 2015 and over 8 million submissions in 2022. Here you can see a huge increase from submissions in 2020 to submissions in 2021. This large increase from 5.7 million to 7.2 million is due to the COVID-19 submissions. We also look at the total transactions from 2015 to 2022, and the total transactions has increased from 9.2 million to 27.5 million from 2015 to 2022, which is a substantial increase. The average annual growth from 2015 to 2022 for submissions is 15%. Acknowledgements is 18%, data is 24%, and accounts is 14%. As you can see, the submissions and transactions steadily increase. For additional information on the submissions and transaction statistics, please visit the FDA ESG website and look under submission statistics. Recent ESG enhancements. This section will cover ESG enhancements for 2022 and 2023. 2022 ESG enhancements. The 2022 ESG enhancements included Account Portal 1.0 and submission virus scanning. Account Portal 1.0 was implemented in August of 2022. This delivered a new front-end portal, which enhanced WebTrader user experience and automated the onboarding account management process, enables WebTrader account holder to use self-service features. The benefit for this enhancement provides self-service features which allows users to easily navigate the account creation process, update passwords and digital certificates, and upload mandatory non-repudiation letters. The account portal also adds role-based functions such as power users to manage specific account items for their company and conduct company submission searches. The account portal system will also auto-promote accounts from the ESG pre-prod environment to production upon center approval, which will help to reduce onboarding time. The second enhancement for 2022 was the submission virus scanning, which was implemented July of 2022. This enhancement implemented virus scanning software at the agency level prior to downstream center submission processing. The benefit for this enhancement was that it enhances the ESG security by adding another layer of protection prior to reaching the FDA intranet. ESG's 2023 enhancements. The 2023 ESG enhancement included a core technology refresh. This core technology refresh was completed in March of 2023. It included migrating ESG databases, services, and software to a GovCloud FedRAMP high infrastructure. It included implementing center user functionality within the account portal. The benefits for this enhancement were to support the FDA Technology Modernization Action Plan, also known as TMAP, and the Data Modernization Action Plan, also known as DMAP, strategies. This enhancement allowed for the reduction of the data center footprint, providing a cost savings of operating and maintenance for all centers, and aligned with the FDA's mission of going green. The upload time between the industry user environment to ESG server in the cloud versus the on-premise server improved by 34%. This enhancement enabled the use of modern cloud technology, which enables scalability when the need arises. Also allowed for a more reliable environment for a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year implementation. ESG going green. This next section will cover how the ESG is making changes which supports FDA's Going Green initiative. ESG Going Green initiative. Effective February 2023, FDA will now accept non-repudiation letters electronically. Industry is no longer required to send a hard copy of non-repudiation letters, and doing so is optional. This will help to reduce the FDA and National Archive, also known as NAR's, carbon footprint, and aligns with their Going Green initiative by reducing the amount of paper. ESG modernization through PDUFA VII and PDUFA III commitments. In this section, we'll learn how ESG is modernizing. ESG modernization fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 25. Continue modernization through Prescription Drug User Fee Act, also known as PDUFA VII, and Biosimilar User Fee Act, also known as PDUFA III commitments, and other FDA strategic initiatives through the development of the ESG Next Gen. PDUFA VII commitments in relation to ESG are to monitor and modernize. Under this, there are two PDUFA VII commitments. The first one, FDA will continue to ensure the usability and improvement of the ESG. Annually, FDA will provide on the ESG website historic and current metrics on ESG performance in relation to published targets, characterizations, and volume of submissions, and standards adoption and conformance. The second, FDA will advance the ESG cloud-based modernization with an improved architecture that supports greatly expanding data submission bandwidth and storage while continuing to ensure its stable operation. By the end of FY 2025, FDA will complete ESG transition to the cloud, including setup and integration of an enterprise identity and access management solution that will streamline applicant access to FDA resources. Annually, FDA will share progress against the implementation plan. FDA will engage industry to provide feedback and/or participate in pilot testing in advance of implementing significant changes which impact industry's interaction with the enterprise-wide systems. Similar to PDUFA, BioSimilar also has commitments which include modernizing FDA's information technology infrastructure and supporting of cloud-based technologies in relation to the ESG. Vision for the next generation of ESG. The vision for the next generation of ESG is to provide the FDA with a trusted, secured, cloud-based, and unified submission gateway that is highly available, scalable, and accept a variety of electronic submissions for processing by line or subject-specific business processes. As you can see, this is the industry partners. This is the ESG Next Gen, which will include an identity access management, user provisioning, and submission provisioning in a FSMA high environment, and will interact with FDA clouds and portals, as well as other FDA systems and portals that are on-prem. The vision for ESG Next Gen in relation to FDA's strategic initiatives. The vision for ESG Next Gen use the 3 FDA strategic initiatives, which are Technology Modernization Action Plan, also known as TMAP, the Data Modernization Action Plan, also known as DMAP, and the Enterprise Modernization Plan, also known as EMAP, to develop the vision for the ESG Next Gen. The Technology Modernization Action Plan, also known as TMAP, includes the modernization of FDA's technology infrastructure, enhancing FDA's capabilities to develop technology products to support its regulatory mission, and communication and collaboration with stakeholders to drive technological progress that is interoperable across the system and delivers value to consumers and patients. The FDA Modernization Plan, also known as DMAP, includes identify and execute high-value driver projects for individual centers and for the agency, develop consistent and repeatable data practices across the agency, and create and sustain a strong talent network combining internal strengths with key external partnerships. The Enterprise Modernization Action Plan, also known as EMAP, includes creating the infrastructure to support change, develop a common operational approach, and ensure strategic alignment. These 3 FDA strategic initiatives were taken into account when developing the vision for the ESG Next Gen solution. The ESG Next Gen approach. The ESG Next Gen approach has used the product approach, which uses personas. There are several personas which were considered when developing the vision for the ESG Next Gen. Those are the industry power user persona, the industry submitter persona, the ESG admin persona, the center admin persona, and the FDA center user persona. These personas are used to develop a story That story is used to document requirements for each of these personas. The approach for the ESG NextGen is a complete technology refresh with the latest cloud-based and best-of-breed software. It also looks to examine the current business process, pain points that currently exist in the existing ESG in order to deliver a better user experience for external and internal users. The ESG NextGen team will collaborate with internal FDA stakeholders and industry in order to solicit feedback and validate functionality. ESG NextGen business process improvements. The ESG NextGen team looked at the current ESG and the pain points that currently exist in order to come up with the process improvements for the ESG NextGen. These process improvements include the following: streamline industry account onboarding process. This will include streamlining manual user onboarding process by using modern intelligent business process management platform and ICAM solutions. The next is to improve customer experience. The improvement of customer experience will reduce the help desk calls and improve customer experience by using CRM tools to provide updates on submission status and enable two-way communication between centers and users. The next is to improve the file transfer process by increasing file submission processing speed, support filed resume transfer function, handle large file sizes, and reduce the complexity in generating the proper submission packages. The next business process improvement will be to improve user management processes by consolidating user accounts and manual access management functions into a unified enterprise identity, credential, and access management ICAM solution for end users. The last business process improvement will be to support new use cases. This will ensure future capabilities of ESG NG will be able to incorporate new technologies that can support future use cases as they arise. ESG NextGen targeted milestones. For FY22, the FDA worked on the planning phase for the ESG NextGen. This included developing the vision and planning, as well as market research. In FY23, we kicked off the proof of concept. This included the development and execution of the proof of concept. The proof of concept started in January of 2023 and is slated to end the end of the summer of 2023. The FY24 roadmap will include Release 1. This will include the Unified Submission Portal, Identity Account Management, User Interface Application Programming Interface, and Data Migration. Release 2 and 3 on the roadmap will take place in FY25. Release 2 will include enhanced Unified Submission Portal and Dashboard, as well as self-service capabilities. Release 3 will include large file size submissions, chatbots, and additional portal features, which are to be determined. As part of the roadmap, we will provide industry outreach and planning on a quarterly basis. We will develop testing strategy with industry and solicit testers. We will update the ESG NextGen website with information, specification, user guides, frequently asked questions, and progress. We will conduct testing with industry on each release before going live, incorporating lessons learned. For FY23 proof of concept, we will be reaching out to industry to assist with testing of the proof of concept. In addition, we are in the process of developing an ESG Next Gen website, which will provide pertinent information to industry. And we have arrived at another challenge question. Challenge question number 2. The ESG Next Gen modernization will incorporate all of the following business process improvement except A. Improve customer experience, B. Improve file transfer process, C. Check submissions for spelling errors, or D. Improve user management process. Which of the following ESG modernization will incorporate all of the following business processes improvements except If you selected option C, check submission for spelling errors, you are correct. Congratulations if you got the question right. Key takeaways and questions. In this section, we will cover the key takeaways from the presentation and allow for a question and answer session. The key takeaways from the presentation are as follows. The current ESG has been the FDA Central Intake Portal since 2005. Since 2015, there has been an annual average increase of 17% in submission volume and data size. ESG will modernize to accommodate a continued rate of growth well into the future. The current ESG has met all PDUFA requirements to date. The current ESG has served us well. However, as technologies and user requirements change, the FDA is assertively taking actions to ensure ESG will meet future industry, technology, security, and public requirements. The ESG Next Gen will address pain points in the legacy ESG, as well as leverage technological advances to provide a modern and secure electronic submission gateway for industry to provide critical information to the FDA. If you have additional questions after today's question and answer session, my name is Jessica Bernhardt, and my email is jessica.bernhardt@fda.hhs.gov. Please feel free to reach out. For more information after the presentation and today's question and answer session, you can access additional information on the FDA's ESG website at this website address, www.fda.gov/for-industry/electronic submission gateway/default.htm. Also, you can email the ESG Help Desk at esghelpdesk@fda.hhs.gov. We'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Hi, my name's Jonathan Bresnick. We're going to cover the fundamentals of the eCTD 4.0 concepts. We'll be talking a bit about the FDA implementation strategy and how you can prepare for 4.0. So let me begin by showing you some things that are directly from the ICH eCTD 4.0 implementation guide. This is an excerpt. It says, the goal of upgrading to eCTD 4.0 is to facilitate the processing of review of electronic regulatory submissions. And it goes on to say that some of the key business drivers include document reuse, which is the ability to submit a document once to a regulatory authority and then be able to refer to that document again in other sequences or in other applications without actually providing the physical file over and over. Document and metadata lifecycle. This is about the ability to manage versions of documents and the metadata around them. And then management of context groups. This is talking about ability to group documents together based on their nature of use. So let's get into the actual 4.0 concepts. So let's take a look at the concept of harmonized submission unit and document reuse. With harmonized submission unit, what we have is all content from Module 1 through Module 5 is now contained in a single exchange message or a single eCTD backbone file within the sequence. So you can see here how I've contrasted eCTD 4.0 versus 3.2.2. In 4.0, you have a single submission unit.xml file. It contains all the backbone information for the submission, including the studies. With 3.2.2, we had our regional backbone file, our index backbone file, and individual study tagging files for each study. With the document reuse concept, a document ID is established whenever you're sending in a new file. And that document ID captures information such as the document title for the file and the path to that file. So now if you wanted to reuse that particular file in a future sequence, it's very easy to do. All you have to do is reference that unique document identifier that you set up. All right, so let's take a look at another concept here with 4.0. It's called context of use. It's about the placement of a document within a table of contents. And it provides information regarding the usage of that document and its life cycle. If you haven't already drawn the connection, context of use is very similar to the current concept in 3.2.2 of leaf element. Now there's also a controlled vocabulary that's used quite heavily in eCTD 4.0, and we use what's called keywords, and they give additional information to that context of use. In other words, keywords really are replacing the eCTD 3.2.2 attributes and valid values. So here on the last line, we have an example of a context of use that has the predefined table of contents heading combined with the keyword. So you see in purple 3.2.s.2 manufacturer. That's the actual context of use or table of contents heading combined with the information you see in green, which are the keywords. Now, taking this a little further, we talk about a context group. And a context group is just that combination of the context of use with the keyword. So we have up here the combination of a context of use and a keyword defines the context of the submission contents. If any one of them is different, the context is considered different. And that's important because if you use different keywords under a context of use, that can result in creating multiple headings in the eCTD viewer tool. So let's take a look here. So I have context of use X, and you can also think of this as context of use group X, and context of use Y. In context, both of them, if you look at the purple writing, have the same heading, 3.2.S.2 manufacturer. But they differ in terms of the keyword that the submitter has applied to the context of uses. So in the example of context of use X, the keyword is substance 1 and manufacturer 1. With context of use Y, it's substance 1, but it uses manufacturer 2. So it changes the context group. And that is why when you look at this visual on the right-hand side, you see two 3.2.S.2 manufacturer headings displayed because the keywords were different between them. Another concept in 4.0 is called group title. This is leveraging keywords. So there is a group title keyword, and it's applied to the lowest level of a context of use, context group, to further organize content under a CTD heading when multiple documents are allowed. and the sender assigns the group title to specify how the content should appear together. So of course, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So let's take a look here on the right at this visual. So I want to call your attention that we have the lowest level heading, M32P7, Container Closure System Blister. And there's 6 documents listed underneath that heading. And what the submitter has done is they've used the group title keyword to separate out those 6 documents into 2 groups. This is a new feature with 4.0. Now we get to priority number. Priority number is all about the ability for the submitter to set the order of the documents within a section or heading. It defines the display order in the eCTD viewer tool of the documents underneath that context of use or context group. Right? So it doesn't matter which tool vendor you're using to view your eCTD submission, you should see the documents listed in the same order. Another feature of priority number is allows the submitter to change the order of the documents without having to actually life cycle them. So the sender can reorder submission content or insert documents. So this visual here is giving an example. So in sequence 1, document 1, 2, 3, and 5 were submitted, and they're in chronological order. The submitter decides in sequence 2 they want to change that order. And so you see now they have document 5 listed first. Along the subject of documents, we have document identifier. Every document is assigned a unique identifier. A unique identifier approach means that documents can be referenced, reused more effectively without resubmitting the physical file, without having to provide the path to that physical file. This can be used across a submission unit, which is a sequence. It can be used across regulatory activities with an application, or even across applications. These document identifiers are important. They're used to reference the document under a context of use or context group. You have the ability to reuse the document metadata. So remember, when you set up a document ID, that is including the title that you're associating with that physical file and the path to where that physical file is located. You can also do some other things here with document information. You can update the document title. And you can do this, again, without actually life cycling the document. So for example, if you made a typo in sequence 1, like this visual is showing, where you wrote manufact instead of manufacturing process and controls, you can do an update by using the priority number feature. Similar to the way that you can update the document titles, you can also update the display name values of a keyword. So in this example, the submitter has provided a display name for their manufacturer keyword of ACE manufacturer in sequence 1. And then, for whatever reason, they realized they needed to change the manufacturer name to Acme manufacturer. They were able to do this by just updating the display name value for that manufacturer keyword they used. They don't have to, delete or suspend the content underneath the heading and then submit it as new, like one would have to do with the current eCTD. Lifecycle is another enhancement with documents with 4.0. So today with 3.2.2, of course, lifecycle is very powerful, and you can replace documents, and eCTD tracks the linkage between the different versions. But you can only do a one-to-one replacement today. With 4.0, this functionality is expanded. So not only do you still have the ability to do one-to-one, but you can also do many-to-one replacements or one-to-many. So I have a few visuals here. So the first visual is replace many to one. And you'll see in sequence 1, under context group 1, 3 documents were submitted. Then in sequence 2, the submitter has replaced those 3 documents with a single document called document 4. That's that many to one. Further to the right, that visual is showing the replacement operation of one to many. So we take this a little further. So now this submitter says, you know what? I want to change from the 1 document over to 3 documents again. Replace one to many. And you can see how that happens. From document 4, they replace it into what would be documents 5, 6, and 7. And the eCTD viewer tools will be able to track that linkage and association. So this is a good spot here to ask a couple of challenge questions. So the first one is, an eCTD 4.0 sequence contains a harmonized submission unit message called submissionunit.xml. Is that true or false? I'll give you a few seconds to think about it. Okay, and the reveal? True. This is one of the nice advantages of 4.0 over what we have today. It consolidates all those backbone files that we get in every sequence in 3.2.2 to just a single backbone file with eCTD 4.0. And it's called submissionunit.xml. Let's take a look at challenge question number 2. The eCTD 4.0 document lifecycle functionality allows one-to-one replacement, one-to-many replacement, many-to-one replacement, or is it D, all of the above? We'll give you a few seconds to think about the answer. Okay, and now the reveal. D, all of the above. So let's switch gears here and let's focus in on FDA's 4.0 implementation strategy. Of course, FDA can't implement anything until ICH has the eCTD 4.0 specifications ready to go, and they do. So ICH put out the 4.0 implementation package. It's out there. It's on the ICH website. It's currently on version 1.5 that was posted in May of last year. There's also a question and answer change request document available on the site as well. The latest version, 1.7, available as of June of last year. Also on this ICH page are regional implementation information, such as regional technical pilots, implementation dates, and links back to regional pages where you can find their regional implementation guides and other associated documents. Later on in this slide deck, I will have the link directly to this site, so you will have it all in one place. Now the FDA activities. FDA has put out a 4.0 technical conformance guide, as well as the regional 4.0 Module 1 implementation package. This was originally posted in February of 2020 for public comment. It's undergone a few revisions. The latest one is actually version 1.5.1 of the regional implementation package. It was posted September of 2022. There's also specifications for the validation criteria specific to 4.0, as well as comprehensive table of contents, headings, and hierarchy. Those are all up there on our eCTD website. We've created a 4.0 section of our website to help organize all of the content for you. Other activities that we've been doing here at FDA is testing out our software. We are busy testing out the latest versions of the eCTD software and validation tools that we use to make sure that we're getting into position to be able to fully support 4.0, and it's working as intended. We've also recently concluded a small technical pilot so that we get tests and sample submissions, not just that we create, but that we get from industry. Looking at our FDA implementation strategy, we're planning to have an initial release in 2024, and the scope of that will be to accept new applications in eCTD 4.0. In order to get there, we just recently completed a technical pilot that was to ensure that our FDA systems and tools were working properly with 4.0. We also plan to open the door to allow industry to submit sample eCTD4 submissions into FDA in the later part of this year to give you an opportunity to get feedback. And then as far as future phases, we're looking at about a year after we start accepting new applications in 4.0 to be able to accept the transition of current applications. So if you had already sent something in 3.2.2, you could follow it up with an amendment or a supplement in 4.0. And then once we have that all rolled out and working, then we would look at putting into place the two-way communication. Now, this slide is a really great resource for everybody. It has the hyperlink to the ICH webpage and the hyperlink to the FDA eCTD 4.0 webpage. So you have access to all the implementation guides and packages and specifications, everything you need to prepare for eCTD 4.0. So the ICH webpage has the implementation package, supplement documents for 4.0 implementation, regional implementation information, and links, and change control information. On our FDA page, that's where you get the regional stuff, the FDA implementation package, the FDA technical conformance guide, CTOC validations. So, a little bit, how can you prepare for 4.0? We have some recommendations. We recommend you discuss the 4.0 development plans with your vendor, your IT organization. Understand the specs. Is there a plan for transitioning to 4.0? And you can always send questions into ICH or FDA. Become familiar with the 4.0 concepts and enhancements. ICH has put together a couple of PowerPoint presentations that are available on the ICH 4.0 website. Look at the FDA Technical Conformance Guide. It's written in a more plain English, type of writing to make it easier for even a non-technical person to understand. And then know where to find the 4.0 information. And I'm hoping that this presentation will go a long way in helping you there. And then finally, think about submitting an eCTD 4.0 sample submission for technical feedback, right? Before you actually send a live submission. Again, later this year, probably near the end of this year, we are planning to open the door so you could send in those samples and get feedback. All right, so I've got a poll question here for you. My company plans to submit an eCTD 4.0 test submission in A, 2023, B, 2024, C, we've already submitted, or D, we have no plans at this time. All right. So in summary, eCTD 4.0, it builds upon the success of our current eCTD. How does it do that? It enhances document replacement. It harmonizes the submission unit backbone file, provides better utilization and more of the control vocabularies, gives the ability to rename documents and context groups. 4.0 is ready to implement. It's ready now. Regulators are actively working on their regional implementations. FDA has published the specifications, completed its pilots testing, and is now working toward buttoning up all the other things behind the scenes so that we can start accepting these 4.0 submissions next year in 2024. And finally, FDA has put together a web page that has all of the eCTD 4.0 content, and you can easily get to it by going to our normal fda.gov/eCTD webpage, where it has all of our current eCTD specifications. You'll see there's a link there for the 4.0 page. So that's the end of the talk today, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Heather Crandall, and I am here from the CEDAR electronic submissions team in the Office of Business Informatics to talk to you today about eCTD. It's more than just the documents within it. So the learning objectives today, by the end of this presentation, you should be able to understand where to find new information that is put out about eCTD submissions. You should be able to list the most common errors that are made by sponsors when submitting an eCTD format. And you should know where to find resources available that will help answer common questions that are received by the electronic submissions team about eCTD submissions. So what's new with eCTD? In December of 2022, the eCTD submission standards was put on a new web page in the FDA eCTD site. So previously, the submission standards were located in a PDF file and an Excel document that housed all of the specification and attribute files for eCTD version 3.2.2. As of December 2022, they are now located on a web page where you can search for the documents, and you can find that web page in the quick links on the main FDA eCTD site. Also, in November of 2022, the eCTD Technical Conformance Guide was updated to include information about submitting structured data files in Module 3 as part of the substance information. In mid-March of 2023, a handful of validation errors were updated. A new error, 1738, became effective, and 1738 is looking for a match between the study ID as listed in the study tagging file XML and the study ID or SPREF ID listed in the trial summary XPT file. And this is a medium level error, which, as I previously said, went into place in mid-March of 2023. Also with that update, I wanted to highlight the change of scope for validation error 1737. Previously, 1737 looked at a subset of modules 4 and modules 5 to check. And with the update in mid-March, 1737 now looks at everywhere a study tagging file is expected to be. And as a refresher, validation code 1737 is checking that files submitted to a study that are of the same name and leaf title are not both submitted as new. So if there is an update to a file in your study, you should be submitting the newer version as replacing the previously submitted version.
I want to get into some metrics around eCTD submissions, looking at the overall metrics and then digging down into the top errors that we are seeing in eCTD submissions. So I'm going to be looking at CDER eCTD formatted submissions between October 1st, 2022 and April 30th, 2023. So within that time period, more than 198,000 submissions were received by CDER, and that includes eCTD formatted submissions, paper applications, and electronic non-eCTD applications. But 94%, the vast majority of those were received in eCTD format. Within that 94%, only roughly 1% of those eCTD submissions are rejected. And of that 1%, I wanted to focus on 4 errors that we see for the majority reasons why these submissions are being rejected. More than 50% are because of a duplicate sequence number. 1,765 of them were rejected in that time frame for duplicate sequence. So that means that we already have a sequence number for that application in our database that was already submitted to us, and then it is being submitted again. So we cannot accept that. Each sequence number must be unique, and so it will get rejected. We also see rejections for single file submissions. So the file can't be coming through the gateway zipped, and more than one file needs to be present in an eCTD submission for it to be a proper eCTD formatted submission. Also, we see submissions with no backbone files, so that means they're either missing the index.xml file or their US regional.xml file. But the area I'm going to focus on in the next couple slides is the second most common error bucket, which is high validation errors. I broke out the high validation errors into the top 10 error codes that we see. There are more than just these that are bucketed within other high errors, but these are the top 10 error codes that result in high validation errors and rejections. Roughly 50% of the high validation errors come from 2 validation codes around leaf elements. So it's 46% of the high errors, and the first code is validation 1306, which means that there is no leaf element found for a file submitted. So a file has been included in your eCTD submission, and there is no leaf referencing that file within the backbone file submitted. The second code is validation 1323, which is the opposite situation where there is a leaf element in one of your backbone files, but there is no file that it is referencing. The file cannot be found that it is supposed to be referencing. The next set of errors have to do with submission types, and this is 18% of the high validation codes. So validation 2034 is saying that the submission type is invalid for the application type. So this would be a situation where In your eCTD metadata, you have indicated your application is an NDA, but your submission type is an IND safety report. That submission type is invalid for submitting to an NDA. And similarly, Validation 2022 is saying that the submission subtype in that backbone file is invalid for the submission type. So the chart of valid application types with their corresponding submission types and submission subtypes can all be found in the Module 1 specification on our eCTD website. And then the final set of high validation errors I'm going to focus on have to do with study data. So these are 10% of our high validation error codes. And the first one is 1734. This validation is looking for a data set named ts.xpt, so the trial summary data set, to have information on the study start date within your submitted studies in a subset of the Module 4 and Module 5. Within the time period that we are looking at, code 1734, at least for some of this time, also included checking for the study ID match between the study tagging file and the study ID in the trial summary file. However, as of mid-March of 2023, so within the time period that this data is pulling from, that was shifted to its own medium level validation code of 1738. So 1734 is looking for that study start date within the trial summary file still. And then code 1789 is also part of these top 10 high errors that we see. And 1789 is looking for a file submitted within a Module 4 or Module 5 section to be referenced within a study tagging file. And the study tagging files tell the viewer what files are part of a study so it can group them all together underneath their appropriate study ID and study title. Which leads us to our first challenge question. So most eCTD submission failures are due to A, a duplicate sequence number, B, an eCTD validation error, C, a missing backbone file, or D, a single file submission. And the correct answer is A, a duplicate sequence number. Question number 2. The majority of high validation errors are due to A, a missing ts.xpt file, B, an invalid submission type or subtype, C, leaf elements and files are missing and not referencing each other, or D, data is not referenced in an STF. And the correct answer is C. There are leaf elements not referencing files and files not being referenced by leaf elements. For the final part of my presentation, I wanted to get into some of the common questions that the electronic submissions team receives about eCTD submissions, to give some resources and some references if you should have similar questions, where you might look for the answers or who you can reach out to about these questions. So I'm going to cover where do I place content within the eCTD, How do I cross-reference to another application? What are our recommended file formats? Do I need a digital signature? And what file tags should be used? So the first question, where do I place content? The main resource to help you answer this question is the document of the Comprehensive Table of Contents, Headings, and Hierarchy. There's a screenshot of it here. This is a document available on our FDA eCTD webpage, and it lists out the standardized headings that are available to place documents and files within your eCTD submission. If you have further questions on this, we recommend looking at the ICH organization document that the headings and hierarchy document is based off of. And of course, you can reach out to your FDA regulatory project manager and the electronic submissions help team. The second question, how do I cross-reference another eCTD application? In our backbone specification for Module 1 document, we have a section that talks about how to cross-reference a document submitted to another eCTD formatted application. So you can take a look at this. That document is linked here. Or if you have further questions, you can email eSub. What file formats are expected? So the recommendations for file formats are in our file format type specification. So all of the documents broken down by type of file that they would apply to and where they are recommended to be placed are in this specification. But of course, if you have questions about a particular file format, you can reach out to your RPM or email eSub. So do I need a digital signature on my 1571 or 356H form? There's information available about digital or electronic signatures on the FDA webpage found here, and that gives you information about submitting a flattened digital signature, a scanned signature, and what is acceptable. Or, of course, if you have a specific question, you can reach out to eSub. And finally, what file tag should I use? So this is specific to study data files, but you can find more information about study tagging files and the file tags in our specification. There is also information about specific file tags and when they should be used in the Study Data Technical Conformance Guide. The full list of acceptable file tags is found in the validvalues.xml file, and there's a snapshot of it here. And then, of course, if you have questions about a specific file and file tag, you can email eSub. So our final challenge question, where can I find recommended file formats? In the Comprehensive Table of Contents of Headings and Hierarchies, in the specifications for file format types using eCTD specifications, in the eCTD Technical Conformance Guide, or D, the eCTD Backbone Files specification for Module 1. And the correct answer is B, the file format type specification. So in summary, if you have questions or want to look for announcements, updates, and the specifications, please check out our FDA eCTD webpage linked here. And keep in mind when you're putting together your eCTD submission next, the most common mistake we see that results in a rejection is the use of a duplicate sequence number. So here are some resources that are available to you that you may find helpful. And if you have any questions after this presentation, please reach out to the electronic submissions team for CDER at esub@fda.hhs.gov. And thank you.
Thank you all for the great presentations. For our attendees, as a reminder, if you haven't had a chance to enter your questions into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. Looks like we have some questions already coming in, and the first group of questions will be addressed to Jessica Bernhardt. And here is the first question for Ms. Bernhardt. How does the ESG Next Gen change the way partners use it?
That's a great question. So right now, the ESG Next Gen is in the proof of concept phase. So we're still working out all the technical details. We will, as development continues, we will keep in touch with industry partners and advise of the changes that are coming and provide ample notice. Industry will be involved in all UAT testing, so they'll have an opportunity to test everything out, make sure everything is working prior to us releasing ESG Next Gen.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a few more questions for Ms. Bernhardt, and here is the next question. Are there any plans of including the referrals payment and the FDA OAA database into the ESG database?
At this time, no, there are no plans to include those in the ESG database.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got just a couple more questions from Ms. Bernhardt, and here's the next question. When will the ESG Next Gen be available to industry?
The ESG Next Gen will be available to industry in FY25, and we will be communicating as the date gets closer, specific dates and times of when the release will take place, but we are targeting FY25 at this point.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have one more question from Ms. Bernhardt, and here's the question. What will happen to the current ESG when ESG Next Gen is released?
We will sunset and retire the legacy ESG. Once all industry is transferred to ESG Next Gen, that sunsetting will take place.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got a few questions that came in for Jonathan Resnick. And here's the first question for Mr. Resnick. Can eCTD 4.0 be used for all submission types, including CDRH submissions?
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, this is a good question. So currently, CDER and CBER are working together on the eCTD 4.0 implementation. So the submission types that one could use under eCTD 4.0 are for the submissions to those two centers. So we're talking about the NDAs, the ANDAs, BLAs, INDs, drug master files. You can even send it an EUA, for example, as well. But in general, it's submissions that are going to CDER and CBER only at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple more questions from Mr. Resnick, and here's the next question. How do you create group under section 3.2.p.7?
So, another really good question. I definitely recommend that people take a look at the ICH website at the eCTD 4.0 orientation materials. There's two PowerPoint slide decks there available that help describe some of these things. But in general, right, for this question, how do you create a group underneath the lowest level of a eCTD heading? And you do that with keywords. So there is a keyword that you can use for group title that you enter. Now, exactly how this will work from a user perspective, that depends on the eCTD tool vendor and how they implement the user interface in their publishing program. But they'll be following a set of harmonized standards for eCTD 4.0. So I guess, long story short, really recommend you check with your eCTD tool vendor that's providing the 4.0 functionality to ask them a specific question like this one. Thank you.
Thank you for answering that question. Got a couple more questions for Mr. Resnick, and here's the next question. In this new system, when filing a BLA, will you be able to reference documents previously submitted to an IND without resubmitting?
Yeah, another good question. It's good to see that people are really focused in on what we're talking about with our presentations here. So, with document reuse, right, what it enables you to do is when you submit a file, you are establishing a document ID with that file. And underneath that document ID, it has the path to the file. It has the document title that would be used with that file whenever you reference the document ID. So if you were to reuse that document ID, and you can do that across applications, what's going to be displayed to the reviewer is that document title that you set up that initial time when referencing the file the first time. So if you're just reusing a file, if you had submitted a particular file under the IND, and now you're coming along down the road and you're submitting the NDA, and absolutely nothing about that file has changed, including the document title that you want displayed under your submission to the NDA, then you could use that document reference functionality, so you don't have to actually, include the file, the physical file again in the sequence folder. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have one more question that just came in from Mr. Resnick, and it's the following. Has there been any discussion at the agency to require eCTD format for research INDs in the future?
So, as far as I know, no. I haven't heard about any discussion. And a little background for the rest of the audience. In the eCTD guidance, as we call it, the 745A electronic submission guidance for the drug applications to CDER and CBER, currently there is an exemption for what's called non-commercial INDs, which covers the research IND. So those don't have to be submitted in eCTD format, although we very much encourage you to do so. It certainly helps us when those research INDs come in eCTD format. But as far as I think what this person is getting at here is there a change in the works with our guidance where we're no longer going to offer that exemption? No, I'm not aware of any changes coming down the road for that. Thank you. It was a good question, though.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got a few questions that came in for Heather Crandall. And here is the first question from Ms. Crandall. Is FDA Form 3938 effective?
Yeah, that's a good question. Form 3938 is available to be filled out and used on the FDA Forms webpage. Even though it is, as the questioner pointed out, it's not under the form section in the table of contents of headings and hierarchies. There is a code for it in the form attribute file within our FDA specifications. So if you assign it the proper code, then that would be submitted under section 1.1.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have a couple more questions from Ms. Crandall, and here's the next question. If a drug application is transferred to another entity, how can we confirm with the agency the last sequence that was submitted?
So we recommend when an application is transferred that the full history of the application be transferred as well. But if you have any questions about what the agency has received about an application that you own, you can reach out to the eSub team for CDER, or CBER has their help desk at eSub Prep, and they can help you with that.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have one more question from Ms. Crandall, and here is the question. Should a TS.XPT be submitted with every submission, which includes an STF, or just the first time the STF is submitted?
Yeah, thanks, Ray. This is a really good question. So a TS.XPT, a trial summary file, should be submitted with every study. And of course, every study should be referenced within a study tagging .xml file. So you only need to submit another TS trial summary file for that study if you need to make updates to the trial summary file. So once you've submitted it, then it is part of your study, and you only need to submit a new one if there are updates to be made, in accordance with the CDISC standards.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've only got a couple of minutes left. We're going to try to get one more question in, and we had a question just came in for Jessica Bernhardt, and here is the question. How will industry receive communication about the transition to ESG Next Gen?
That's a great question. So the ESG the ESG site will have a link to ESG Next Gen for information as it becomes available. We'll be posting it there. We also will be providing updates at the quarterly PDUFA meetings. We will have meetings with industry partners as well to provide that information, and we will communicate UAT testing as well that industry is encouraged to participate in.
Thank you for responding to that question, and that's all the time we have for questions in this panel. Another huge thank you to our presenters for answering numerous questions that came in. We'll now enter our break until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Enjoy your break. Welcome back from the break. We're on the home stretch now. Our first presentation in this session is on data standards, and it will be an overview of the CBER Data Standards Program. Our presenter, Ray Wang, is the director with the data standards staff in the Office of Strategic Programs. Next, Andrew Potter will present on PDUFA VII, Goals for Digital Health Technologies, a Regulatory Review Perspective. Andrew Potter is a mathematical statistician in the Division of Biometrics 1 within the Office of Biostatistics and the Office of Translational Sciences. And our final presentation in this session will be on the PDUFA VII Goals for Digital Health Technologies with an IT perspective. Our presenter, Marianne Slack, is the director with the Office of Strategic Program and CEDAR. Please join me to welcome our first presenter, Ray Wang.
Hello everyone, my name is Ray Wang and I am the lead for CEDAR's Data Standards staff within the Office of Strategic Programs. For today's presentation, I will be presenting on behalf of both CEDAR and CBER's Data Standards programs, since we often collaborate on many of the same initiatives, and we also share the same goals as set forth in our Joint Data Standards Strategic Plan. So this is just a typical disclaimer. The content that I present today should not be considered as advice or guidance on behalf of the FDA. My presentation is also not meant to imply any changes to guidance or regulations. Those will be announced through the regular channels, such as through a federal registry notice or postings to the FDA.gov website. Now, moving on to the agenda, we will start with an overview of the CEDAR-CBER Data Standards Program mission and its operating framework, then go over our strategic goals at a high level, followed by a slightly deeper dive into the projects that fall under each one of these goal areas. And we will go through a diagram that helps to visualize and help align our strategic goals within the context of our regulatory review processes. And after that, I will highlight a couple projects that showcase our efforts in modernizing regulatory submission data standards. And with that, let's dive into the presentation. Starting with our mission. So, as many of you may already be aware, the data standards enables the use of technologies for activities across the regulatory review lifecycle. It helps to make submissions more predictable and consistent so that they can be used by the agency's IT systems or scientific tools. Our mission, as stated here, is to promote electronic information exchange standards and terminologies to enable the effective and efficient review of regulatory submission through stakeholder collaboration, policy development, and project implementation. Next slide. This is so before I start going through our projects, I would like to first provide you with some information on how our data standards strategic goals came to be. Specifically, what are some of the factors that drove the creation of these strategic goals? The data standards program operates underneath a set of guiding principles on the left, which are to, one, use voluntary and consensus-based standards development process, reduce regulation burden by aligning with existing health IT initiatives, laws, regulations, and mandates. And lastly, adopt or adapt other standards currently in use when feasible. So while these guiding principles provide a context on how we operate, the regulatory framework on the right sets the legal boundaries on what we can require for submissions, and from a standards perspective, how these submissions should come into the agency. And lastly, since the main purpose of the data standards program is to support a more efficient regulatory review process, there needs to be alignment with higher level agency and center strategic plans, which is why we also took into consideration documents such as the FDA policy roadmap, the FDA strategic plan, the PDUFA commitments, as well as both CDER and CBER's strategic plans. In the middle, we have also updated our program vision statement, and that is to support FDA's public health mission through predictable, consistent, and high-quality data standards. So, so these factors drove the creation of our data standards program strategic goals. These goals that you see at the bottom of this slide were taken from the CDER-CBER Joint Data Standards Strategic Plan, which was updated last year to better align with the PDUFA VII commitments. So for the latest set of goals, we have 4, and they are to improve data standards for regulatory use, data standards policy, efficient information management, and enhance transparency and stakeholder engagement. Moving on, diving just a little bit deeper into these strategic goals. Goal 1 is focused on providing data standards for receipt and exchange of regulatory data to achieve predictable and consistent results. Identify efficiencies to allow data to be systematically captured, processed, and analyzed. This goal essentially covers all of our standards evaluation, testing, and adoption projects. Goal 2 is for the implementation and refinement of internal governance processes to ensure proper oversight during the development, publication, and maintenance of guidance documents. That details the use of data standards, terminologies, and exchange formats for regulatory submissions. In other words, Goal 2, whether it's a guidance, tech spec, or some other rulemaking activity, it is the business implementation aspect of data standards. Goal 3 aims to enhance data quality and data governance and effectively populate FDA systems with predictable and consistent data formats that can be more easily used by our analytic systems. And Goal 4, which is communications, it serves to improve transparency and promote stakeholder engagement in the industry's decision-making process regarding adoption of new standards and updates to existing data standards. So this slide, it's an exercise to connect the goals with the portfolio of data standards project at CDER and CBER. This is certainly not a comprehensive list of all projects, but more so a sample list of some of our key initiatives. While I will be going through each of these projects in more detail in the following slides, I would note that this presentation is not meant to be a deep dive, but rather a overview of the project goals and the key activities that are currently underway. Now, exceptions to this would be the 3 projects that I have selected to further highlight, which I will go over later in the presentation. So, starting with Goal 1, the projects showcased here are selected for a specific reason. So instead of the typical project that focus on updates and revisions to the existing standard, most, or I say almost all of these projects here are efforts that have the potential to transition the agency towards standards that are more modern and interoperable. The first project listed here is the SPL FHIR project. The goal of this project is to move CDER away from the aging SPL submission to the FHIR standard. As FHIR is a more modern exchange standard that is also much more interoperable. Next, we have the PQCMC standardization project. The goal is to identify and standardize data elements, terminologies, and data structures to enable automation of analyses of PQCMC data to support more efficient regulatory reviews. So far, the project team has completed all Phase 1 development activities, which includes about 190 data elements in Module 3. We also published a Federal Register notice last year and another one in May of this year notifying the public about these data elements and also their representation in HL7 FHIR. Next, we have the the IDMP initiative. And as many of you may already know, IDMP is a suite of 5 standards developed within ISO and is an internationally accepted framework to identify and describe medicinal products. The goal here is to facilitate a conformance to this standard to better support global standardization of products and substance identification and enable information exchange both regionally and across regions. So we have been collaborating with EMA and WHO UMC for the past several years through the Global IDMP Implementation Work Group. We call it GITWIC. And as a result of this collaboration, the GITWIC conducted 5 pilot projects to further investigate solutions, identify gaps, and the ultimate goal here is just to support a more efficient global implementation of IDMP. Okay, so moving on to the next slide. Starting with real-world data standardization effort. The goal of this project is to establish a program for reviewing applications using real-world evidence generated from real-world data. This project was launched to better understand the gaps between RWD and current accepted data standards at FDA and identify any opportunity to improve the usage of RWD for research and regulatory submissions. Now, I would add here a key objective of this standardization project is to determine the common EHR data elements and the formatting that are required for structured data submission to the agency, which will allow us to develop a draft representation of the data structure using both CDISC, SDTM, and HL7 FHIR. Next on the list, we have Study Data Testing and Evaluation Project. This is an ongoing effort to test new standards and update existing study data standards to determine and establish FDA support. This is a part of our business as usual process to ensure that the existing standards are up to date and the new standards are able to meet the agency's regulatory review needs. Last but not least, we have the File Transport Format Assessment. This is another joint CDER-CBER effort that evaluated the interim and long-term interoperable transport mechanism options for regulatory submissions, which included SAS VA, XML, and JSON. We also explored approaches to address the limitations of SAS V5 to better understand the level of efforts that are required for transitioning to a more modern and interoperable standard. So while the project was completed last year with JSON coming out as the recommended standard, however, this is very much a preliminary assessment and much more work is still going to be needed to fully understand the internal and external impacts of such a transition before any formal decisions can be made. Okay, moving on to the next slide. So data standards policy, this is goal 2. So while there are certainly considerable benefits to have data standards, but that wouldn't be of any use if those standards are not implemented, right? And policy, as I've mentioned before, is really the business implementation of regulatory data standards. It is the cornerstone by which we establish and communicate the agency's submission requirements or recommendations. So starting with the eStudy data guidance that implements the electronic submission requirement of Section 745A of the FD&C Act for study data contained in various applications. The requirements of eStudy data guidance were further clarified and reinforced through the 2 documents listed below, the Data Standards Catalog, which specifies the data standards, formats, and terminologies that are required or supported for electronic submissions to the agency. And then there's the Study Data Technical Conformance Guide. It provides the specifications, recommendations, and general considerations on how to submit standardized study data using FDA-supported data standards located in the FDA data standards catalog. So at the bottom, 2 examples of the many policy documents that were either published or updated in the last couple years. We have published the draft RWD guidance back in 2021, and we have recently published a final guidance for IDMP, I believe back in March of this year. So moving on to goal 3, efficient information management it really consists of a portfolio of projects that aims to improve how we manage data internally, starting with data governance effort to improve how we manage the availability, usability, and integrity of regulatory review data, and also to refine the agency's internal standards and policies for data usage and change controls. Data control boards are our governance bodies that focus on specific data domains, such as product data or facility data, and it works to improve the review process by ensuring that consistent data definitions, standards, and control terminologies are being used. There is also the Common Product Data Dictionary effort. This project is still in its early planning phase, but the goal is to establish and implement a framework through which CDER system can more effectively share product and substance information through common data elements. Now moving on to goal 4. This goal focuses on improving transparency and stakeholder engagement. And it really boils down to better and more frequent communications. So in this area, we have concentrated our efforts in collaborative standards development through SDO engagement, capturing stakeholder input through public comments. We have our regular, the regular publications reporting on the data standard programs project status, and also maintaining timely updates to our project-specific web pages. So now we have a better understanding of the data standards program strategic goals, our key initiatives, and specifically what are the objectives, the objectives that each project is looking to accomplish. So how does all this come together within the context of the regulatory review lifecycle? And this diagram attempts to explain just that, right? By mapping the 4 strategic goals to the agency's regulatory review lifecycle and the area that each goal was designed to support. So starting with goal 1, it focuses on collaboration with the standard development organizations, the SDOs, to improve data standards and or develop new standards. Then moving on to goal 2, these standards are then implemented through our policies, which provides industry with guidance to ensure conformance to the required or supported data standards so that they have clarity on how to submit these data to the agency. Now, once these submissions are received by the agency, data within these submissions are then unpacked and processed by our internal systems and tools to support regulatory review activities. And this is where goal 3, efficient information management, comes in, as it helps us to maintain and improve oversight of the review data, as well as any associated workflow processes, right? And during this process, we would identify any data needs and opportunities to further improve data standardization, and those requirements that we identify would result in either changes to policy or establishment of new projects. So these policies changes or new initiatives that I just mentioned, they connect very nicely with goal 4 at the bottom, which is when we communicate to the external stakeholders on project progress and solicit public feedback or input. And over the years, CDER and CBER have been actively participating in a wide range of collaboration opportunities with the industry, SDOs, and with other regulators. And with that, this wraps up the first portion of this presentation, which I hopefully was able to provide you with a general understanding of the some of the key components of CDER and CBER's data standards program and how our work is able to fit within the context of the larger regulatory review lifecycle. As for the second part of my presentation, I will highlight a couple key initiatives that are core to our data standards modernization efforts, starting with the SPL FIRE project. So SPL, which stands for Structured Product Labeling, it was a data standard that was developed based on HL7 v3. The original focus was on the exchange of drug product information, specifically for the drug product label, and that includes everything that you see on the label and the package insert here on the screen. And the package insert would to provide you with more information on things like active ingredient, purpose of the drug, dosage form, side effects, and a number of other details that are specific to the drug product. So SPL was able to provide some structure to the data submissions, and that allowed data to be a bit more computable and enabled some automation of the downstream review processes. And over time, we have added additional submissions to the SPL standard, and many of those are not necessarily labeling data use cases, right? But since the SPL standard was already in place, it kind of became the go-to option for a while as our needs for standardization gradually expanded to include these additional use cases that you see on the right here. And the reason why we are now moving away from SPL to FIRE is mainly because support for HL7 v3 has been discontinued. And at the same time, the FIRE standard has proven to be a much simpler and easier standard to implement. So over the years, it has been widely adopted by the healthcare industry. So it kind of became the preferred standard for exchanging healthcare data. And not to mention that the available pool of talent that can provide technical support for the v3-based system is quite limited, and this trend will only continue going forward in the future. So a few years back, the agency started to explore the potential transition from SPL to FIRE. Our scope included evaluations of all SPL use cases at FDA with a goal of fully replicating the functions of SPL and FIRE, and then determine the FIRE representations as needed to support each use cases. We're also working to ensure that the validation methods for FIRE messages are consistent with those being used for SPL v3. And another objective of this project is to develop a FIRE implementation guide, and that is still very much underway as we speak. We have also built and tested a proof of concept system that is able to demonstrate the ability to perform lossless conversions of our test data from v3 to the FIRE standard and vice versa. So in terms of progress to date, the draft FIRE IG is still in development. The extent of use cases that it is currently able to support only includes the National NDC Labeler Code, registering and updating establishment information, and a couple other foundational use cases as listed here. Now, our goal is to continue the development of support for additional SPL use cases. One point I would also note here is that as the project is continuing to make progress, we are planning to engage industry for their participation in a pilot for SPL submissions in FIRE. Schedule-wise, this is still very much notional at this point, but it is something that we think could happen before the end of 2024. Next, moving on to PQCMC. And the current use case for PQCMC data is this. Pharmaceutical industry, they prepare applications or some kind of amendments to the application and then submit them to the FDA. And these submission data are stored in the Electronic Common Technical Document, also known as the eCTD structure. The eCTD, you can see in the middle, has 5 modules. And the focus of PQCMC project is everything that goes into Module 3, where the bulk of the PQCMC data resides. And as well as Module 2.3, which contains summary information for things like composition and manufacturing process. So what's being included in the standardization scope for PQCMC? And that includes comprehensive definition of every drug product and every substance within a product, the recipes for making batches of the drug product, things like quality control tests, acceptance criteria, and testing results for products and ingredients and batches, as well as details on packaging and containers. Another project scope includes a detailed description of the manufacturing process for drug substance and drug product. Specifically, how does a manufacturer put everything together to create the products? And that would include all the steps, mechanisms, machines, processes involved, and also because oftentimes a product can be produced at multiple facilities, we would need to understand what steps are being taken at which facility. So moving on, the reason why we are working to standardize PQCMC data is because there are currently no standards for Module 3. And that means that data we currently receive are not standardized, nor are they structured. And in the end, all we are getting is just a bunch of PDF files. And not only does that create a significant amount of manual work for the sponsor to generate these electronic paper files, but it also creates a huge burden for FDA, since we need to manually prepare the information before any analyses or reports can be done. So this is just an overall extremely time-consuming activity for everybody involved. So the PQCMC project was formalized to tackle these challenges that I've just mentioned. The project, once completed, will provide a data standard to support the submission of Module 3 information so that data is consistent and computable. And there are also a number of obvious benefits in that the sponsors will have much more clear expectations for data format that they can check themselves before submitting to the agency. On the FDA side, we can expect much more consistent data format and values, right? And with computable data, it can further automate analysis of activities, which will lead to faster reviews. And then we'll be also able to validate content and data quality as we receive the submissions. And last but not least, there's also the shared benefit of sponsors submitting information only once, and this data can be reused for multiple purposes. And this has the potential to save a lot of time on both sides by reducing the amount of redundant information that is often needed for unstructured PDF submissions. So in terms of our approach to file development, and the text on the left side has been mentioned in a previous slide where I went over the project scope. And the only difference here is that I've separated them out by our development phases, with the first phase focusing on drug product and substance definition, things like quality control tests, packaging details, and so on and so forth. And these are essentially the foundational concepts that we need to develop before we can proceed to phase 2 data elements, which has its focus on manufacturing process. And moving to the right, as far as progress goes, phase 1 structuring is complete, and we are currently working on phase 2 data elements. The most recent draft of the data elements and terminologies was announced through a Federal Register notice that was published for comments last month. We have also completed our draft implementation guide for phase 1. And with it being a draft, and while we are still working on phase 2 data elements, we are expecting further changes to the IG based on public comments. And lastly, this is something that's still being planted, but we are looking to expand submission testing of PQCMC file messages to include sponsor participation. Right now, that is tentatively being planned for sometime in 2025. And that wraps up the overview of PQCMC. Moving on to IDMP. So IDMP is a collection of 5 ISO standards that are used together to uniquely identify medicinal pharmaceutical products and substance. So this set of ISO standards is it is important as it establishes a framework for organizations to have a consistent approach to define substance and medicinal products. And with standardized representation of substance, dosage form, and strength information, this allows us to generate a pharmaceutical product identifier, or what we call global PHP ID, which will enable the linking of the same or similar products across different regions. There are 2 main benefits of the global IDMP, and they are to improve drug safety, pharmacovigilance, and also mitigate drug shortage. Since IDMP allows us to establish the connection between similar products across different regions through the use of PHP ID, so if there are adverse events from a product in a particular region, we will know that the same or similar product will probably cause similar adverse events in other regions. So with this information, we can come up with approaches in advance to better address these anticipated risks of adverse events. And as for product shortage, we can use this information to identify similar products that may help to mitigate the risk of a shortage in a more timely manner. And over the years, FDA staff have always actively participated in the development and implementation of the ISO IDMP standard. For medicinal product identification and substance identification, the development of those standards all had considerable FDA involvement, and which is why the final published standards are in alignment with the agency's requirement and are consistent with how we assign the national drug code, which conforms to the ISO 11615, and the assignment of the unique ingredient identifier that conforms with ISO 11238. As for unit of measure, we have been using UCOM, which conforms to ISO 11240. And finally, as FDA's SPL dosage form largely conforms to ISO 11239. The grayed out box at the bottom is PHP ID, which we have not yet implemented, but we are actively working with global stakeholders to implement this so that we can have a more harmonized approach for generating PHP ID so that we can link the same or similar products across different regions of the world. Back in 2021, we started working on a guidance for IDMP titled Identification of Medicinal Products, Implementation and Use. This is a joint CBER-CDER guidance, and it was published very recently, just 2 months ago, back in March, and it explained FDA's position and progress on aligning the agency's standards to the IDMP standard. The guidance also highlighted FDA's commitment to continue our collaboration with international stakeholders to resolve any roadblocks so that we are able to ultimately establish a framework for the global implementation of ISO IDMP and the maintenance of global identifiers. And that wraps up the project highlights. Now, getting to the final slide here, I think it's safe to say that moving forward, the data standards program is to continue to focus on the exploration and adoption of modern consensus-based standards, standards that are more flexible, efficient, and interoperable. We will also continue to improve the exchange of data between our agency and with our stakeholders. And clearly, this would entail developing, adopting new tools or technologies that will make it easier for sponsors to submit data to FDA. Another focus, evident by our efforts such as the IDMP project, CDER and CBER are actively working on and will continue to improve drug safety and pharmacovigilance through harmonization initiatives with other regulators. And lastly, I would mention that for anyone who is interested to learn more about the data standards program or any of the projects mentioned today, please go to the FDA website and look up one of our several data standards resources web pages for more information. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Dr. Andrew Potter, and I'm a statistical reviewer in the Division of Biometrics 1 in CDER's Office of Biostatistics. And today I'm going to talk to you about a reviewer's perspective on data collected by wearable digital health technology in clinical trials. Today's learning objectives include describing a DHT and the data that it collects, who contacted FDA with DHT questions, list the types of data sets that are generated in the process of gathering data with the DHT and converting it into an endpoint for a clinical trial, and to really gain an understanding of the importance of DHT data. So we've been talking about digital health technology, or DHTs. What is a DHT? Why are we really interested in this? So according to the best glossary available online at the link on this slide, a DHT is a system that uses computing platforms, connectivity, softwares, and sensors for healthcare or related uses. DHTs have many broad uses. We could use them as a medical product. We could incorporate it into a medical product. For example, there could be a medical product that includes a drug and a device that tracks whether the drug was taken and provides information to the patient or the patient and their healthcare provider about have they taken the drug and are they consistently doing it. We can also use them to both develop and study medical products. This will be our focus for the rest of today's talk. Or we can also have it as used as a companion or an adjunct to a medical product. For example, we could develop a machine learning algorithm that allows us to better select subjects for inclusion in a clinical study. So, what are some specific uses of DHTs as we start to think about them in clinical studies? First, we can start to think of it as a DHT can, instead of just capturing a single time point, they could generate a rich, comprehensive set of data about how patients are feeling and functioning. For example, if we consider physical activity, we may want to know how a patient is functioning every day, not just on days when we have them for a clinic visit. It may minimize barriers to actually obtaining this patient experience data. So if we think about, again, with the physical activity data, instead of having to bring a subject in for a clinic visit maybe every 4 weeks to get some information about their physical functioning, we could provide them with a wearable activity monitor and have that activity monitor capture data about the patient's daily physical function. It then gets recorded and transmitted back to the clinical study site. It may also allow patients better access about their health. So now that we have this comprehensive recording of a patient's functioning, can we then provide that information to the patient in order for them to learn more about their health and potentially how to improve it or what the goals of the trial were. And finally, we hope that this can assess study endpoints that are actually meaningful to patients. And throughout this talk, while we are talking about data and other technical aspects, always remember that endpoints must be meaningful to patients, and we have to think through how do we take these very rich data sources from DHTs and transform them in a way that is capturing a concept that is meaningful to patients. Now we go from what are some specific examples of DHT data or endpoints that can actually be captured by these sensors? Well, if we're looking at physical activity, we can see that currently we have a snapshot of 6-minute walk distance. And instead, we can now start to think of, well, what about average steps per day? In diabetes, our current endpoint is HbA1c, which captures information about a patient's blood glucose averaged over multiple months. And instead, we could now use a continuous glucose monitor to measure blood glucose levels throughout a day. This could then give a much richer data that captures something new about these patients' glucose control. We can also think about the do DHTs improve our ability to detect rare events, such as potentially seizures. And we could go from a situation where we would have a seizure diary where a subject would try to report how many seizures they had in a month to some type of wearable EEG that could capture that data continuously and maybe also capture seizures that may have been not detected by a subject or were not properly reported. And then also, can DHTs allow us to capture data from patients that can't report? For example, scratching in infants with atopic dermatitis. And then there may be also new types of measurements that we have yet to think of that maybe machine learning, AI, other types of signal extraction can allow us to find, potentially such as an activity monitor measuring gait, and this could be used to predict falls. So now that we see a bit of the potential of what DHTs can do, how do we think about interacting with FDA on these DHTs to really get good development going forward? So first, CDER has now released a framework for the use of DHTs in drug and biologic product development. Here's our nice cover page. And the goal of this framework is to promote regulatory consistency, convene public workshops, discuss some demonstration projects that will be coming out and how we're going to identify these, as well as steps on issuing DHT-related guidances and enhancing IT capacities. Another very useful resource is our DHT for Drug Development website. We can see, and here is the link to it. Or you could also search FDA Digital Health Technologies for Drug Development. Now, to also get a better understanding of when DHT submissions are coming in, both during the INDs and NDA stage, we've updated our Form 1571 for INDs and Form 356H for NDAs. Now, for an IND, the 1571 form has a question, 12B, that asks, does this submission contain digital health technology or a proposal to collect DHT data? Yes or no. And this will allow us to both track, if yes is checked, it will allow us to both track the number of DHT submissions coming in and also understand, hey, this submission's coming in with the DHT. We better, internally put in motion some gears so we can get good comments back to everyone. Then for the 356H, when you've submitted a new drug or biologic application, question 25, we also ask, does the submission contain digital health technology data? And this is, again, to track the uptick in these type of submissions, as well as have a way to start to flag submissions for in-depth review. Also, there's a draft FDA guidance on using digital health technologies for remote data acquisition. Draft guidance is now, is now about a year and a half old and published in December 2021. This guidance provides some recommendations on how do we actually use DHTs in a clinical investigation to hopefully accelerate efficient medical product development and to build off of some other FDA initiatives. Now we've decided that we're going to use a DHT on a product develop a product. Now, how do we engage? Who do we engage with? And when do we engage? Well, we want to engage as early as possible. And we want to think about engaging with the FDA center that is going to actually regulate the medical product under investigation. So if our medical product is a drug or a biologic, so for example, you're developing a new drug for insomnia, and you want to both say, does sleep improve? And does also next day function improve? And you've said, well, let's use a DHT that measures a subject's activity. And we think that this could both capture something about sleep and next day function. In that case, since it is a new drug product that we're looking for, you would discuss this with CDER. If it were a biologic, it would be discussed with CBER. However, if this new product was a sleep aid that you downloaded onto your phone, now this would be a medical device, and you would need to talk to CDRH and their QSub program. Now that we know about how to talk to FDA, who to hold discussions with at FDA to get a better understanding of the DHT, what's going to be required for it, how it's going to be submitted, what are some considerations that we should undertake as we are developing this DHT? Well, first, DHT should be fit for purpose when used in a clinical investigation. Fit for purpose is a conclusion that the level of validation associated with the DHT is sufficient to support its purported use in the clinical investigation. Aspects to consider when we're determining if a DHT is fit for purpose is we need to think about what is the clinical event or characteristic of interest that we're going to actually capture with the DHT. What evidence do we have that this DHT can actually measure this clinical event? What's the population of interest? What's its age, its technical aptitude, its education level, maybe its socioeconomic status to determine, do they have access to Wi-Fi? If we're going to have a DHT that reports remotely. And we're going to want to know what is the DHT and how does it work? For example, what is its physical properties, its power needs, its alerts, other things that you would often think of if you're going to go in and buy a Fitbit. So you may want to, we look through a Fitbit, if I'm buying a new one, I might say, well, is it big and heavy? Or is it kind of small and unobtrusive? Does it have good battery life? Does it last for 2 weeks between charges? Or is it only, do I have to charge it every day? We're going to need to consider these as we go into a clinical investigation. And this applies to every time we're thinking of using a DHT. If a participant brings their own, if the study sponsor provides them. Now, how do we get to being able to determine if a DHT is fit for purpose? Well, we have to look into doing both verification and validation. Verification refers to, do we actually measure some type of physical or chemical parameter correctly? So is the acceleration measured accurately and precisely? Is blood glucose measured accurately and precisely? And this usually can be done on a bench. This can be done in patients. This may be done as part of, developing the DHT by the original manufacturer and could be included in spec sheets. Then, once we actually have verified that the DHT is providing reasonably accurate and precise measurements, we have to go in to validate this. That step is going to say, okay, now that we've gone in, we have a DHT that we have verification data, we now want to go into a clinical population and assess, is the clinical event or characteristic accurately and precisely or reasonably captured by this DHT? This could include determining for a activity monitor is a step accurately captured in that population. Or it could be is, the time spent in a certain amount of above a certain amount of physical activity accurately assessed. Or it could actually potentially be both. This will depend a lot on what is the clinical population, what is the clinical event of interest, and oftentimes how the DHT works. So figuring out a good validation is very important to come in, discuss with FDA early about what your aims are, and get agreement on what type of evidence is going to be needed for validation. So now we have a verified and validated DHT. We're going to go into a clinical trial and we're going to collect data. And now what do we do with all this data that's coming in? Because one of the promises of DHTs is continuous data recording that will find new and interesting events and better characterize patients during a clinical study. So how is this data captured? How do we start to go from potentially millions of data points on a subject into some understandable, ideally endpoint, but even just some understandable summary of what a patient is feeling, maybe during a day, or how they're functioning every hour during that day. So to get some idea of how these data flow, let's consider a motivating example of movement data from acceleration sensors. These acceleration sensors are often used in activity monitors to say how much is someone moving. And here we've got 3 acceleration traces that cover about 8 minutes, or a little over 8 minutes of data. And we have acceleration in G's on the y-axis and time on the x-axis. And we have 3 different acceleration traces. We've got the vertical direction in blue, mediolateral in red, and dorsiventral in green. And we can see that we have a lot of data. It jiggles around. And this is probably sampled maybe 100 times a second. What do we do with this? Well, we can take this data and convert it from acceleration into something called an activity count. An activity count is a summary of how much acceleration is happening in a fixed period of time that is believed to be related to the amount of activity that the person is doing during that time frame. In this example, we have 7 days of data from a subject from the NHANES dataset. NHANES is a national health survey conducted by CDC. And at times, NHANES has actually issued activity monitors to participants in order to capture their daily activity. Here we see minute blocks ranging from midnight to the next midnight, with noon in the middle. And we have log activity counts for each day. We see a period of relative no activity, which could be sleep, or it could be on something else, followed by a period of relatively higher activity, which is most likely going to be a waking period. Now, potentially these daily traces themselves may contain useful information about a person's daily functioning. Could be, in particular, if we're looking at circadian variation or other kind of diurnal activity. Alternatively, we could consider a situation where we're actually interested in how much activity someone's doing above a certain kind of threshold. So oftentimes this could be maybe moderate or vigorous physical activity or light activity or exercise. And a way to start to visualize how do we go from these activity traces into activity thresholds is to plot the data ranging from time of least activity to time of most activity. And now we can get, well, in this region, this subject was having at least moderate exercise. In this, anything above this line is the subject has at least light exercise. And now we can kind of see that we've transformed from acceleration data to activity counts organized by time of day into some type of daily summary of those activity counts that describes a feature of how much activity is going on in each minute. And these are, like I said, this is an example subject from NHANES. So now that we kind of have a general idea of a little bit of the data flow, we can now think of this, breaking this into 4 data sets for the data. We have a data set that comes in that's high frequency data, minimally processed, and could be sampled at 100 hertz, 30 hertz, some high frequency. As a first step, we want to take this from potential acceleration into some measure of activity, be it activity count, be it step. And we may decide that the minimal time frame that really matters for us is maybe a minute. It's been taken a lot in the literature and is a reasonably small amount of time. We say a minute is our epoch length, and we create another data set that has epoch level data. That data is going to be taken every minute and for every subject for every day that they've been wearing the accelerometer. Then we can go from this minute data into some type of summary data. The summary data could be amount of time spent above a certain activity level per day. Then we go from summary data into analysis data. The difference between summary data and analysis data is we're now ready to conduct our final statistical analysis. This data set should be ready to be plugged into the final analysis model. It may require additional transformation from the summary data, such as going from daily time spent in moderate or higher physical activity to some type of weekly average time. And there may be other additional pieces of data that get drawn in from other data sources into the analysis data. Finally, there is an SDTM domain called device metadata, which in this case, device would refer to the type of data that's collected, not whether or not it's a regulated medical device. And this would capture important information about the DHT used, such as what's the ID number of the DHT, are there any error faults in the DHT, what's the battery life, etc. And this is very useful data, and some of this may need to be linked into the summary data set. At the moment, FDA considers that we're going to most likely always need the summary data from in SDTM format, the analysis data, and device metadata. Other data sets are going to be very useful in scientifically looking at this and may be needed for FDA's review. Now we can probably get some idea that these data sets are quite large. So epoch level data is represented in SDTM and is some type of aggregation of the DHT data in many cases, although sometimes it may not. And we can see for one person, for one day, using a 1 minute epoch length, there's 1,440 data points for each day a patient wears the device. Or if we look at a CGM, DHT, these are captured every 5 minutes, which leads to a little under 300 epochs. Still quite large, however. Summary data is going to also be in SDTM, and it represents a summarization from the epic level data, and is often thought we can think of this as a bridge between the epic level data and the analysis data set. As said before, analysis data contains DHT, analysis-ready DHT data. It's standardized using ATOM. Finally, we want to think about, can we actually trace every step from in this data flow? So we've got potentially 3 or 4 data sets. We want to make sure if we start with an analysis data set, we can say, well, this weekly average physical activity can be traced back to its daily constituents, which then can be traced back to its minute constituents. This is important to understand, do we have reliable endpoints, and to support FDA's review. And importantly, sponsors should get agreement on which data needs to be submitted to the NDA in the original application before the submission. Pre-NDA meeting is a great place for this, or potentially earlier if appropriate. Finally, before we leave data, let's briefly discuss data standards. Unfortunately, there are no current broad standards for these data. They can have different meanings with the same name, and which leads to some difficulties with generalizing results. But this is a great place for all of us to collaborate and start to pull together data standards that will work not only for patients, but sponsors and regulators as well. Where does this data go? So we have all of this data. Where does it go? There's plenty of clinical uses for this to really capture hopefully new information on how patients feel or function, and potentially capture continuous measurements. I'm a statistician, so statistical uses are near and dear to my heart. And one of the things I'm really interested in is, how do we actually take these high frequency data or epic level data and efficiently capture features that relate to important concepts of interest to patients? Do we use clinical and patient knowledge? Do we use machine learning? Are there other tools that we haven't yet figured out? This leads to also analysis of more frequent outcomes. And then our favorite or least favorite issue is, how do we address missing data? And then there's also potential for lots of work on how do we do more efficient validation of DHTs. Now to our first challenge question. Summary and analysis data sets must be small, Excel files, human readable, or traceable to DHT measurements. The answer is D, traceable to DHT measurements. Challenge question 2. Which data sets should be submitted to FDA? A, high-frequency minimally processed data sets and analysis data sets. B, device metadata and summary data sets. C, device metadata, summary, analysis data sets, and others as needed, or the epic level and analysis data sets. The answer is C. In summary, DHTs have the great potential to capture novel and important endpoints. We need to think about, how do we organize these large volumes of data into related data sets for both ease of analysis and also ease of traceability. And we need to make sure these data sets are traceable and we can trace the endpoints back to where they originated. Thank you for your time. And during the question and answer session, I will be happy to take any questions. And in closing, DHTs have the potential to gather important data on a patient's disease, but we need to have a plan to how to handle the volume of data and make it interpretable to statisticians, clinicians, and most importantly, patients. Thank you, and have a great rest of your day and an enjoyable conference.
Hello all, my name is Mary Ann Slack. I'm the Director for Office of Strategic Programs in CEDAR. Now you've just heard from my colleague Andrew about the use and handling of DHT-generated data from the reviewer's perspective, and what I'm going to talk about is the other side of the coin, how to support this work from a technical perspective. And it's reflected in the PDUFA VII goals for DHTs, the technical part of them. We do have a few learning objectives. First is to be able to identify key actions that CEDAR's taking to support the use of DHT-generated data in drug development. Next is to be able to recognize the types of DHT data relevant to applications. And then third is to understand the value and the challenges of DHT high-frequency or HF data. The performance goals that I'm going to talk about are the ones that are specific to the use of DHTs, or they're specifically related to that. The first is the ability to be able to track and identify applications and submissions that contain or are anticipated to contain DHT-generated data. This will help us to determine trends, issues, where to focus support, etc. And we committed to establish a secure cloud technology that would enable FDA to be able to handle large volumes of data that the DHT-generated data can be, so that we could receive, aggregate, store, and process that data. Next will be a pilot, a cloud-based pilot, that is a means to support the submission and review of DHT-generated data. And I'll just point out that that is a very broad scope, and one that we anticipate doing not one but a number of pilots or increments to a pilot as we acquire knowledge and experience. This can help both regulated industry as well as FDA to really get a handle on data that's generated from particular DHTs for particular purposes, and all of the mechanics around how to receive that, how to handle static versus continuous data, etc. And then finally, FDA will work to enhance, recommend, and implement standards that reduce the handling necessary to make data analyzable. I am certain that it comes as no surprise to anyone here that standards enable one to be more consistent in the receipt and the use, and have more reliability or confidence in the reliability of data if it's following standards. And so this makes good sense, and we will continue to march forward with that too. Now, in March of this year, we did in fact finish up. We updated the 1571 and the 356 application submission forms. We updated our tracking systems to identify when DHT-generated data has been or is anticipated to be received for an application. We created dashboard views to support reviewers in identifying these applications, as well as being able to ultimately do some trending and evaluation. It's only been in place for a couple of months, but since these enhancements went in, in March, we've received 30 applications indicating DHT-generated data. And most of them are INDs, investigative new drugs, but we do have ANDAs and NDAs and BLAs, so it runs the gamut of the types of applications that we receive. Already, before we, after just a couple of months, we've identified some additional enhancements and where we want to go with the next version and refinements. So this is kind of the beginning of the story. Now, we already have a secure cloud technology here at FDA. In fact, we have a significant installed base of systems and capabilities in the cloud. Our challenge at present is getting it in the door, so to speak. While the ESG doesn't have a technical limit on size, in practical terms, we can't receive a very large data set because of the time it takes to transmit. Our current practical limit, our current constraint, is 100 gigabytes. And the high-frequency DHT data can be so much larger than that. And actually, I know that this is about DHTs, but that high-frequency data is not the only data that can be so much larger. Your real-world data, your genomics data, these are very large data sets. Now, this constraint will be significantly reduced when the ESG modernization is completed. And that's going to be great, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. And I think that you have already heard, or you will be hearing more about that in much more detail. The thing is that receiving huge data sets of some huge data sets may be something we need to look at differently for the future. It may not be the most appropriate thing to receive it through the gateway, but instead perhaps access it where it resides. And we'll talk about this with the DHT-HF data. This needs to be worked through, though. There's a lot of policy, there's a lot of considerations around that. So the Enterprise Submissions Gateway, the ESG modernization, is already well underway. We have a nice roadmap here that takes us through FY25. We've made significant progress. This is Office of Digital Transformation, particularly OIMT, has made significant progress. You can see that the planning has been done. It's in place. A proof of concept is underway, and the technical and the identity and credentials access management integration is planned to begin later this fiscal year. Version 1 of the ESG is scheduled for FY24, and it will include opportunities for testing with our regulated industry partners. The full-up releases, most all of the releases, are scheduled to be done by the end of FY25. And when the modernization is fully complete, challenges such as the practical ability to submit large data sets should be by and large a thing of the past, with the exceptions that I was talking about. But those won't be ability so much as decision forethought. One thing I want to point out here is that in the green box here, you can see it says Update ESG NextGen website with information, etc. That website is coming soon. It's not quite ready yet, but when a draft is ready, it'll be sent out to the stakeholders to get their input and feedback before it's implemented, and that'll be sometime in the summer. So, coming soon. And that brings us to our first challenge question. So for everybody out there, what is the current limit to submission size through the ESG? Is it 100 megabits? Is it 100 gigs? Is it $100? Or is it none of the above? I'll just wait a moment, give you a minute to think. And the answer is 100 gigabytes. Now, I know that I said there is not a technical limit, but we do have a practical limit, and it is actually our policy to not bring things in that are more than 100 gigabytes because of the length of time and the increased risk of some kind of interruption causing it to fail. So now on to DHT data sets. And you heard from Andrew about the different types of data and how they might be important in regulatory review. I'm going to do a little bit of a recap in my own words because I think that we'll be talking more about HF data, but all of this is important. It's good context. So the high frequency minimally processed data is the DHT generated data. It's huge volume, and from that the epic level data is generated. And epic level data is it's the meaningful level of data for analysis. It takes chunks of the high frequency data, specified increments, and averages to provide a measurement for that increment. For instance, epic data for 1 minute or 1 minute epic data for something that's captured every second would give you a 1 minute average for every 60 seconds of that high frequency data. The epic can be defined, and it is defined, and it's defined based on the DHT and the type of data that it's generating and the purpose that it's being generated for. The raw data, that HF data, is important to help identify what the epic should be and to validate it. And then you get on to summary data. Summary data provides the summary statistics. Analysis data is the data that's constructed for analysis from the epic data. Device metadata is also important. It provides the information that you need to know how to read this data, what was being captured, in what form is it, in what order is it, etc. Now, that high-frequency data can be received as complete data sets, or it can be continuous data that continues to build on the data set and build out the data set. Epic-level data, I've already said the HF data is huge. Epic-level data is less huge, but it can still be very large. And all of these different types of data are submitted as part of an application except for the HF data. So what about HF data then versus those other types of DHT data? Well, I just said HF data is not required for submission, but it does offer valuable insights, or it can offer valuable insights. Because of its size, it may remain impractical to transmit to FDA. And if it is transmitted for multiple purposes, first off, because that data, the need is expected to become significantly reduced as FDA advances its understanding about that particular DHT data submission type. And so there's this huge bolus of data that would be submitted that FDA would then have to manage as a record or records and add to the administrative overhead that may not have the value that is enough to require it to come in. We may not be making decisions based on that. What we receive today also, I should say, is generally in the form of tabular data, but other forms are also certainly possible, like waveforms and videos, and they can be even larger. So, if we don't receive it as part of a submission, but it can offer the important insight to both sponsors and regulators, then how do we take advantage? Good question. But before we come to an answer, which is our pilot, we're going to go to another challenge question. And that is DHT-HF data. Answer the question. DHT-HF data is not required for submission, the largest of the types of DHT data, digitized data that can offer valuable insights, all of the above, or none of the above. So let me just give you a few seconds to think that over. And the answer is all of the above. Okay. Our first pilot, that brings us to our pilot, our DHT pilot that I was referencing earlier. Our first pilot will be in the area of psychiatry, the therapeutic area. It'll be a population of a rather small population of about 2,000 adolescents and young adults who are at risk for developing schizophrenia. The study design is a prospective non-interventional cohort study collected over 2 years. the data sources are compiled from, it's schizophrenia data compiled from multiple sources as part of a public-private partnership between FDA and multiple other public and private organizations. And it was generated through smartphones, wearable activity monitors, etc., various DHTs. The analytic platform will be Precision FDA, which is a secure high-performance computing platform designed for collaborative data analytics between FDA and external partners. So perfect for the job. And we're expecting that this will be getting HF and EPIC data, and we're expecting that the volume of this data is going to be on the order of several terabytes. So plenty big, but not massive. Now, everything is de-identified, of course, and this is not intended as to something to contribute to a marketing application. So that sets the scene. That's our study. And then our objectives behind this study, behind receiving and placing this data and evaluating it, is multifold, or are multifold, I should say. First is to enhance, of course, our ability to receive, validate, clean, and analyze external data on a third-party platform. So not bringing it in behind the firewall and then doing it, but outside of the submission process. We'll explore architectural and business process considerations for receiving these large externally generated HF data sets that aren't required for regulatory submissions, and also the EPIC data sets. And then we'll explore methodological considerations for informing that future regulatory guidance for submitting this kind of DHT-generated data. Now, the benefits behind all of this. First off, we think this pre-submission investigation might mitigate ESG bandwidth constraints in some areas through more focused submission requirements. It gives us the ability to, to get down to what really should be coming in and how it should be coming in. It'll give sponsors and regulators the chance to access data in real time, enabling real-time sampling and analysis of this data pre-submission. And it'll support sponsors and regulator interaction about the data. This has a potential for other data-intensive use cases as well, such as real-world data, but also similar use cases in different therapeutic areas. We're actually expecting, as we really dive into this, to identify more and more use cases as we progress this pilot. And when I say we, I don't mean just FDA, just CDER or CBER. I mean our regulated partners on the other side too. We think that this is going to open up opportunities in multiple areas as we learn more and more. Now, in this, another thing I want to just point out, in this first use case, this first version of this pilot, we're using chunks of data, single chunks of data that are being dropped onto the Precision FDA space. But future use cases may include continuously updated data sets, so rolling data. And that'll give sponsors and regulators an opportunity to evaluate methods and challenges for device data exchange. So maybe the next phase. Pretty exciting. And that brings me to a third challenge question. A little bit of a gimme, I think. So where is the DHT pilot to be conducted? Is it the Amazon GovCloud, Microsoft Azure, Precision FDA, or Joe's Garage? I'll give you just a few seconds to think about it. And I'm sure everybody got this one. It's Precision FDA. So with that, I'm going to leave you with just a quick closing thought. It's kind of an obvious one. DHTs, it's clear, DHTs can and do add enormous value to drug development. And the FDA, we're fully supportive of the use of DHT-generated data for this purpose. We've made a lot of progress, but there's plenty more to do. There's more progress, there's more learning, there's more maturing to do. So this is really just the beginning. It's exciting times. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you all for the great presentations. We'll now move into our final Q&A panel of the day. If you haven't had a chance to enter your questions into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. We have some questions. Our first group of questions will be directed to Ray Wang. And here is the first question. Is PQCMC intended for IND applications or only marketing applications, NDAs and BLAs?
PQCMC could be used to support the investigational drug safety and efficacy by demonstrating it was manufactured in a consistent manner and that it meets the necessary quality standards, right? So the typical Module 3 information like product composition, manufacturing process, and quality control procedures would be needed to make that assessment. So the short answer is yes. In addition to just the NDA and BLA applications, PQCMC is also intended for INDs. And that is really because these data elements still fall within the scope of eCTD Module 3. All right, thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question, Mr. Wang. We do have a few more questions that came in for you, and here's the next question. For the PQCMC project, since it's requiring the submission of data in the FHIR format, how does FDA CDER plan to transition to the new standards while ensuring that sponsors have sufficient time to prepare for this change?
Thanks for the question. So while we haven't made any decisions on how exactly to transition to the FHIR standard, because the development of the data elements is still underway and not all of them have been validated yet. But I would imagine it will likely be a dual submission approach, right? Meaning that you can submit in either PDF, which is the current approach, or in the FHIR format before we fully transition to the FHIR requirement. And there really isn't a set time frame for this transition at this time, but I would imagine it will probably take a couple of years at least. And during this time, it should give sponsors enough time to make the necessary changes to their data collection processes, systems, and tools. And I think this will also give third-party vendors more time to incorporate the FHIR standard into their portfolio services. So given this period of transition, the goal again is to provide industry with enough time to fully adopt the FHIR standards for PQCMC submissions. And along the way, we'll continue to publish updates to the FHIR data element on our PQCMC webpage. You can also, you're also welcome to submit any comments on those data elements to our docket on the regulations.gov website. And another upcoming activity I think we'll need to undertake is to conduct a detailed assessment of all the guidances impacted by this transition, right? And just to make sure that they're up to date with the FHIR submission requirements. So yes, there will certainly be more resources down the pipe on how to comply with and how to submit the PQCMC data in FHIR. Thanks.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have one more question for Mr. Wang, and here's the question. You mentioned the file transport format assessment project Could you speak a bit more to that, particularly why effort is needed and what do you foresee as the next steps?
That's a great question. I think early conversations on this project started a couple years back. Initially, it was because we received a number of comments on how SAS Transport V5 is really outdated. It has quite a bit of limitations, as many of you may already know, in terms of things like variable name and length, and difficulties with linking due to V5's tabular structure. The thought at the time was that, given the existing options out there, that it may be a relatively easier effort to transition to SAS Transport VA, and that we should also at least take a more serious look at other standards like XML and JSON. So we eventually kicked off a project to do just that, right? To better understand the implications of a potential transition to these candidate standards that I've just mentioned. So as a part of the assessment, we looked at the benefit that each candidate standard had over SAS Transport V5. And that really shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. All of the candidate standards had quite a bit of advantages over V5, like being able to resolve the character limitations, or just more interoperable and can more efficiently facilitate the exchange of data. And I would say another aspect that we looked at is how a potential transition to SAS Transport VA, XML, or JSON would impact the agency's existing systems and workflow processes. Initially, we thought the existing systems and tools could accommodate and process SAS Transport V8 files, since we are already using V5. But that's not really the case, right? As we learned that there are quite a bit of technical challenges involved. Long story short, the end result is that the expected overall cost for adopting SAS Transport VA, or the cost of even staying with the current SAS Transport V5 is not really that much lower than adopting XML or JSON. So I think I've mentioned this earlier in the presentation, and that is JSON was the standard that came out on top as the recommended format for transition. But we have made no decision on this, since this was really a preliminary assessment, and we do need to have more planning and discussions before any formal decisions can be made. And as far as next steps, I would say that we have taken an interest in CDISC's dataset JSON that was published earlier this year, and we are exploring the potential for further collaboration on testing the standard. So more to come on this. Thanks.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got some questions that came in for Andrew Potter, and here's the first question for Dr. Potter. For Form FDA 1571, when do we need to check DHT, for example, when submitting a new protocol that plans to collect digital data, and every time that protocol is amended, but with no change to the DHT?
So thank you. That's a great question. The main goal for the checkbox is to track both protocols that have digital data collection and then also submissions that have it. So for example, the case that was provided where we have a protocol that plans to collect digital data, but the change maybe is not related to the digital data. Maybe it relates to inclusion criteria. In that case, while the protocol would have DHTs, which we would know from the checkbox when the protocol was originally submitted, we would find that specific submission would not be pertaining to DHTs. So in that case, at least at this stage, this may change. I don't think we would need to actually check the checkbox. However, if the change to the protocol may be related to how some of the operations at the sites about how the digital data, the DHT, would be provided to sites, I would say that would be a change that relates to DHTs, and that box should be checked. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to the next question for Dr. Potter. A little bit of background first. Validation is typically applied to test data relative to a standard. I understand that FDA typically considers clinical data or events as the reference for validation. For example, FDA has recognized hemoglobin A1C as a validated surrogate endpoint for diabetes complications based on the DCCT trial. What is the FDA expectation for adequate validation of summary measures from continuous glucose monitors as surrogates for diabetes clinical events such as severe hypoglycemia?
Thank you. That's a great question. So I'm not an expert in diabetes, so I'll speak a little bit more generally. But specifically, I know that this is a very challenging question about how do we validate these markers, such as clinical events such as severe hypoglycemia with continuous glucose monitors. One of the challenges more generally in DHT, validating DHT-derived endpoints, is what is our reference standard. So, for if we have at some point we're going to have some type of clinical event. It could be in diabetes, it could be microvascular damage or macrovascular damage, and maybe more severe complications from that. But and then we could go to an HbA1c. However, and an HbA1c is measured, if I'm remembering right from my diabetes colleagues who know this better than I do, it is about 3 months of data that go into that. Now we've gone from a time frame of 3 months into now a time frame of, we could see potentially multiple events during a day. And what's a good reference standard for that? How do we validate it against maybe the long-term clinical event? Or do we need to start thinking a little bit more broadly about what are validation standards for reference? Could it be something about how a patient's comments on how they feel? Could it be something of more of a short-term patient function? Could it also be something as we've already have a validated surrogate, so we can then get from our new clinical event to our validated surrogate. I think it is a very interesting area of research and very active area of research. And although I don't have any firm answers yet, hopefully I've helped a little bit with saying, hey, this is something that we all need to really seriously consider. And at FDA, we're actively going through this in both review process and also looking for research questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have one more question for Dr. Potter, and it's the following question. Is a daily diary or an e-diary considered DHT data?
So, great question. Simple answer is it would be considered an electronic PRO data or an electronic COA data. However, it becomes a little bit more complicated where an e-diary, say it's an e-diary that is administered using a smartphone. Now, that smartphone, in this case, that could then be considered a DHT, and it may fall kind of broadly under the umbrella of a DHT. However, FDA has, sorry, I need to remember properly. I think there is either guidances or kind of best practices for ePros that FDA has released. And there's also a lot in the COA literature about ePros, what's needed for ePros, what are best practices there. And that would be probably the first place to look for anything for daily diary or e-diaries. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we do have some more questions that just came in for Mary Ann Slack. And here's the first question for Ms. Slack. Is the FDA considering having reviewers access data in situ rather than receiving it through the gateway?
Hi, thanks for that question. Well, at present, we're unable to do so. If it's part of a submission, we need to receive it through the gateway. As I was saying, though, earlier during the presentation, there are some things that may not be conducive to bringing them in that way. So we are investigating the potential for some data to be accessed differently. We have to always consider, of course, the need for maintaining good records of all material that were used in coming to any conclusions on any applications. And so I think that we don't know yet, but we are investigating it.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple more questions for Ms. Slack, and here's the next question. Will there be a pilot for submitting and evaluating real-world data and real-world evidence?
I think there will. I don't know when. We hope so. We're looking into this right now, investigating it right now. We don't have a plan for one right now, but it stands to reason that we could do one. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple more questions from Ms. Slack, and here's the next question. Why would the HF data be less needed over time?
Well, I may ask Andrew to help a little bit with this, but as he had mentioned earlier, the high frequency data it provides all of the finest granularity, and it can be used to determine, for instance, what is the appropriate epoch, among other things. It can be used if there is some kind of an anomaly in what is, what's received that the reviewer may want to investigate, or the sponsor may want to investigate further. It could be valuable for secondary purposes. I know that this isn't part of the submission, but it could be valuable for secondary purposes, for research, for other things. But ultimately, as we're as FDA, as we get more experience with the data, with digital data from particular DHTs for specific endpoints, the high frequency data it's less likely that we need to go back to the high frequency data unless there is some kind of an anomaly. And I would ask my colleague Andrew, who works in this, if he has anything else he'd like to add to that.
Thank you, Mary Ann. That captured my thinking about the need for high frequency data as well, and how it will kind of change over time. And yeah, as we get more and more familiar with a specific type of endpoint, we'll become more familiar with how, if people say, hey, we're going to use, a 1 minute epoch for physical activity data, we go, okay, yeah, that's we have a lot of familiarity with it, that we're very comfortable with it, and we feel for this disease area, it's going to really capture, the relevant, aspects of physical activity very well. But that may change, if it's something where we're looking to make big set of changes to how we go from high frequency data into a physical activity data summary. It may change, and we may say, yeah, we're a lot less comfortable here. We don't quite understand, how does this capture all of the relevant features that physical activity and stuff. So then it can kind of, hopefully we'll get to a point where we start going back and forth a little bit. Thank you, Marianne, and thanks for allowing me to add my thoughts as well.
Thank you both for responding to that question. We just had a question come in for Dr. Potter, and here's the question. Is it necessary for a sponsor to have in its possession the DHT-HF data for the purposes of traceability, even if those data do not need to be submitted?
So, great question. The short answer is probably it depends. Part of the reason I say it depends is hopefully during the IND phase or earlier in the development program, the sponsor will sit down with FDA and figure out, okay, this is how our data is going to flow from the HF data to the EPIC data to summary data to analysis, and come to some decisions about, okay, here's what needs to be submitted. And during that process, one of the things that may come up is when working with a vendor for the DHT, that the vendor will go through and that they'll acquire the high frequency data, do some preliminary processing to take it to the EPIC level data, and then the EPIC level data will be what is shared with the sponsor. In that case, we can we'll probably sit down and figure out, okay, hey, this is how we can set up a plan so we understand all the steps of the data, so we can review it and gain confidence that we can trace it back all the way back to the high frequency data. But I think as we learn in this field, I think that will be something that we'll get more clarity as we get more familiarity with this. So thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. And this is all the time we have for questions in this panel, and we want to give a huge thank you to all of our presenters for answering numerous questions that came in during the Q&A panels. We do have a few reminders that we'd like to share with our attendees. Please remember the 14-day deadline, and that's June the 23rd, for both the certificate of attendance and also for the CE submission for physicians, nurses, and pharmacists. CE claim codes for CEs will be emailed each evening following the conclusion of each day's event. Recordings will be posted in approximately 7 to 10 business days. For those who only wish to obtain the certificate of attendance that supports CEs for RAP, SOCRA, SQA, and ACRP, please do so also by June the 23rd, and remember to download that certificate immediately upon creating the certificate. Otherwise, this opportunity will be lost. We'd also remind you of the huge amount of SBIA resources available for easy access right from this slide, so keep this slide handy and available so it can be referenced for years into the future. On behalf of CEDAR Small Business and Industry Assistance, we hope that you enjoyed today's presentations and found them helpful. We look forward to your presence at Day 2 of the CEDAR Track on Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you for attending, and this concludes today's event.